Hello everyone and welcome back. I am the ASMR historian and today I'm going to continue our theme for this month of Bronze Age civilizations. If you're new to the channel and you enjoy this kind of content, then please like and subscribe and we can learn all about these ancient things together. And so without further ado, today's topic: a full history of the Elamites. Elam was an ancient civilization situated in the far west and southwest of present-day Iran, extending from the lowlands of Khuzestan and Elam province to a portion of southern Iraq. The name Elam is derived from the Sumerian Elamma and the Akkadian Elamtu, as well as the Elamite Hal-Tamti. Elamite states held significant political influence in the ancient Near East and were also known as Susiana in classical literature, after their capital, Susa. During the Chalcolithic period, or the Copper Age, Elam experienced early urbanization, and written records dating from around 3000 BC coincide with Sumerian history. In the Old Elamite period, coinciding with the Middle Bronze Age, Elam comprised kingdoms on the Iranian plateau, initially centered in Anshan and later shifting to Susa in the Khuzestan lowlands from the mid-2nd millennium BC. Elam's cultural influence persisted into the Persian Achaemenid dynasty, during which the Elamite language remained in official use. Elamite is considered a language isolate, unrelated to other languages. Some historians suggest that the Elamites may have contributed significantly to the ancestry of modern-day Lurs, with linguistic ties between Elamite and the Luri language, which evolved from the Middle Persian. The Elamite language endonym for Elam as a country appears to have been Hatamti in the linear Elamite language, or, as it is written in the cuneiform, Halatamti. The Elamites were of course using the standard cuneiform writing, as most of the Bronze Age societies around Mesopotamia were using. Exonyms for Elam include the Sumerian names Nim-Maki, as well as the Akkadian Elamu and Elamtitu, both meaning resident of Susiana or Elamite. In prehistory, Elam was primarily centered in modern Khuzestan and Elam. The name Khuzestan is derived from Old Persian Huja, meaning Susa and Elam. This evolved into Middle Persian Huz, Susiana, and in modern Persian Shuz, compounded with the toponymic suffix stan, meaning place. Think about the modern countries that we have. Kazakhstan, basically meaning the land of the Kazakhs; in Afghanistan, the land of the Afghans; Kyrgyzstan, land of the Kyrgyz people, and so on. In geographical terms, Susiana corresponds to the Iranian province of Khuzestan, particularly around the Karun River. The name Susiana was first used by the ancient geographer Ptolemy to describe the region around Susa. However, there are disagreements and varying perspectives on the geographical delineation of Elam and Susiana. Strabo, another ancient geographer, saw Elam as primarily the highland area of Khuzestan, known as the land of the Elamai. Some ancient sources make a distinction between Elam, the highland, and Susiana, the lowland. Yet, in other sources, the terms Elam and Susiana are used interchangeably. This uncertainty persists even today in modern scholarship. Some scholars argue that the center of Elam was Anshan at its highlands, and not Susa in lowland Khuzestan, especially considering the significance of ancient Anshan in Elamite history. Some also disagree, suggesting that the term Elam was primarily constructed by the Mesopotamians to describe the area in general terms, without referring specifically to either the lowlanders or the highlanders. The following is an excerpt from the Archaeology of Elam, and I read, "Elam is not an Iranian term, and has no relationship to the conception which the peoples of highland Iran had of themselves. They were Anshanites, Marshashians, Shimashkians, Zabshalians, Awanites, etc. That Anshan played a leading role in the political affairs of the various highland groups inhabiting southwestern Iran is clear. However, to argue that Anshan is coterminous with Elam is to misunderstand the artificially and indeed the alienness of Elam as a construct imposed from without on the peoples of southwestern highlands of the Zagros mountain range, the coast of Fars, and the alluvial plain drained by the Karun Karkay river system. The area was densely inhabited during the Ubayyad period, exhibiting cultural characteristics shared with other Ubayyad cultures. The historical knowledge of Elam remains incomplete, with reconstruction heavily reliant on Mesopotamian sources, such as Sumerian, Akkadian, Assyrian, and Babylonian texts. The history of Elam is traditionally divided into three distinct periods. Those three periods spanned over an impressive 2 millennia. The time preceding the initial Elamite period is often referred to as the Proto-Elamite period. The Proto-Elamite period was from 3200 to around 2700 BC. The Old Elamite period, between 2700 and 1500 BC. These were our earliest documents until the Sukalma dynasty, which we will get to in a moment. The Middle Elamite period lasted from 1500 to 1100 BC. This is in the time of the Anzanite dynasty, until the Babylonian invasion of Susa. And the final period is the Neo-Elamite period, Neo of course being the prefix for new. That was between 1100 and 540 BC, characterized by Assyrian and Median influences. 539 BC marks the beginning of something different. It marks the beginning of the Achaemenid period, that great empire that absorbed so many in its wake. The Proto-Elamite civilization emerged east of the Tigris and Euphrates alluvial plains, encompassing both lowlands and the adjacent highland areas to the north and the east. Elam was formed through the amalgamation of at least 3 Proto-Elamite states, Anshan, Awan, and Shimashki. References to Awan precede those to Anshan, and some scholars suggest overlapping territories for both states in different eras. Shushiana was periodically annexed and separated from this core. Proto-Elamite sites are also found beyond this region, dispersed on the Iranian plateau, including Warakshe, Sialk, now part of Kashan, and Jiroft in Kerman province. The state of Elam emerged as a response to Sumerian invasions during the Old Elamite period. Elam's strength lay in its ability to unite diverse areas under a coordinated government, allowing for the optimal exchange of each region's unique natural resources. This was traditionally achieved through a federated government structure. The Proto-Elamite city of Susa, founded around 4000 BC in the Karun River watershed, played a crucial role in the Proto-Elamite cultural development. Initially, Susa alternated between submission to Mesopotamian and Elamite influences. The earliest levels of Susa's excavation revealed pottery distinct from Mesopotamia. However, in later periods it exhibited similarities to Sumerian Uruk period culture. Proto-Elamite influence from Mesopotamia became apparent around 3200 BC, and Proto-Elamite writing continued on until about 2700 BC. The Proto-Elamite period concluded with the establishment of the Awan dynasty. The earliest historical figure connected with Elam is Emne Baragesi of Kish, circa 2650, who subdued Elam according to the Sumerian king list. Elamite history becomes traceable only from the Akkadian Empire onwards, so that's from around 235 to 2154 BC. The Proto-Elamite states in Jiroft and Zabul, though not universally accepted, present unique cases due to their ancient origins. In ancient Luristan, bronze-making traditions date back to the mid-3rd millennium BC, showcasing significant Elamite connections. Bronze objects from various cemeteries in the region, such as Kale Nisar, Bani Surma, Chigasabs, Karamtalan, Sardant, and Gulal-i-Galbi, date to the early dynastic period of Mesopotamia and the Ur-III period around 2900 to 2000 BC. The Old Elamite period, 2700 to 1500 BC. The Old Elamite period commenced around 2700 BC, marked by historical records that mention the conquest of Elam by Enme Baragesi, the Sumerian king of Kish in Mesopotamia. 3 dynasties governed during this era. The first 2 dynasties, Awan and Shimashki, are known from a list discovered in Susa dating to the Old Babylonian period, which records 12 kings for each dynasty. Additionally, two Elamite dynasties, Awan and Hamazi, are said to have briefly controlled parts of Sumer in early times. Conversely, several powerful Sumerian rulers, including Ehnatum of Lagash and Lugal-an-Mandu of Adab, are documented as temporarily dominating Elam. The Awan dynasty, from 2350 to 2150 BC, overlapped with the reign of the Mesopotamian emperor, Sargon of Akkad. And we call him an emperor because he was the first one to preside over an empire. During this period, Sargon was not only defeated the Awan king Lu-Ishan and subjected Susa, but also attempted to oppose the East Semitic Akkadian language as the official language in Elam. Mesopotamian sources on Elam become more frequent as the Mesopotamians developed an interest in resources from the Iranian plateau. After the collapse of Akkad, Elam declared independence under the last Awan king, Kutik in Shushinak, circa 2240 to 2220 BC, who conquered Susa and Anshan. Kutik in Shushinak established a form of political unity, promoting the linear Elamite script and discarding the Akkadian language. Following his reign, the Awan dynasty collapsed when Elam was temporarily overrun by the Guti, another pre-Iranic people from northwest Iran, who also spoke a language isolate. About a century later, the Sumerian king Shulgi of the Neo-Sumerian Empire reclaimed the city of Susa and its surrounding region. During the rule of Shimashki dynasty, Elam experienced intermittent attacks from the Sumerians of Mesopotamia and the Gutians from northwestern Iran, along with, of course, periods of peace and relatively friendly diplomatic interactions. No hard feelings. The Elamite state of Shimashki extended into northern Iran and possibly reached as far as the Caspian Sea. Shu-Sin of Ur even arranged a marriage between one of his daughters and a prince of Anshan. Despite these efforts, the power of the Sumerians declined. In 2004 BC, the Elamites allied with the people of Susa and led by King Kindatu, the sixth king of Shimashki, sacked Ur and captured Ibi-Sin, marking the end of the third dynasty of Ur. The Akkadian kings of Isin, the successor state to Ur, eventually expelled the Elamites from the city, reconstructed it, and recovered the statue of Nana, their goddess, that the Elamites had looted. And if you want to know more about the Sumerian religion, you may feel free to watch my other video that I'd made especially on the topic. And you may know who Nana is. How mysterious. Well, let's continue. The succeeding dynasty, commonly known as the Sukalma dynasty, circa 1970 to 1770 BC, named after the title Great Regents borne by its members, or the Epartid dynasty, after its founder, Eparti, but he's also called Ebarat, depending on which source you're reading. It roughly overlapped with the Old Assyrian Empire and the Old Babylonian period in Mesopotamia. It was founded by Eparti I and coincided with the Old Assyrian Empire in Upper Mesopotamia and the Old Babylonian Empire, being approximately 60 years younger than the former and nearly 75 years older than the latter. This period, often considered confusing and challenging to reconstruct, saw Elamite control again over Susa. Mesopotamian states like Larsa and Isin continually attempted to reclaim the city. Around 1850 BC, Kudur-Mabuk, possibly the king of an Akkadian state north of Larsa, placed his son Warad-Sin on the throne of Larsa. Warad-Sin's brother, Rim-Sin, succeeded him and conquered much of southern Mesopotamia for Larsa. Notable rulers during the Eparti dynasty included Sidik-Tu, circa 1850 BC, who engaged in military coalitions to contain the power of the southern Mesopotamian states. Siwe-Palar-Kupak was a powerful figure, respected and addressed as father by Mesopotamian kings, and significantly interfered with Mesopotamian politics. Kudur-Nahunte plundered southern Mesopotamian temples, but Elamite influence in the south waned around 1760 BC, when Hammurabi drove out the Elamites, overthrew Rim-Sin of Larsa, and established a brief Babylonian empire. Limited information is available about the latter part of this dynasty, due to sparse sources during the Kassite rule of Babylon from 1595 BC. Numerous archaeological discoveries suggest that maritime trade along the coast of Africa and Asia had already commenced several millennia ago. Evidence of trade between the Indus Valley civilization and the cities of Mesopotamia and Elam can be inferred from numerous Indus artifacts found, particularly in the excavations at Susa. Objects made with shell species characteristic of the Indus coast, such as the Tribunella pyrum, have been discovered in Mesopotamian and Susan archaeological sites, dating from around 2500 to 2000 BC. Carnelian beads from the Indus were also found at archaeological sites in Susa and nearby, particularly on the citadel's tell, with some beads featuring an etched design in white, possibly imported from the Indus Valley and made using the acid etching technique developed by the Harappans. These exchanges appear to have declined after 1900 BC, coinciding with the disappearance of the Indus Valley civilization. What a shame. The Middle Elamite period commenced with the ascent of the Anshanite dynasties around 1500 BC. This era was marked by an Elamization of Susa, and the kings adopted the title King of Anshan and Susa, while the initial Kidunuids of these dynasties continued to use the Akkadian language in their inscriptions. The subsequent Ig-Halikids and Shutrukids increasingly employed Elamite. Simultaneously, Elamite language and culture gained prominence in Susiana. The Kidinuids, circa 1500 to 1400 BC, consist of 5 rulers with uncertain affiliations, identified by their use of the older title King of Susa and Anshan, and their reference to themselves as servant of Kiroashir, an Elamite deity. They introduced the Highlands pantheon to Susiana and Susa, dating back to around 4200 BC, became a central power location for the Elamites and later Persian dynasties. Susa's influence peaked during the Middle Elamite period, when it served as the region's capital. The Iga-Halkids, around 1400 to 1210 BC, comprised 10 known rulers, with the possibility of a larger number. Some of these rulers married Kassite princesses. The Kassites, another language isolate-speaking people from the Zagros Mountains, had taken control of Babylonia shortly after its sacking by the Hittite Empire in 1595 BC. Kurigalzu II, a Kassite king of Babylon, installed on the throne by Ashur-uballit I of the Middle Assyrian Empire, 1366 to 1020 BC, temporarily occupied Elam around 1320 BC. Later, around 1230 BC, Kashtiliash IV, another Kassite king, unsuccessfully fought against Elam. The influence of the Kassite Babylonian power waned as they succumbed to dominance by the northern Mesopotamian Middle Assyrian Empire. Kidin Kutran of Elam repelled the Kassites, defeating Enlil-nadin Shumi in 1224 BC and Adad Shuma-idina in around 1222 to 1217 BC. During the Iga-Halkid rule, Akkadian inscriptions became rare, and Elamite highland gods firmly established their presence in Susa. Under the Shutrakids, 1210 to 1100 BC, the Elamite Empire achieved its zenith. Shutruk Nakhunte and his 3 sons, Kutir, Shilhak, and Kutulutesh, conducted numerous military campaigns into Kassite Babylonia, which at the time was also facing aggression from the Assyrian Empire during this period. While actively engaging in construction projects, building and restoring luxurious temples in Susa and throughout their empire, Shutruk Nakhunte looted Babylonia, bringing back to Susa trophies such as statues of their gods like Marduk and Manishtushu. Also, they brought back the Manishtushu obelisk, the stele of Hammurabi, and the famed stele of Naram-Sin. In 1158 BC, after much of Babylonia had been annexed by Ashur-dan I of Assyria and Shutruk Nakhunte, the Elamites permanently defeated the Kassites, killing the Kassite king of Babylon, Zababa-Shumu'idin. They replaced him with his eldest son, Kutir Nakhunte, who held the throne for no more than 3 years before being ousted by the native Akkadian-speaking Babylonians. The Elamites then briefly clashed with Assyria, managing to capture the Assyrian city of Arapa, which is modern-day Kirkuk, before ultimately being defeated and forced into a treaty by Ashur-dan I. Kutulutush in Shushinak, likely born of Kutir Nakhunte and his own daughter. A bit creepy, but okay. Don't want to push my beliefs on others, but you probably should not be having children with your own daughter. Anyway, the daughter's name was Nakhunte Utu, and he succeeded his father, this child of incest. Ugh. He was defeated, actually, by Nebuchadnezzar I of Babylon, who sacked Susa and returned the statue of Marduk. They wanted their stuff back. However, Nebuchadnezzar I was later defeated by the Assyrian king Ashur-resh-ishi I. Kutulutesh in Shushanak then fled to Anshan, but he later returned to Susa. His brother, Shilhana Hamru Lagamar, may have followed him as the last king of the Shuthrakid dynasty. After Kutulutesh in Shushanak, the power of the Elamite Empire significantly declined. Following his death, Elam disappeared into obscurity for more than 3 centuries. The Neo-Elamite period, circa 1100 to 770 BC. This period is poorly documented, and little is known. It's the first half of the Neo-Elamite period, where things were wrapped in confusion and nobody really knew what to do. Anshan retained some Elamite influence. There were apparent but unsuccessful alliances involving Elamites, Babylonians, Chaldeans, and other groups against the seemingly unstoppable Neo-Assyrian Empire. Mar-Bita Apla-Ushur, 984 to 979 BC, was a Babylonian king with Elamite origins, and Elamites were reported to have unsuccessfully fought alongside the Babylonian king Marduk-Balassu-Ikbi against the Assyrian forces led by Shamshi-Adad V. In the later Neo-Elamite period, witnessed a notable migration of Indo-European-speaking Iranians to the Iranian plateau. Assyrian sources from around 800 BC distinguish the powerful Medes, including the actual Medes, Persians, Parthians, Saggatians, and many other minor tribes and groups. Among these groups were the Parsu, first recorded in 844 BC, living on the southeastern shore of Lake Urmia. By the end of this period, these Iranian peoples would contribute to renaming the Elamites' original home, the Iranian plateau, as Persia proper. That's where the name comes from. Of course, it hasn't been called Persia in over 100 years, but we know them as Iran now, but hey, it's still Persia to me. Assyria conquered these newly arrived Iranian people, and they were largely considered vassals of the Neo-Assyrian Empire until the late 7th century. So, unfortunately, the naming party was celebrated a little bit too quickly. In the late 8th century BC, the Elamites allied with the Chaldean chieftain Merodach-Baladan to support Babylonian independence from Assyria. However, these efforts were generally unsuccessful. The Assyrian domination over Babylon was reinforced by Sennacherib, who defeated the Elamites, Chaldeans, and the Babylonians. Elamite resistance continued, however. They weren't taking it lying down at all, with Shutruk-Nakhunte II facing defeats in 710 and 708 BC by Sargon's troops. Subsequent rulers like Kumbanigash and Shutruk-Nakhunte II faced challenges against Assyrian dominance, with Sennacherib invading and ravaging Elam in response. In 694 BC, Shutruk-Nakhunte II was murdered by his own brother. Who would have thought? How terrible. That brother's name was Kalushu. What are you doing, Kalushu? Stop it. Who briefly captured by the Assyrian governor of Babylon and the city of Babylon. Well, that's a shame for Shutruk-Nakhunte II, isn't it? However, Sennacherib responded by invading and destroying Elam. Well, perhaps we cannot use the strong word destroyed, but it was certainly hanging on by a thread at this point. Following internal conflicts in Elam, the reigns of Kuma-Menanu III and Kuma-Kaldesh I, Kuma-Kaldesh II as well saw a deterioration of Elamite-Babylonian relations. These rulers engaged in raids against Sippar and faced challenges from the Assyrians. The period also witnessed a failed revolt by an ethnically Elamite governor in Babylonia. His name was Nabu-Zeraki-Tilisir, and that was a revolt against Assyria. Unfortunately, it resulted in his capture and execution by the Elamite king. Bad luck. During the reign of Utarku, 674 to 664 BC, Elam initially maintained friendly relations with the Assyrian king Ashurbanipal, who even sent wheat to Susiana during a famine. That's quite nice of him. However, these relations were, like all the other good relations with the Babylonians and Assyrians at that time, very short-lived, and Utarku was killed in battle during a failed Elamite attack on Assyria. His successor, Tempti Kuma in Shushinak, 664 to 653 BC, also attempted an attack on Assyria, and, spoiler alert, he also was defeated. A run of bad luck for the Elamite kings, indeed. Following the Battle of Ulai in 653 BC, Ashurbanipal defeated Tempti Kuma in Shushinak, and Susa itself was sacked and occupied by the Assyrians. Now, in that same year, the Assyrian vassal Median state to the north fell to invading Scythians and Cimmerians. The Parsu, or the Persians, were displaced to Anshan, which their kings Teispes captured, turning it into an Indo-Iranian kingdom under Assyrian dominance. The Assyrians successfully subjugated and drove the Scythians and Cimmerians from their Iranian colonies, and the Persians, Medes, and Parthians remained vassals of Assyria. The brief respite for the Elamites occurred during the civil war between Ashurbanipal and his brother Shamash-shum-ukin, the vassal of Babylon. Elamites supported Shamash-shum-ukin, but were also involved in internal conflicts. Following the fall of Babylon in 648 BC, Elamite kings faced rebellions and civil wars, with short reigns and frequent usurpations. Sensing an opportunity, Ashurbanipal devastated Susiana in 646 BC, sacking Susa and installing vassal kings. The last Elamite king, Kumar-Kaldesh III, was captured in 640 BC by Ashurbanipal, and that led to the annexation and proper destruction of Elam. Now we have something very special. It's a tablet that was unearthed in 1854 by Austin Henry Layard during that golden age of archaeology in the Near East. And it's one where Ashurbanipal is boasting and bragging about the destruction he had wrought. Now that's some toxic masculinity. And well, we can read from the tablet now. And I quote, Susa, the great holy city, abode of their gods, seat of their mysteries, I conquered. I entered its palaces. I opened their treasuries where silver and gold and goods and wealth were amassed. I destroyed the ziggurat of Susa. I smashed its shining copper horns. I reduced their temples of Elam to naught. Their gods and goddesses I scattered to the wind. Their tombs of their ancient and recent kings I devastated. I exposed them to the sun, and I carried away their bones toward the land of Ashur. I devastated the provinces of Elam, and on those lands I sowed salt. Well, he was certainly trying to finish them off. Now, if you're wondering about the salt thing, why would you sow salt into the land? Well, if you don't know, once you start salting the earth, it's very, very difficult to grow things. So while they wanted to go and destroy and sack Susa, they wanted to make sure that it was unlivable for quite a good amount of time. Well, saltiness notwithstanding, Elam's story was not over yet, which brings us into the Neo-Elamite period 3, from 646 to 539 BC. After the devastation by Ashurbanipal, a weak and fragmented Elamite rule was partially resurrected, with Shutir Nakhunte, son of Humban Umena III. The Elamite royalty in the final century preceding the Achaemenids was fragmented among different small kingdoms. The united Elamite nation had been destroyed and colonized by the Assyrians. The three kings at the close of the 7th century still referred to themselves as King of Anzan and of Susa, or enlarger of the kingdom of Anzan and Susa, even as the Achaemenid Persians were already ruling Anshan under Assyrian dominance. The Assyrian empires, which had been dominant in the region for much of the period for the first half of the 14th century BC, began to unravel after the death of Ashurbanipal in 627 BC. Internal civil wars spread throughout the empire. Taking advantage of this anarchy, the Iranian Medes, Parthians, Persians, and Sagartians, who had been subject to Assyria since their arrival in 1000 BC, managed to actually free themselves in 616 BC. Under the leadership of Cyaxares, king of the Medes, Persians, Parthians, Sagartians, an alliance of former vassals of Assyria, including Nabopolassar of Babylon and Chaldea, as well as the Scythians and Cimmerians, attacked the the now weakened Assyria. Between 616 BC and 599 BC, they conquered the vast Assyrian Empire. The major cities in Assyria were gradually taken, with Nineveh falling in 612 BC. Elam, already destroyed and subjugated by Assyria, became easy prey for the Median-dominated Iranian peoples. It was incorporated into the Median Empire and the later Achaemenid Empire. Assyria suffered a similar fate. The prophet Ezekiel describes the status of their power in the 12th year of the Hebrew-Babylonian captivity in 587 BC. And I speak from Ezekiel 32:24 now. There is Elam in all her multitude, all around her grave, all of them slain, fallen by the sword, who have gone down uncircumcised to the lower parts of the earth, who caused their terror in the land of the living. Now they bear their shame with those who go down to the pit. Well, Ezekiel, I think you can spare us from the circumcision, please. Thank you. In the final Elamite kings, including Kumamenanu, Shilhak-iln-Shushinak II, and so on, held titles with diminishing significance, culminating in Temptikuna in Shushinak, using no honorific at all. In 540 BC, Achaemenid rule commenced in Susa, marking the end of Elamite autonomy and the incorporation of the region into the expanding Achaemenid Empire. And finally, going to something a little more recent. The word Elam came back some half a century later. Let's read about Elymais. Elymais became notable as the site where Antiochus the Great met his death while pillaging a temple of Bel in 187 BC. After the decline of the Achaemenid Empire and the Seleucid Empire, a new dynasty of Elamite rulers managed to emerge, governing Elymais from 147 BC all the way to 224 AD. During this period, Elymais was typically under the suzerainty of the Parthian Empire, until the establishment of a unified Sasanian Empire in 224 AD. The Assyrians, through their conquests, had led to the destruction of the Elamite nation. After the decline of Assyrian power, various polities emerged in the region. Iranian tribes, present round Lake Urmia, north of Elam since the 9th century BC, benefited from the Assyrian decline. Thespes, son of Achaemenes, conquered Elamite Anshan in the mid-7th century BC, laying the foundation for the Persian Empire's expansion. Despite the political end of Elam as an independent power during the Achaemenid period, Elamite cultural traditions managed to persist. Indigenous Elamite practices influenced Achaemenid culture, seen in the titles used by Cyrus the Great, the clothing worn by Cambyses I, and even the use of Elamite as an official language. There was also the continuation of Elamite religious practices. The Elamites played a crucial role in introducing Mesopotamian achievements to the tribes of the Iranian plateau. That old name, Elam, persisted into the Hellenistic period, appearing as Elymais. designating a semi-independent state under Parthian suzerainty from the 2nd century BC to the early 3rd century AD. In the New Testament, from Acts 2:8-9, the language of the Elamites is mentioned at Pentecost. Elam continued to be a significant metropolitan province of the Church of the East from 410 onwards, surviving all the way into the 14th century. There are also proposals connecting the promise of the restoration of Elam in Jeremiah 49:39 to the Carmelite history in present-day India. Well, there you have it. The Elamites, all the way from 6,000 years ago, who managed to hold on, if only just by a thread, all the way to Hellenistic times. And that is the end now for our history of the Elamites. I would like to thank you again for joining me. I hope you enjoyed this video as much as I enjoyed performing the research and reading the script. I would like to remind you, if you enjoy this kind of content, I'm a new channel, so allow me to receive that dopamine hit that I get when a new subscriber joins the crew. Well, if you are so inclined to do so, thank you very much. But if you would like to just close your eyes now and fall away to sleep, I will leave you with the sounds of the fire, and I will wish you... Hello everyone, welcome back to ASMR Historian. I am of course here with you again to talk about our Bronze Age societies, and today we're going to talk about a lesser known one. It's all the way south of Egypt. Now, while it is lesser known, that doesn't mean that it's any less than the others in terms of how much we should value it on the historical scale, because this kingdom of Nubia definitely had a greater impact on history than it's given credit for. So, as you find a comfortable place and relax into this video, I remind you to like and subscribe if you enjoy the content. And now let us begin for our full history of the Nubians. Nubia is a region along the Nile River, extending from the first cataract south of Aswan in Egypt to the confluence of the Blue and White Niles in Khartoum, Sudan. It was home to the Kerma culture, an early African civilization lasting from around 2500 to 1500 BC, when it was conquered by the New Kingdom of Egypt. Nubia hosted the Kingdom of Kush, which ruled Egypt during the 25th dynasty. In later centuries, Nubia faced invasions and annexations by Greeks and Romans. The collapse of Kush in the 4th century AD led to the Ethiopian kingdom of Aksum's invasion and the emergence of the Christian kingdoms like Nabatea, Makuria, and Aludia. Makuria and Aludia endured for about a millennium before Nubia's partition in the 16th century, with the Ottomans controlling the north and the Sennar Sultanate to the south. This period also witnessed rapid Islamization and partial Arabization. Nubia later reunited with the Khedivate state of Egypt in the 19th century. Today, the Nubian region is divided between Egypt and Sudan. The study of ancient Nubia is referred to as Nubiology, primarily focusing on archaeological research. The historical linguistic landscape of Nubia included two main varieties of Nubian languages, such as Nubin, Dongolawi, Mido, and other related dialects in the northern part of Nubia Mountains and in South Kordofan. Additionally, the Birgid language was spoken north of Niala in Darfur, but became extinct by around 1970. Regarding the ancient Kerma culture in southern and central Nubia, also referred to as Upper Nubia, the linguistic identity is remaining uncertain. Some research suggests a connection to the Cushitic branch of the Afro-Asiatic languages, while more recent studies propose that the Kerma culture belonged to the Eastern Sudanic branch of the Nilo-Saharan languages. Other groups in northern or lower Nubia north of Kerma, like the C group culture in the Blemiers, are believed to have spoken a Cushitic language before the influence of Eastern Sudanic languages from southern or upper Nubia. Nubia was traditionally divided into three main regions along the Nile, categorized as Upper, Middle, and Lower Nubia. The terms Lower and Upper indicated positions downstream, closer to the north, and upstream, closer to the south, respectively. This is the same way that we refer to the Nile River in Egypt. Lower Nubia encompassed the area between the first and second cataracts, within the present borders of Egypt. Middle Nubia covered the region between the second and third cataracts, while Upper Nubia extended south of the third cataract. And now we know where Nubia is. Let's begin from the earliest knowledge we have. That's the prehistory of Nubia, around 6000 to 3500 BC. Archaeological evidence reveals extensive histories of fishing, hunting, gathering, and later herding practices in the Nile Valley. One notable site is Afad 23 in the Afad region of southern Dongola Reach, northern Sudan, featuring well-preserved remains of prehistoric camps, including relics of the world's oldest open-air hut dating back to 50,000 years. In southern Nubia, near modern-day Khartoum, from the 9th to the 6th millennial calendar BC, Khartoum Mesolithic fisher hunter-gatherers developed advanced pottery. Around 5000 BC, Nubian inhabitants embraced the Neolithic Revolution, domesticating sheep, goats, and cattle as the Sahara Desert became drier. Saharan rock reliefs depict scenes suggesting a cattle cult, a phenomenon observed in eastern Africa and the Nile Valley. Nubian rock art from the Neolithic period illustrates hunters using bows and arrows, foreshadowing the later development of Nubian archer culture. Megaliths uncovered at Nabta Playa represent one of the earliest known astronomical devices globally, predating Stonehenge by almost 2,000 years. The complexity observed in these structures, with indications of varying levels of authority within the society, likely influenced the organizational structure of both the Neolithic society at Nabta and the subsequent Old Kingdom of Egypt. Joseph Vogel wrote that the period when sub-Saharan Africa was most influential in Egypt was a time when neither Egypt, as we understand it clearly, nor the Sahara, as we understand it geographically, even existed. The populations and cultures now found south of the desert roamed far to the north. The culture of Upper Egypt, which became dynastic Egyptian civilization, could fairly be called a Sudanese transplant. According to British Africanist Basil Davidson, the ancient Egyptians were part of a broader community that stretched from the Red Sea to the Atlantic Ocean, sharing a common Saharan Sudanese culture. Their cultural roots were not limited to a specific Egyptian or Near Eastern heritage, but were intertwined with the larger community in the region, incorporating influences from the same source over time. They also assimilated individuals from the Near East into their society. Biological anthropologists Shomarka Keita and A.J. Boyce found that crania from southern pre-dynastic Egypt, dating from the formative period, which is around 4000 to 3100 BC, exhibited greater similarity to the crania of ancient Nubians, Kushites, Saharans, or modern groups from the Horn of Africa. In contrast, they were less similar to the crania of dynastic northern Egyptians, or ancient or modern southern Europeans. Archaeological evidence indicates that population settlements in Nubia date back to the late Pleistocene era and continued from the 5th millennium BC onwards. Conversely, evidence of human presence in the Egyptian Nile Valley during these periods is described as none or scanty, possibly due to changes in site preservation. Scholars propose that the African origins of Egyptian civilization emerged from pastoral communities in both the Egyptian and Sudanese regions of the Nile Valley during the 5th millennium BC. Dietrich Wildung, in 2018, analyzed Eastern Saharan pottery styles and Sudanese stone sculptures. His examination led to the suggestion that these artifacts were transmitted across the Nile Valley, influencing the pre-dynastic Egyptian culture during the Neolithic period. Around 3500 BC, the early A group culture, or the second Nubian culture, emerged in Lower Nubia. These sedentary agriculturalists engaged in trade with the Egyptians, exporting gold. Archaeological evidence, including large amounts of Egyptian commodities found in the A group graves, supports the theory of this trade. Imports included gold objects, copper tools, amulets, beads, seals, stone vessels, and various pots. The Nubians during this period developed distinctive black-topped red pottery. The A group population exhibited ethnic similarities to pre-dynastic Egyptians in physical characteristics. By 3100 BC, the A group transitioned from the early to classical phases. Notably, royal burials were identified at Kustal and possibly Sayala. During this time, the wealth of A group kings rivaled that of the contemporary Egyptian kings, with royal graves containing gold, and elaborately decorated pottery. Some scholars suggest shared royal symbols between Nubian A-group rulers and early Egyptian pharaohs, supported by similarities in rock art between A-group Nubia and Upper Egypt. Excavations at Custil by the University of Chicago Oriental Institute in the 1960s uncovered artifacts featuring images associated with Egyptian pharaohs. Archaeologist Bruce Williams concluded that Egypt and Nubia's A-group culture shared the same official culture, participated in complex dynastic developments, and were both part of the broader East African substratum. He suggested that Custil could have been the seat of Egypt's founding dynasty, Egypt rather. However, many scholars disagree with this hypothesis. David O'Connor noted that the Custil incense burner indicates a pivotal change from pre-dynastic to dynastic Egyptian monumental art. Yet, some scholars also dispute this, pointing to more recent finds in Egypt, suggesting that the iconography originated there, and the Custil rulers merely adopted or emulated Egyptian pharaonic symbols. David Wengrow highlighted the limited understanding of the 4th millennium BCE A-group polity due to most archaeological remains being submerged under Lake Nasser. Frank Yurko noted that the pharaonic iconography was concentrated in Upper Egyptian Naqada culture and A-group Nubia, challenging the Mesopotamian influence argument for Egyptian writing. The archaeological cemeteries at Custil are inaccessible for further excavations due to the flooding of Lake Nasser. The earliest representations of pharaonic iconography, dated between 3200 and 3100 BC, have been unearthed from Nag el-Hamdulab in Aswan, southern Egypt, bordering Sudan. And now a little more on the Egyptian relevance to the Nubians, as it seems that these two cultures are very much intertwined with each other. We may ask the question, who came first, the Egyptians or the Nubians? Well, perhaps if we continue, we will find out. Writing in Egypt emerged around 3300 BC, and in that writing, Nubia was referred to as Ta Seti, or the land of the bow, due to the Nubians' expertise in archery. Recent studies indicate distinctions between Naqada people and Nubian A-group people in pottery styles, burial practices, grave goods, and site distribution, suggesting much different cultures than we previously thought. Catherine Bard notes the scarcity of Nubian craft goods in Naqada cultural burials, indicating limited interest in A-group goods in northern regions. Anthropologists also find very little evidence of Nubian origin for the pharaohs of the first dynasty at Abydos. Despite this, biological anthropological studies show close relations between Badarian and Naqada people and Nubian and other tropical African populations. The proto-dynastic kings indeed emerged from the Naqada region. Early Kerma, 3000 to 2400 BC. Between 3000 and 1500 BC, a nomadic herder culture known as the Gash group was prevalent to the east and west of Nubia. In Lower Nubia, the A group transitioned from the classical to terminal phase. During this period, kings at Kustul likely exerted control over all of Lower Nubia, showcasing political centralization. The A group culture extended around 3100 to 2100 BC, 2900 rather, possibly destroyed by the rulers of Egypt's first dynasty. For the next 600 years, there are no records of settlement in Lower Nubia, with Old Kingdom Egyptian dynasties controlling uninhabited Lower Nubia and raiding the upper parts. Early Kerma C group, 2400 to 1550 BC. The pre-Kerma culture evolved into a middle phase Kerma group, with some A group individuals transiting to C group, settling and coexisting with the pre-Kerma group. Both groups, like other Nubian cultures, produced red pottery with black tops, albeit with distinct shapes. The C group's presence in Upper Nubia disappeared by 2000 BC, giving way to the dominance of Kerma culture in Upper Nubia. Around 1700 BC, the influence of an independent Upper Nubia strengthened, ultimately dominating Lower Nubia. Egyptian records by 1650 BC began referring to only two Nubian kingdoms, Kush centered at Kerma and Shat centered on the Sai Island. Some argue that Kush ruled all of Upper Nubia, as evidenced by larger royal graves in Kush compared to Shat, and Egyptian texts predominantly mention Kush over Shat, which leads us to believe that Shat was indeed a minor, if not insignificant, vassal kingdom. By 2400 BC, C group Nubians resettled Lower Nubia, leading to increased trade between Egypt and Nubia, resulting in enhanced wealth and stability. Nubia became divided into several small kingdoms during this period. There is ongoing debate regarding the origins of the C group people, who thrived from 2500 BC to 1500 BC, with some considering them an internal evolution, while others propose an external invasion. The C group culture, prevalent in Lower Nubia from 2400 to 1650 BC, marked a transition from the A group culture. Despite close proximity, Nubians did not extensively assimilate Egyptian culture, except for certain instances like the 15th dynasty, isolated Nubian communities in Egypt, and specific bowman communities. C group pottery is identified by incised geometric lines, with white infill and impressed imitations of basketry. Egypt controlled Lower Nubia from 2000 to 1700 BC, and later, heading further south, controlled Upper Nubia from 1700 to 1525 BC. Between 2200 and 1700 BC, the Pangrave culture emerged in Lower Nubia, with some individuals likely being the Magi, arriving from the desert east of the Nile River. shallow grave burials characterized the pan-grave culture, and there was interactions with the sea group, though pan-grave pottery had less intricate incised lines and more undecorated spaces within geometric schemes compared to the sea group. In 2300 BC, Nubia was first mentioned in the Old Kingdom Egyptian accounts of trade missions. Lower Nubia was referred to as Wawat, Irjet, and Setju, while Upper Nubia was called Yam. There is a possibility that Irjet and Setju could have also been located in Upper Nubia, but that remains a topic of debate. Nubians dwelling near the river, however, had a different name, and they were referred to as Nehasyu. From Aswan, the southern limit of Egyptian control at the time, still a city today, Egyptians imported various goods, including gold, incense, ebony, copper, ivory, and exotic animals from tropical Africa through Nubia. Relations between Egyptians and Nubians involved peaceful cultural exchange, cooperation, and even mixed marriages. Nubian bowmen who settled at Gebelin during the First Intermediate Period married the Egyptian women, were buried in Egyptian style, and eventually became indistinguishable from the Egyptians, becoming a part of their local culture. Older scholarship suggested that some Egyptian pharaohs might have had Nubian ancestry. Richard Loban proposed that Mentuhotep II of the 11th dynasty, and I quote, was quite possibly of Nubian origin, and mentioned historical evidence indicating that Amenemhet I, the founder of the 12th dynasty, had a Ta-Seti, or Nubian mother. Remember, Ta-Seti is a reference to their archery skills. Dietrich Wildung, as we aforementioned, also argued that Nubian features were common in Egyptian iconography since the pre-dynastic era, and several pharaohs, such as Khufu and Mentuhotep II, were represented with these Nubian features. During the Middle Kingdom of Egypt, there was a period of withdrawal, but Lower Nubia was eventually conquered from 2000 to 1700 BC. King Sesostris I began building towns below the Second Cataract, with fortresses, enclosures, and drawbridges around 1900 BC. Sesostris III expanded the kingdom into Nubia from 1866 to 1863 BC, erecting massive river forts to control trade routes. Egyptian garrisons coexisted with local Nubian people, albeit having limited interactions with them. The term that we have mentioned once or perhaps twice from memory, Magi, referred to a nomadic desert dwellers east of the Nile in ancient Egypt. The Magi became part of the Egyptian military, serving as garrison troops in fortifications in Nubia and patrolling the deserts to prevent attacks on Egyptian assets. They were crucial in protecting royal and religious complexes, especially in Thebes and surrounding areas. After the First Intermediate Period, the Magi district was no longer mentioned in written records. During the Middle Kerma phase, the classic Kerma culture emerged, becoming the first Nubian kingdom to unify much of the region. Named after its royal capital at Kerma, it was one of the earliest urban centers in the Nile region, and the oldest city in Africa outside of Egypt. The Kerma group likely spoke either languages of the Cushitic branch, or, according to more recent research, Nilo-Saharan languages of the Eastern Sudanic branch. By 1650 BC, in the classical Kerma phase, the kings of Kerma demonstrated significant power, organizing labor for monumental town walls and large mud brick structures like the eastern and western defufas, 50 by 25 by 18 meters. Quite impressive. They also had rich tombs with possessions for the afterlife, and conducted large human sacrifices. George Andrew Reisner excavated sites at the royal city of Kerma, revealing distinctive Nubian architecture, such as large pebble-covered tombs, about 90 meters in diameter. Now that's a big tomb. And a large circular dwelling right next to a large palace-like structure. So this wasn't some desert-dwelling tribe. They were really building some impressive things. Execration texts indicate that classic Kerma rulers employed a significant number of Egyptians. So the Nubians were giving Egyptians jobs in construction. And the Egyptians would come over to the Nubian side and work for their beer and barley, if it was anything like the pay structure of their local country. The Kerma culture exhibited militaristic characteristics, evident in archers' burial and the presence of Bronze Age daggers and swords in their graves. Nubia's military prowess is further demonstrated by the frequent involvement of Nubians in Egypt's military and the construction of numerous fortresses by Egypt to defend its southern border from the Nubians. Despite attempts at assimilation, the Nubian elite remained rebellious during Egyptian occupation, leading to numerous conflicts and rebellions under almost every single reign until the 20th dynasty. At one point, the kingdom of Kush, centered around Kerma, came close to conquering Egypt, delivering a devastating defeat. Egypt suffered serious consequences, and if the Kerma forces had chosen to stay and occupy Egypt, they may have permanently eliminated the Egyptians, bringing the nation to extinction. During Egypt's second intermediate period, the Kushites reached the height of their Bronze Age power and controlled southern trade with Egypt. They maintained diplomatic ties with the Thebans and the Hyksos until the new kingdom pharaohs brought all of Nubia under Egyptian rule from 1500 to 1070 BC. After 1070 BC, hostilities with Egypt only continued, leading Nubians to concentrate in Upper Nubia. That's the lower part, remember. So they were fleeing away from the Egyptian border areas. Within 200 years, a fully formed Kushite state based at Napata began exerting its influence on Upper or Southern Egypt. When the Middle Kingdom Egyptians withdrew from the Napata region around 1700 BC, they left a lasting legacy that merged with indigenous sea group customs. Egyptians who remained at the garrison towns started to integrate with the C group Nubians in Lower Nubia. The C group quickly adopted Egyptian customs and culture, as evidenced by their graves, and coexisted with the remaining Egyptians in garrison towns. After Upper Nubia annexed Lower Nubia around 1700 BC, the Kingdom of Kush began to control the area. At this point, C group Nubians and Egyptians began to declare their allegiance to the Kushite king in their inscriptions. Egypt conquered both Lower and Upper Nubia from 1500 to 1070 BC. However, the Kingdom of Kush survived longer than Egypt. After the Theban 17th dynasty of the New Kingdom of Egypt, from 1532 to 1070 BC, expelled the Canaanite Hyksos from Egypt, their imperial ambitions turned towards Nubia. By the end of Thutmose I's reign, 1520 BC, all of Lower Nubia had been annexed. After a prolonged campaign, Egypt also conquered the Kingdom of Kerma in Upper Nubia, and held both areas until 1070 BC. The Egyptian Empire expanded into the Fourth Cataract, and a new administrative center was built at Napata, which became a gold and incense production area. Egypt became a prime source of gold in the Middle East. Nubians were an integral part of the New Kingdom Egyptian society. Some scholars argue that Nubians were included, in the 18th dynasty of Egypt's royal family. Ahmose Nefertari, considered by some as arguably the most venerated woman in Egyptian history, was thought by scholars like Flinders Petrie to be of Nubian origin, because she is often depicted with black skin. The mummy of Ahmose Nefertari's father, Sekhantare-Tau, has been described as presenting tightly curled, woolly hair and strong Nubian features. In 1098 to 1088 BC, Thebes witnessed a civil war-like conflict between the high priest of Amun of Thebes, Amenhotep, and the viceroy of Kush, Panahesi, who was a Nubian. The conflict led to chaos, with many tombs being plundered. Eventually, Panahesi was appointed the director of granaries and stationed his troops in Thebes to protect his city. However, this resembled a military occupation to the high priest, and a civil war quickly began. By 1082 BC, Ramesses XI sent help to the high priest. Although Panahesi initially succeeded and ruled Lower Nubia until his death, the new leadership recaptured former Egyptian holdings in the region. Herihor's descendants became the rulers of Egypt's 21st and 22nd dynasties. Competing theories exist regarding the origins of the Kushite kingdoms of the 25th dynasty. Some scholars believe that they were Nubian officials who learned state-level organization by administering Egyptian-held Nubia from 1500 to 1070 BC, such as the rebel viceroy of Kush, Panahesi, who ruled Upper Nubia and some of Lower Nubia after Egyptian forces withdrew. Other scholars suggest that they are descended from families of Egyptianized Nubian elites, supported by Egyptian priests or settlers. The children of elite Nubian families were sent to be educated in Egypt, and then returned to Kush to be appointed in bureaucratic positions to ensure their loyalty. During the Egyptian occupation of Nubia, there were temple towns with Egyptian cults, but production and redistribution were based mostly on indigenous social structures. The El-Kuru chiefdom likely played a major role in the development of the Kingdom of Kush due to its access to gold-producing areas, control of caravan routes, more farmable land, and the participation in international trade. The early Ul-Kuru burials resembled Nurian Kerma Sea Group traditions, but by 880 to 815 BC, Nubian burials at El-Kuru became more Egyptian in style. Alara, the first El-Kuru prince, and his successor, Kashta, were buried here at El-Kuru. Later documents mention Alara as the 25th dynasty's founder, central to a myth of the origins of the kingdom. Alara's sister was the priestess of Amun, creating a system of royal succession and an ideology of royal power in which Kushite concepts and practice were united with contemporary Egyptian concepts of kingship. Kashta's daughter, the Kushite princess Amenediris, was installed as God's wife of Amun-elect and latter divine adoratrice, signaling the Kushite conquest of Egyptian territories. The Napatan Empire ushered in the age of Egyptian archaism, characterized by a return to a historical past and a concentrated effort at religious renewal and the restoration of Egypt's holy places. The Kushite kings expanded and restored Egyptian monuments and temples, deeply influenced by Egyptian culture. By 780 BC, Amun was the main god of Kush, and intense contacts with Thebes were maintained. Kush used Egyptian methods of art and writing, adopting many Egyptian customs and giving their children Egyptian names. Although some Nubian customs and beliefs continued to be practiced, Egyptianized dominated ideas, practices, and iconography reached their peak during the times of both Kashta and Pie. Under Kashta's rule, he peacefully became the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, with his daughter Amenediris serving as the divine adoratrice of Amun in Thebes. The rulers of the 23rd dynasty withdrew from Thebes to Heracleopolis, avoiding conflict with the new Kushite rulers of Thebes. During Kashta's reign, the Kushite elite and professional classes became significantly Egyptianized. Napata served as the spiritual capital of Kush, and it was from there that Pie invaded and took control of Egypt. Pie personally led the attack on Egypt and commemorated his victory in the Stele of Victory that we may now find, I believe, in the Louvre Museum. Pie's success was attributed to Kushite ambition, political skill, and the Theban decision to reunify Egypt. He used the royal titulary of Thutmose III, but changed the Horus name to emphasize the shift of power from Thebes to Napata. Pie also revived pyramid construction and built the oldest known pyramid at El-Kuru. According to the revised chronology, Shebitku extended Kush's empire to the delta and reportedly had Bokhorest, dynasty of Sais, burned to death. Shabaka, and the later transferred capital to Memphis. Taharka, Shebitku's successor, ruled Upper and Lower Egypt from Tanis in the delta. His reign was marked by prosperity, with a large Nile flood and abundant crops and wine. Taharqa supported the Temple of Amun in Kawa with substantial gold donations, and led successful military campaigns against various neighboring tribes. Taharqa's imperial ambitions brought conflict with the Assyrian Empire, however. In 701 BC, Taharqa, along with his army, aided Judah and King Hezekiah in withstanding a siege by King Sennacherib of Assyria. There are various theories about why the Assyrians failed to take Jerusalem. Sennacherib's annals record Judah being forced into tribute after the siege, but contradictions arise, and Assyria faced disruptions after Sennacherib's death in 681. In 679 BC, Sennacherib's successor, King Esarhaddon, campaigned in Kor, destroyed Sidon, and forced Tyre into tribute in 677 to 676 BC. Esarhaddon invaded Egypt in 674 BC, but according to Babylonian records, Taharqa and his army defeated the Assyrians. In 672, Taharqa bought reserve troops from Cush, and Tyre's king Balu put his trust in Taharqa. Evidence suggests that Ashkelon was also formed in an alliance with Egypt. Taharqa was defeated in 671 BC, when Esarhaddon conquered northern Egypt, captured Memphis, and imposed tribute before withdrawing. The pharaoh Taharqa escaped to the south, but Esarhaddon captured his family and sent them to Assyria. In 669 BC, Taharqa reoccupied Memphis and the delta, recommencing intrigues with the king of Tyre. After Esarhaddon's death in 668 BC, Ashurbanipal led the Assyrians and defeated Taharqa again, advancing as far south as Thebes. However, direct Assyrian control was not established. The Assyrians appointed Necho I as a vassal ruler in Egypt, with his son Psamtik I educated in Nineveh. In 665 BC, vassal rulers of Sais, Mendes, and Pelusium were still making overtures to Taharqa. The vassals' plot was uncovered, and all rebels except Necho of Sais were executed. Rest in peace. Taharqa's successor, Tantamani, sailed north from Napata and was ritually installed as the king of Egypt in Thebes. He reconquered Egypt as far north as Memphis, restoring order to temples and cults. After conquering Sais and killing Assyria's vassal Necho I in Memphis, Tantamani faced resistance from local dynasties who either surrendered or withdrew to their fortresses. The Kushites held influence over northern neighbors for nearly 100 years, until being repelled by the Assyrians. The Assyrians installed the native 26th dynasty of Egypt under Psamtik I, permanently forcing the Kushites out of Egypt around 590 BC. The Kushite capital at Napata was then sacked by the Egyptians in 592. Now, the Kushite kingdom survived for another 900 years, being pushed all the way south to Meroe. The Egyptianized culture of Nubia became increasingly Africanized after the fall of the 25th dynasty, although Queen Amashinakate temporarily arrested this trend when she acceded in 45 BC. However, it did continue unchecked afterwards. Now, the story of the Nubians is not quite over. As I said, they were pushed south to Meroe, that great city, all the way down Nile. Something that requires its own video. The list is growing ever longer of videos that I must make. But as long as there's somebody out there listening, and as long as somebody is smiling when they hear these videos, then I will keep making them, regardless of the effort required and the hours that I put into this. I enjoy it. Welcome back, everyone. It's good to see you again. If you're new to the channel, welcome. I'm the ASMR historian, here to guide you off to sleep, or just accompany you while you busy yourself with your day-to-day tasks. Something of value in the background, the wonders of the ancient world. And we continue our exploration today into those Bronze Age civilizations that continue to perplex us into the modern era. So if you would like to join me, find a comfortable place, and we can begin our full history of Troy. Troy, known as Troia in Turkish, Thrisa in Hittite, or Ilion in Greek, was a city situated in present-day Hisarlik, Turkey, famous for its role in the Greek myth of the Trojan War. The archaeological site is now a tourist attraction and has been designated a UNESCO World Heritage Site since 1998. Over its 4,000 years of existence, Troy went through cycles of destruction and reconstruction, resulting in 9 distinct archaeological layers. Each layer corresponds to a city built on the remnants of the previous one, with Troy 1 as the earliest and Troy 9 as the most recent. Established around 3600 BC, Troy evolved into a small fortified city 600 years later in 3000 BC, and this is the city that we call Troy 1, the earliest city that we have. Notably, Troy 2 stood out for its prosperity and impressive architecture. During the late Bronze Age, the city, known as Wilusa, was a vassal of the Hittite Empire, and I've spoken extensively about the Hittite Empire in a separate video. The latter layers, Troy 8 to 9, represented Greek and Roman cities, drawing tourists and serving as religious centers due to their association with the mythical traditions. Even in those days it was such a popular topic. Heinrich Schliemann and Frank Calvert initiated the first excavations in 1871, revealing the remains of various earlier settlements beneath the classical city. Some layers resembled descriptions of Troy in literature, prompting scholars to speculate about a factual basis for the legends. Subsequent excavations expanded our understanding, but the connection between myth and reality still remains unclear. And there is no real conclusive evidence supporting a Greek attack on the city. In classical Greek, the city went by 2 names, Troia and Ilion or Ilios. Metrical evidence from the Iliad and the Odyssey suggests that the latter was originally pronounced Welios. These names appear to trace back to the Bronze Age, supported by Hittite records mentioning a city in northwest Anatolia as Wilusa or Troisa, generally identified with the Hisarlik site. According to Greek myth, these names were believed to have originated from the kingdom's founders, Thros, and his son, Ilus. In Latin, the city was referred to as Troia or Ilium, while in Turkish it's commonly known as Troia or Truva. And now let's explain those archaeological layers, just to give you an idea of how old the city actually is. Those 9 layers built on top of each other with each tragedy that the city faced. I think we can first begin by appreciating the resilience of the city of Troy, continuing to rebuild itself even through all of its struggles. The archaeological site of Troy encompasses the Hisarlik Hill and the surrounding fields to the south. This hill, known as a tell, consists of layers containing the remnants of over 3 millennia of human habitation. The main divisions among these layers are labeled with Roman numerals, with Troy 1 being the oldest layer and Troy 9 the most recent. Sublayers are identified by lowercase letters, for example 7a and 7b, and further subdivisions are marked with numbers, for example 7b1 and 7b2. I know it's complicated, but we're gonna go slow. Additionally, there's a significant layer called Troy 0 that predates the ones that initially assigned Roman numeral designations. To establish relative dates for these layers, archaeologists compare the artifacts found at Troy with those discovered at other sites. However, obtaining precise and absolute dates can be challenging due to the limitations in the accuracy of C14 dating techniques. And let's work from the bottom up, starting of course at that aforementioned Troy 0. Now Troy 0 is a layer that predates even the Bronze Age, identified through limited discoveries of pottery shards and wooden beams that would have most likely been foundations for housing. Its tentative dating places it around 36 to 3500 BC. And admittedly, we know really nothing about it. Maybe there is something to know, or maybe it's just the normal run-of-the-mill pottery and wooden beams. But until this point, we don't really have much information on this layer. However, Troy 1, established around 3000 BC on the eastern shore of a shallow lagoon, marked an initial settlement at the site that we know a lot more about. It was comparatively smaller than subsequent developments, encompassing a citadel of less than 1 hectare. Despite its modest size, Troy 1 distinguished itself with robust limestone fortifications that underwent regular renovations and reinforcements. Defensive structures remained a prominent feature in later periods, reflecting ongoing security concerns at this exposed coastal location. The inhabitants of Troy 1 resided in attached houses constructed from stone and mud brick. Some houses followed a Megaran layout, with one notably larger than the others. While the city layout is not entirely clear due to the limited remains that we have, the houses seemed to align parallel to the southern walls. Artifacts from this period include dark, handmade pottery, copper objects, and a monumental stone stele featuring a relief depicting an armed warrior. Troy I was established as part of a broader consolidation of settlements in the region. Its founders hailed from nearby towns like Kumtepe and Gulpinar, previously connected through cultural and economic network with the Eastern Aegean and Southeastern Europe. Troy maintained these ties, displaying similarities to sites in Thessaly, Southeastern Europe, and the Aegean locations such as Polychny and Lemnos and Thermi in Lesbos. Although it showed some connections to Anatolian sites, like Bademagasi, it hadn't yet developed those close associations with central Anatolia seen in later periods. The demise of Troy I came in the form of a fire around 2550 BC, which leads us to Troy II. Now, Troy II was established around 2550 BC, just after that terrible fire, and it displayed a distinct character, despite the absence of evidence indicating a cultural break from the previous settlement. This new city was notably quite a lot larger, which is surprising after a fire, featuring both a lower town and an expanded citadel divided into two separate precincts. The presence of colonnades dividing these precincts suggested a growing socio-political stratification within Trojan society. At the heart of the citadel were substantial Megaron-style buildings, surrounding a courtyard likely used for public events. Among them, Megaron 2A stood out as the largest known building of its kind in the Aegean Anatolian region. Protecting the citadel were formidable stone walls and towers, topped with mud brick superstructures. Two ramps provided access, with one well-preserved ramp attracting the attention of modern-day tourists. Given that the city wasn't large enough to necessitate two gates for practical reasons, some archaeologists speculated that one of the gates may have been intended for ceremonial processions. The lower city, in contrast, was safeguarded by a unique wooden palisade, nearly 3 meters wide, featuring interior buttresses and columns, with beams securely fitted into notches cut into the bedrock. This Troy II period marked the introduction of wheel-made pottery at the site, accompanied by caches of treasures indicating Trojan involvement in aristocratic competition networks. These treasures included items crafted from amber from the Baltic region, carnelian from India, and lapis from Afghanistan. That's the blue stuff, lapis lazuli. Afghanistan at the time was very famous for producing very good quality lapis lazuli. Strikingly similar items found at sites like Polyolchny and Ur led scholars to speculate that they might have been crafted by wandering jewelers, covering extensive routes throughout the ancient Near East. And if you want to know more about the ancient Near East, consider checking out my other videos on ancient Near East Bronze Age societies. There are plenty of them, Troy too faced two instances of destruction. Following the initial devastation, the citadel underwent reconstruction, featuring a dense cluster of small houses arranged on an irregular plan. The final destruction, however, occurred in 2300 BC. While some scholars have associated this destruction with a broader crisis affecting other Near Eastern sites, there is no conclusive evidence indicating that the city was destroyed through a military attack. Troy too gained notoriety for being initially misidentified as the Homeric Troy during early excavations, owing to its massive architecture, wealth of treasure hoards, and the catastrophic destruction it experienced. Heinrich Schliemann, in particular, perceived a reflection of Homer's description of Troy's Skyline Gate in the imposing western gate of Troy too. However, sorry to disappoint you, subsequent excavations revealed that the site was 1,000 years too old to have coincided contemporaneously with the Mycenaean Greeks. Disappointing. Between 2300 BC and 1750 BC, Troy continued to be inhabited, but our understanding of these layers is limited due to Heinrich Schliemann's careless excavation methods. I hate to say it, but he could have been slightly more gentle, perhaps a product of the time. In his eagerness to fully excavate the citadel of Troy too, he unfortunately destroyed much of the remains from this period without proper documentation. These settlements seem to have been smaller and less affluent than their predecessors, although it's crucial to acknowledge that this interpretation may stem from gaps in the available evidence. Within the citadel, there was a concentrated residential neighborhood as well. This means we would have had quite a large population living within the walls. Some of the walls from Troy too might have been repurposed in the construction of Troy 3. By the time of Troy 5, the city once again expanded beyond the citadel, this time to the west. Troy 4 marked the introduction of domed ovens, and in Troy 5, artifacts included Anatolian-style Red Cross bowls and imported Minoan objects. Troy 6 to 7 represented a significant late Bronze Age city, comprising a steep, fortified citadel and an extensive lower town below it. This thriving coastal city boasted a considerable population, comparable in size to second-tier Hittite settlements. With a distinctive northwest Anatolian culture, Troy 6 to 7 had extensive foreign contacts, including interactions with Mycenaean Greece. Positioned at the mouth of the Dardanelles, it has been argued that the city served as a regional capital, with its status protected by treaties. Some aspects of its architecture align with the description of mythic Troy in the Iliad, and certain sub-layers V1H, or rather 6H and 7A, exhibit potential signs of violent destruction. Consequently, these sub-layers are considered candidates for a possible historical setting for those myths. Early excavators labeled Troy 6 and 7 separately. However, contemporary research has revealed that the initial sub-layers of Troy 7 were, in fact, continuations of the earlier city. although some scholars have suggested revisiting the nomenclature to reflect this consensus. The original terms are generally retained to prevent confusion. It's all a little late to change them now, isn't it? Troy 6 thrived from approximately 1750 BC to 1300 BC. Its citadel was well structured with a series of ascending terraces, with only the outermost terrace reasonably well preserved. On this outer terrace, archaeologists uncover the remains of a freestanding multi-story houses, likely the residence of the Trojan elites. These houses, however, lacked ground floor windows, and their stone exterior walls mirrored the architectural style of the citadel fortifications. Now, please do not think of windows as in glass windows. We're just talking about holes in the wall that you would generally put some sort of thatch over when the night time came to prevent pests from getting in. Despite this, they showcased a diverse mix of architectural styles, with some adhering to the classic Megaron design, and others featuring irregular floor plans. Certain houses even exhibited potential Aegean influences, with one resembling the Megaron at Medea in the Argolid. There is speculation among archaeologists that the highest terrace may have been housing a royal palace, but many Bronze Age remnants from the hilltop were likely removed due to building projects in the classical era. The citadel of Troy 6 was enclosed by an imposing wall, and its limestone base is still visible to present-day visitors. These walls underwent periodic renovations, expanding from an initial width of 1.2 meters, or 3.9 feet, to 5 meters, 16 feet, around 1400 BC. During the Bronze Age, these walls would have been topped with wood and mud brick superstructures, reaching a height of over 9 meters, or 30 feet. The walls were constructed in a sawtooth style, consisting of 7 meters to 10 meters, 23 to 33 feet segments, joining at shallow angles. While this feature is common in the walls of Mycenaean citadels, at Troy it is also found in other buildings, suggesting a possible decorative function. Notably, the walls have a distinct slope, similar to those at sites such as Hattusa. However, they differ from contemporary Aegean and Anatolian sites in their absence of figural sculpture and their unique masonry. Unlike other sites using ashlars around a rubble core, Troy the Six walls were entirely made of closely fitted ashlars. Several rectangular watchtowers overlooked the walls, providing clear views of the Trojan plain and the sea beyond. Access to the citadel was facilitated by 5 gates leading into paved and drained cobblestone streets. Some gates featured enormous pillars serving no structural purpose, interpreted as potential religious symbols. The halls within the citadel were constructed in the Megaron style, reminiscent of the Mycenaean architecture. To the south of the citadel, the lower town covered an area of approximately 30 hectares. The discovery of a dense neighborhood just outside the city walls and traces of Bronze Age occupation further away, including huts, stone pavings, threshing floors, pithoi and waste associated with the production of purple dye. This dye, of course, being the most expensive back in the day. The Romans always put their royalty in it and didn't like it when the commoners would wear it. That being said, the commoners couldn't afford it. So all of that indicated to the drastic extent of the lower town. Evidence of its size was reinforced by a defensive ditch cut into the bedrock, potentially backed by a wall or a palisade. However, modern material evidence for such a wall is limited to post holes and cuts in the bedrock. Once again, we must use our imagination. The existence of the lower city was only revealed in the late 1980s. Now, this reveal challenged earlier assumptions that Troy 6 only occupied the hill of Hisarlik. This discovery prompted significant reassessment, revealing Troy 6 to be over 16 times larger than previously thought, transforming it from a presumed aristocratic residence into a major city with substantial population. However, as of 2013, only 2 to 3% of the lower city had been excavated. The erosion had removed nearly 2 meters of the surface, likely eradicating much of the remaining evidence. The material culture of Troy 6 is associated with a distinctive northwest Anatolian cultural group, influenced by both the Aegean and the Balkans. Local pottery styles primarily include wheel-made tanware and Anatolian greyware, both stemming from an earlier Middle Helladic tradition related to the minion ware. Initially, the greyware at Troy exhibited Aegean shapes, but by 1700 BC, it transitioned to Anatolian forms. Foreign pottery discovered at the site encompasses Minoan, Mycenaean, Cypriot, and Levantine items. Local potters also crafted imitations of foreign styles, such as the greyware and tanware pots mimicking Mycenaean shapes, particularly after 1500 BC. Despite being potentially within the Hittite sphere of influence, no Hittite artifacts have been found at Troy 6. Notably absent are the sculptures and wall paintings, common features of other Bronze Age cities. Troy 6 is also remarkable for its architectural innovations and cultural developments, including the earliest evidence of horses at the site. And if you're still listening, I'd like to invite you to subscribe to the channel, like the video if you're enjoying it, and perhaps leave your thoughts in the comments below. The language spoken in Troy 6 remains unknown. One possibility is Luwian, an Anatolian language likely spoken in the region, suggested by a biconvex seal inscribed with Anatolian hieroglyphs that was also used for Luwian. However, evidence is insufficient to conclusively establish Luwian as the spoken language, and alternatives like Greek and Lemnian Etruscan have been proposed. Hittite documents found at Hattusa suggest literacy in Troy, with potential written archives. The Alexandru Treaty and the Milawa Letter imply the presence of a written tradition in the city, possibly housed in the citadel's innermost precinct. Unfortunately, despite years and years of efforts, no documents as of yet have been recovered from the rubble. So I'd like to invite you to cross your fingers. Hopefully in the future we may unravel some of the mysteries. Troy 6, however, met its end around 1300 BC, corresponding with the sublayer Troy 6H. Destruction in this layer is marked by extensive collapsed masonry and subsidence in the southeast of the citadel, indicative of an earthquake. Alternate explanations include an internal uprising, or perhaps a foreign attack, though the absence of burning and the lack of victims in the debris raise more than a few questions about the precise cause. Troy 7A marked the final layer of the late Bronze Age city, emerging shortly after the destruction of Troy 6. Likely construction by its previous inhabitants. Builders of Troy 7A extensively reused structures from the earlier city, notably renovating its citadel wall with additional stone towers and mud brick breastworks. Numerous small houses were integrated within the city, filling spaces that were once open. In addition, new houses were erected in the lower city, which appeared to have a larger area in Troy 7A compared to Troy 6. Archaeologists discovered large storage jars known as pithoi buried in the ground within many of these houses. Despite being built by the survivors of Troy 6's destruction, Troy 7A displayed changes in its character, with the citadel becoming more densely populated and a decline in the presence of foreign imports. The city once again faced destruction in 1180 BC, roughly coinciding with the late Bronze Age collapse, but occurring after the destruction of the Mycenaean palaces. The layer of destruction showed evidence of an enemy attack, including scorch marks. Following the destruction of Troy 7A around 1180 BC, the city was reconstructed once more, and we know that as Troy 7B, with older structures including Troy 6's citadel walls once again being reused. The initial phase, Troy 7B1, appeared to be largely a continuation of Troy 7A, marked by the use of wheel-made greyware pottery alongside a new handmade style sometimes referred to as barbarian ware. Importantly, imported Mycenaean-style pottery indicated ongoing foreign trade. However, the population of the city seemed to have decreased, and reconstruction was primarily confined to the citadel. An intriguing discovery from Troy 7B1 was a hieroglyphic Luwian seal containing the names of women and a man who once worked as a scribe. This seal is significant as the only example of pre-classical writing found at the site, suggesting a potential Luwian-speaking population as aforementioned. Nevertheless, the context of its discovery poses questions, as palace bureaucracies had largely disappeared by this era. Proposed explanations include the possibility that it belonged to an itinerant freelance scribe, or that it dates from an earlier era than its find context suggests. Troy 7B2 witnessed significant cultural changes, including walls made of upright stones, and a handmade knobbed pottery style known as buckle ceramic. These changes, coexisting with older local traditions, have been interpreted as reflecting immigrant populations arriving from southwest Europe, possibly sharing an origin with the Phrygians who initiated similar cultural shifts at sites like Gordion. This layer was destroyed around 1050 BC, likely due to another earthquake. Troy 7b3, dating from the Proto-Geometric era, saw no new constructions. Evidence comes primarily from artifacts found in the West Sanctuary and terraces on the south side of the mound, challenging previous assumptions of abandonment until the Archaic era. Locally made neck-handled amphoras suggest that the continued presence of pottery industry, possibly linked to a wine or oil industry. You've got to put the wine and oil somewhere, don't you? Although Greek settlement at Troy likely began later, both the Troy 6 walls and the Troy 7a terrace house were repurposed for worship and communal feasting, as evident from animal bones, pottery, and traces of burned incense, which gives us quite a clue of what was going on in that area. Notably, the terrace house was not renovated, suggesting intentional engagement with the past. Missing the good old days, I believe. Troy 7b was destroyed by fire around 950 BC, but some houses in the citadel remained intact, and the site continued to be occupied, albeit sparsely. Troy 8 emerged during the Greek Dark Ages, and persisted all the way up until the Roman era. While the site was never entirely deserted, its transformation into a significant city was instigated by Greek immigrants who commenced construction around 700 BC. In the Archaic period, the city's defenses incorporated the repurposed citadel wall of Troy 6. Over time, these walls evolved into tourist attractions and places of worship. Unfortunately, other remnants of the Bronze Age city fell victim to the Greeks' construction projects, including the citadel's peak, where the likely location of Troy 6 Palace once stood. By the classical era, Troy 8 boasted numerous temples, a theatre, and various public buildings, experiencing a renewed expansion to the south of the citadel. Troy 8 met its demise, however, in 85 BC, subsequently being reconstructed again as Troy 9. You just cannot stop the Trojans, can't you? A series of earthquakes, though, wreaked havoc on the city around 500 AD. Yet findings from the late Byzantine era indicate continued habitation on a smaller scale, but around that time we can more or less close the book on Troy as a city. And so now we arrive at the search for Troy. How did they find the city? Well, we've already mentioned a few names, but let's go into a little more detail. In the 16th and 17th centuries, early modern travelers like Pierre Bellon and Pietro della Valle mistakenly associated Troy with Alexandria Troas, a Hellenistic town in ruins approximately 20 kilometers south of Hisarlik. By the late 18th century, Jean-Baptiste Le Chevalier proposed a location near the village of Pinabarsi, Ezin, about 5 kilometers south of the presently accepted site, which became the most commonly suggested location for almost a century. In 1822, Scottish journalist Charles MacLaren became the first to confidently identify the city's current position. The initial excavations at the site were conducted by British civil engineer John Brunton in 1855. Frank Calvert, a Turkish Levantine man of English descent who owned a nearby farm, conducted the next excavation at Hisarlik in 1865. Calvert meticulously surveyed the site and correctly identified it as the classical era Ilion. This identification played a crucial role in convincing Heinrich Schliemann that Homeric Troy might be located beneath the classical era remnants, leading to the subsequent collaboration. In 1868, German businessman Heinrich Schliemann visited Frank Calvert, obtaining permission to excavate Hisarlik. At the time, the mound measured approximately 200 meters in length and less than 150 meters in width, standing at a height of 31.2 meters above the plain and 38.5 meters above sea level. Following the approach of Calvert and others, Schliemann commenced his excavations in April 1870 by digging a trench across the mound, known today as Schliemann's Trench, reaching the depth of the settlement. Between 1871, 73, 78, and 79, as well as in 1882 and 1890, the last two of these years with William Dorpfeld, Schliemann uncovered the ruins of several ancient cities, spanning from the Bronze Age to the Roman period. Despite Schliemann's plans for another excavation season in 1891, he passed away in December of 1890. He posited that the second layer, Troy II, corresponded to the legendary city. Through subsequent research, revealed that it predated Mycenaean era by several hundred years, so this was unfortunately not correct. Among the notable finds were numerous owl-headed idols and stone axes from the lower levels. Heinrich Schliemann's excavations yielded some of the most remarkable artifacts, famously referred to as Priam's treasure, named after the legendary Trojan king. A significant portion of these artifacts found their way to the Istanbul Archaeology Museum. However, the fate of precious metal objects transported to Berlin took a dramatic turn when the Soviet Union confiscated almost all of them in 1945. Presently, these items reside in the Pushkin Museum in Moscow. And before you start having a go at the Russians, take a look at the British. They're much worse. And I speak that as a person of British descent. Schliemann's legacy has been subject of controversy, though, even during his own time, primarily due to his excavation methods. These methods included the removal of features he deemed insignificant without conducting prior studies and documentation. The archaeological phases of Troy 1 to 5 belong to prehistoric times, lacking written records and are categorized under prehistoric archaeology. However, the city transitioned into proto-history during the late Bronze Age, when references to Troy start appearing in records from other sites. Troy 8 and Troy 9 are considered historical periods, and therefore fall within the realm of recorded history. Troy 6 to Troy 7 in Hittite records, as seen in the Wilusa and Taruisa, are believed to correspond to the city known in Greek as Troy. These identifications were initially suggested in 1924 by E. Fourier, who also proposed the name Ahiyawa corresponds to the Homeric term for the Greeks, Achaeans. Linguistic similarities such as Taruisa matching the Greek Troia and Wilusa corresponding to the Greek Wilios or later Ilios also motivated these proposals and added some weight to their legitimacy. Subsequent research on Hittite geography has strengthened these identifications, although some scholars still consider them not firmly established. Wilusa first appears in Hittite records around 1400 BC as part of the Asua Confederation opposing the Hittite Empire. There is circumstantial evidence that the rebellion was supported by Ahiyawa. By the late 1300s BC, Wilusa aligned politically with the Hittites. References from this period mention kings like Kukuni and Alaksandu, who maintained peaceful relations with the Hittites, while turmoil affected other states in the region. Wilusan soldiers may have fought in the Hittite army during the Battle of Kadesh. That was against Ramesses II of Egypt at the time. Later, Wilusa experienced political turmoil, possibly related to the actions of Piamaradu, a western Anatolian warlord acting on behalf of the Ahiyawa. However, historical evidence does not explicitly connect Piamaradu to the turmoil in Wilusa. In popular interpretations, these stories are seen as potential evidence for a historical basis in the myths of the Trojan War. However, scholars caution against drawing conclusions, as there is no historical evidence for specific events from the legends, and the Hittite documents do not suggest that Wilusa Troy was directly attacked by the Greeks. Hittitologist T. Bryce emphasizes that our current understanding of Wilusa's history doesn't offer proof of an actual Trojan War, noting that limited material can be easily manipulated to fit desired conclusions. Yes, the old confirmation bias. Perhaps we're all a little guilty of it. Don't let the truth get in the way of a good story. The Iliad is a fantastic story, and I will do a video on it. But for now, we will just stick with the proper history, with all of its boring parts put in. In 480 BC, Xerxes, the king of Persia, sacrificed 1,000 cattle at Athena Ilias during his march to Greece. After the Persian defeat, Ilion became a part of Mytilene's possessions. Athens liberated Ilion in the Actaean cities and enrolled them in the Delian League. From 410 to 399, Ilion fell under Lampascus dynast's influence. Spartan Derciliades expelled the Greek garrison in 399, bringing Ilion under Spartan influence. In 387 to 386, Ilion returned under Persian control, and a statue of Ariobarzanes was erected in front of the Athena Ilias. In 360 to 359, Charidemus briefly controlled Ilion, followed by Athenian Menelaus. In 334, Alexander the Great visited Ilion, making it free and exempting it from taxes. He must have been very popular. The Koinon of Athena Ilias was founded in 311 or 306. In 302 to 281, Ilion was part of Lysimachus's kingdom. Seleucus I Nicator defeated Lysimachus in 281, and Ilion passed a decree in honor of Seleucus. After Seleucus' assassination, Antiochus I Soter became the new king, and Ilion passed a decree in his honor. During this period, Ilion lacked proper city walls, and in 278, during the Gallic invasion, the city was sacked. Ilion enjoyed a close relationship with Antiochus for the rest of his reign. In 85 BC, Ilion was destroyed by the Roman general of Fimbria, but was later rebuilt with the help of Sulla. Ilion demonstrated loyalty to Rome, receiving benefactions from Sulla in 85 BC, and Pompey after siding with Lucullus in 74 BC. In 48 BC, Gaius Julius Caesar bestowed benefactions, emphasizing the city's loyalty during the Mithridatic Wars and its mythical kingship through Aeneas. In 20 BC, Augustus visited Ilion, financing the restoration of the Athena Ilias sanctuary, the Boletarion, and the theatre. The city, renamed Ilion, thrived under Augustus, but gradually declined during the Byzantine era, especially after the establishment of Constantinople. And as I hear my dog crying for attention from the other room, we reach the end of our full history of Troy. I'd like to once again thank you for being part of this video today, and if you have listened all the way to the end, well done. You may have learned quite a lot today, and the next time somebody asks you about the city of Troy, that old ancient place veiled in mystery, you can perhaps have the pleasure of enlightening them on all the eccentricities that we've learned about it. So, for now, I'm going to leave you with the sounds of the fireplace. You may drift off to sleep, or relax, or perhaps continue on with your day. But if you are lying down with those eyes closed, ready to drift off into that place where dreams reign, then I will wish you good night and sweet dreams. Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. I'm the ASMR historian, and you are here today once again to explore the mysteries of the old world. We're continuing our theme, of course, of Bronze Age societies. And today, along with that theme, we're going to be learning all about the Assyrians. Maybe you know a little bit about them, or a lot, or perhaps you've never even heard of them. Whichever camp you fit into, you're still bound to learn something. So, if you would join me in this video, we can go down quite a rabbit hole, and by the end of it, you'll be able to understand how the Assyrians lived and what it was all about. So without further ado, let us begin. The history of the Assyrians spans nearly 5 millennia, covering the ancient Mesopotamian civilization of Assyria and the subsequent history of the Assyrian people after the fall of the Neo-Assyrian Empire in 609 BC. Modern historiography often divides the ancient Assyrian history into distinct periods based on political events and language changes. This, of course, begins with the early Assyrian period, starting from 2600 to 2025 BC. Assyria in this time was initially a city-state centered around Assur. It was referred to as Alu-Assur, the city of Ashur, during this time. And then we have the Old Assyrian period, which is from 2025 to 1364 BC. Assyria transitioned into a territorial state, marked by its expansion and increasing influence in the region. The Middle Assyrian period, from around 1363 to 912 BC. The Middle Assyrian Empire emerged during this period with rulers like Ashur-uballit I. And then, of course, after our end of the Bronze Age, going into more Iron Age, we have the Neo-Assyrian period, from 911 to 609 BC. Assyria became a major Mesopotamian empire, reaching its zenith in terms of military power and territorial expansion. After this we have the comparatively modern post-imperial period, lasting from 609 BC to AD 240. After the fall of the Neo-Assyrian Empire, the Assyrian people, of course, continued to exist, experiencing various phases under different ruling powers. The Sassanid era, Assuristan, covered the period from 240 AD to 637 AD, and the post-Islamic conquest period extends from 637 until the present day. But we will not be covering them in this video, as we are mainly sticking to Bronze Age. Throughout these millennia up to our modern day, Assyrians, of course, faced challenges including foreign rule, migrations, and attempts at assimilation. Despite the fall of their empire, the Assyrian people continued to contribute to the region's cultural and historical landscape. And now, if you're still here, I'm guessing you're interested in continuing the video, and if you are interested in this content, why not watch more of it? Keep up to date with ASMR Historian by subscribing to the channel, and if you want to help me out in the algorithm, like and leave your comments below, and you can have as many more videos of these as you want. So let's continue. Assyria derives its name from the ancient city of Assur, which was founded around 2600 BC. Throughout its early history, Assur experienced dominance by foreign states and polities from southern Mesopotamia. These include periods of subjugation under the Sumerian city of Kish, incorporation into the Akkadian Empire under Sargon of Akkad, and rule under the third dynasty of Ur. Assur became an independent city-state during the collapse of the third dynasty of Ur, achieving autonomy under Puzur-Ashur I around 2025 BC. Under Puzur-Ashur I's dynasty, Assur became a regional power with colonies in Anatolia and influence over South Mesopotamia. However, the Amorite conqueror Shamshi-Adad I seized the throne around 1808 BC, marking the period known as the Old Assyrian Empire, or the Empire of Shamshi-Adad. Following Babylonian domination in the mid-18th century BC, Assyria reasserted itself as an independent state, possibly under the leadership of King Puzur-Sin or his successor Adasi, both of whom defeated the Babylons and the Amorites. In the 15th century BC, Assyria briefly came under the suzerainty of the Mitanni kingdom. After conflicts between Mitanni and the Hittites, Ashur gained independence. Under the rule of Ashur-uballit I, circa 1363 to 1328 BC, Assyria rose to become a great power, destroying the Hurri-Mitanni Empire and annexing territories from the Hittite Empire. This marked the transition to the Middle Assyrian Empire, characterized by its status as a powerful territorial state governing a vast stretch of land in Mesopotamia, Anatolia, and the Levant. Under the leadership of warrior kings such as Adad-nirari I, Shalmaneser I, and Tukulti-Ninurta during the 14th and 13th centuries BC, the Middle Assyrian Empire rose to dominance as one of the major powers in the ancient Near East. This period saw Assyria even occupying Babylonia in the south. However, after the death of Ashur-bel-Kala in 1056 BC, Assyria entered a prolonged period of decline, occasionally interrupted by energetic warrior kings. During this decline, Assyria was restricted to its heartland and surrounding territories, although its military strength remained formidable and considered the best in the world. The 10th and 9th centuries BC witnessed renewed efforts by Assyrian kings, leading to a reversal of the decline and a resurgence of expansion. Under Ashur-nasirpal II in the early 9th century BC, Assyria transformed into the Neo-Assyrian Empire, regaining its status as the dominant political and military power in the Near East. The peak of Assyrian expansion and power was reached under Tiglath-Pileser III in the 8th century BC, and the subsequent Sargonid dynasty of kings. The Neo-Assyrian Empire extended from Egypt, Libya, and the Arabian Peninsula in the south to the Caucasus in the north, and from Persia in the east to Cyprus in the west. This era saw the recapture of Babylonia, campaigns into Anatolia and modern-day Armenia. The Neo-Assyrian Empire came to an end in the late 7th century BC due to the Medo-Babylonian conquest of the Assyrian Empire. A draining civil war among rival claimants to the Assyrian throne had significantly weakened the empire at this point and led to its ultimate downfall. After the fall of the Neo-Assyrian Empire, the Assyrian people managed to survive in northern Mesopotamia and southeastern Anatolia, preserving their cultural traditions. Despite the extensive devastation of Assyrian cities by the Babylonians and the Medes, the region underwent significant rebuilding and revival under the successive rulers of the Achaemenid Empire, Seleucid Empire, and the Parthian Empire, from the 4th century BC to the 3rd century AD. Assur itself experienced a period of flourishing in the late post-imperial era, potentially under its own line of rulers as a semi-autonomous state. So now, as I aforementioned, we're going to concentrate on Bronze Age history. So, let's look at the details of the early times of Assyria, starting with the early Assyrian period, 2600 to 2025 BC. Agricultural villages in the region that would later become Assyria are known to have existed during the Hassuna culture around 6300 to 5800 BC, although the sites of some nearby cities would later be incorporated into the Assyrian heartland, such as Nineveh, were inhabited since the Neolithic. The earliest archaeological evidence from Assur dates to the early dynastic period, around 2600 BC. It is possible that the city was founded earlier, and much of the early historical remains of Assur have been destroyed during the extensive construction projects of later Assyrian kings, who created level foundations for the buildings they erected in the city. There is no evidence that early Assur was an independent settlement, and it might not have been called Assur initially, but rather Baltil or Baltila, terms used in later times to refer to the city's oldest portion. The name Assur, or Ashur, is first attested in the site in documents of the Akkadian period of the 24th century BC. Early Assur was likely a local religious and tribal center, and must have been a town of some size since it had monumental temples. It was strategically located on a hill overlooking the Tigris River, protected by a river on one side and a canal on the other. Surviving archaeological and literary evidence has led some historians to suggest that Assur in its earliest history may have been inhabited by Hurrians, as well as Semitic ancestors of the Assyrians, although others reject this hypothesis. Assur was the site of a fertility cult devoted to the Assyrian Akkadian goddess Ishtar. Earliest known archaeological finds at the site are early dynastic age temples dedicated to Ishtar. These temples and the artifacts within them also show considerable similarities to temples and artifacts from Sumer in southern Mesopotamia, which may suggest the presence of a group of Sumerians living in the city, or a melding of Sumerian and Akkadian-speaking cultures in Mesopotamia. The East Semitic-speaking ancestors of the later Assyrians settled in Mesopotamia at some point between the 35th and the 31st centuries BC, either assimilating or displacing the previous population. The earliest Assyrian king, named Tudia, appears to have lived in the mid-25th century BC. During much of the early Assyrian period, Assur experienced domination by states and polities from southern Mesopotamia. It fell under the loose hegemony of the Sumerian city of Kish, and was later occupied by both the Akkadian Empire and the third dynasty of Ur. the Akkadian Empire likely conquered Assur during the reign of its first ruler, Sargon, circa 2334 to 2279, and is known to have controlled the city at least from the reign of Manishtushu, 2270 to 2255 onwards. The earliest historically attested rulers of Assur were local governors under the Akkadian kings, including figures such as Ititi and Azazu, who bore the title Ishiak Ashur, governor of Assur. Assur was strongly influenced culturally and linguistically by the Akkadian rule, with the Akkadians and Assyrians being ethno-linguistically the same people. Later Assyrian kings viewed the Akkadian rulers as their ancestors and sought to emulate them, considering the Akkadian period their golden age. Assur unfortunately faced destruction in the late Akkadian period, possibly by the Lulubi, but it was later rebuilt and conquered again by the Sumerian third dynasty of Ur in the late 22nd or early 21st century BC. Under the rulers of Ur, Assur became a peripheral city-state under its own governors, such as Zarakum, who paid tribute to the southern kings. The period of Sumerian dominance over the city came to an end as the last king of the third dynasty of Ur, Sin, 2028 to 2004 BC, lost administrative control over the peripheral regions of his empire. Assur became an independent city-state, controlling areas of northern Mesopotamia under its own rulers, beginning with Puzur-Ashur I around 2025 BC. Although there were instances of earlier independence, such as during the rule of kings like Ushpia around 2080 BC. And as we arrive in 2025 BC, we find ourselves in the Old Assyrian period, out of the dust of prehistoric times and into a comparatively modern era by the standard of the day. Puzur-Ashur I and the subsequent kings of his dynasty, known as the Puzur-Ashur dynasty, did not formally claim the title of king or Sar for themselves. No, instead they continued to use the title Ishiak, governor. Remember, Ishiak Ashur means governor of Assur, as we aforementioned, a style that rulers of Assur had employed during the periods of foreign rule. This choice of title conveyed the idea that the true king of the city was the Assyrian national deity, Ashur, and that the Assyrian ruler merely acted as his representative on earth. It is likely that Ashur took on a deity's form at some point during the early Assyrian period, possibly as a personification of the city of Assur itself. During the rule of Puzur-Ashur dynasty, Assur had a population of fewer than 10,000 people. That's pretty small. The military power of the city was likely limited to local regions, as there are no records of military conquests, and no surrounding cities appear to have been subjected by the rule of the Assyrian kings. The earliest surviving inscription by an Assyrian king was written by Shalim Ahum, the son and successor of Puzur-Ashur I. The inscription mentions the construction of a temple dedicated to Ashur for his own life and the life of his city. Ereshum I, the fourth king of the dynasty who reigned from around 1974 to 34 BC, is notable as the earliest known ruler in world history to experiment with free trade. Ereshum left the initiative for trade and large-scale foreign transactions entirely to his populace, with private bankers handling the finance and bearing most of the risk. This innovative approach led to Assur becoming a prominent trading state in northern Mesopotamia and Anatolia. Ereshum's efforts significantly contributed to the expansion of Assur and its institutions. The establishment of an extensive, long-distance trade network marked the rapid emergence of Assyria onto the historical stage. This trade network became one of the earliest notable aspects in Assyrian history. Old Assyrian cuneiform tablets, providing insights into the activities of the Assyrians, have been discovered in trading colonies, established as part of this network. Kultepe, located near the modern city of Kayseri in Turkey, is a notable site where over 22,000 Assyrian cuneiform clay tablets have been found. At the time, Kultepe was a city-state ruled by its own line of kings. Despite its small size and absence of a known history of military activity, Assur maintained a central position in its trade network. The decline in Assur's importance as a trading center around 19th century BC has been attributed to increasing conflicts between states and rulers in the ancient Near East, leading to a general decrease in trade. During the later period of the Old Assyrian era, Assur frequently faced conflicts with larger foreign states and empires. Notably, neighboring cities like Eshunana and Ekalatum posed threats to the continued existence of the Ashur city-states. And may I once again say the names of those cities, Eshnuna rather. Assyrian records from the reigns of Ilushuma, Ereshum, and Sargon I indicate signs of intervention in southern Mesopotamia, which was under pressure from Elamites to the east and the Amorites to the west. The nature of this intervention, whether military support for fellow Akkadian speakers, favorable trading terms, or perhaps a combination of both, still remains somewhat unclear. The original city-state of Assur came to an end around 1808 BC, when it was conquered by Shamshi-Adad, the Amorite ruler of Ekalatum. Shamshi-Adad deposed Ereshum II, the last king of the Puzur-Ashur dynasty, after being repelled by Ereshum II's predecessor. Shamshi-Adad's conquests in northern Mesopotamia eventually led to his rule over the entire region, establishing what some scholars refer to as the Kingdom of Upper Mesopotamia. To govern his realm, Shamshi-Adad chose the city of Shubat-Enlil as his capital. Around 1785 BC, he appointed his two sons to govern different parts of the kingdom. The elder son, Yazma-Adad, was given control of Mari, while the younger son, Ishme-Dagan, received Ekalatum and Assur. Despite being seen as foreign conquerors by the locals in Assur, Shamshi-Adad and his family had a certain level of respect for the city. Shamshi-Adad occasionally stayed in Assur and participated in its religious ceremonies. He even initiated the renovation of the city, including the rebuilding of the Temple of Ashur and the addition of a sanctuary dedicated to Enlil, the head of the Mesopotamian pantheon. There is a possibility that Shamshi-Adad promoted a theology equating Ashur and Enlil as one and the same, a notion that had a significant impact on later Assyrian beliefs, where Ashur was considered the king of gods. And if you're still watching at the moment and you're enjoying the content, I'd like to remind you to like and subscribe and perhaps leave your thoughts in the comments. I hope that you're enjoying listening to this content as much as I enjoy researching and recording it. I hate doing the editing though, I'll be honest with you. Well, let's keep going. In the 18th century BC, Shamshi-Adad's kingdom found itself surrounded by larger competing states, particularly the southern kingdoms of Larsa, Babylon, and Eshnunna, as well as the western kingdoms of Yamhad and Katna. The survival and success of Shamshi-Adad's realm depended largely on his personal strength and charisma. However, with Shamshi-Adad's death around 1776 BC, the kingdom just collapsed. His principal successor, Ishme-Dagan, ruled from Ekalatum and retained control only over that city and Assur. This period between the collapse of Shamshi-Adad's kingdom in the 18th century and the rise of the Middle Assyrian Empire in the 14th century is often referred to as an Assyrian Dark Age, due to the limited historical evidence available. During this time, northern Mesopotamia experienced a geopolitical instability with frequent shifts in power. In around 1772 BC, Ibal-Pi-El II of Eshnunna invaded and conquered Ishme-Dagan's kingdom, though Ishme-Dagan eventually regained power. Shortly afterward, an army from Elam invaded northern Mesopotamia, capturing several cities. Around 1761 BC, Assur fell under the control of the old Babylonian Empire under Hammurabi, but it later regained its independence. Internal conflicts within the government of Assur were significant, with members of Shamshi-Adad's dynasty contending with the native Assyrians and Hurrians for control of the city. The usurper, Puzur-Sin, eventually ended the rule of Shamshi-Adad's dynasty, leading to a time of non-dynastic kings and further internal strife before the rise of Belbani around 1700 BC. Belbani founded the Adacide dynasty, which ruled Assyria for approximately 1,000 years. A critical turning point for Assyria's development occurred with the invasion or raid of southern Mesopotamia by the Hittite king Mursili I around 1595 BC. The Hittites had chariots too, by the way, so watch out. This event led to the destruction of the old Babylonian Empire, creating a power vacuum that resulted in the emergence of the Kassite kingdom in Babylonia in the south, and the Hurrian Mitanni state to the north of Assyria. Between 1520 and 1430, Assyrian rulers became more politically assertive, engaging in regional and international diplomacy and even conflicts. Ashur III, around 1521 to 1498 BC, is the earliest Assyrian king mentioned in the synchronistic history, indicating diplomatic and conflict interactions with Babylonia. Around 1430 BC, Assyria became a vassal of Mitanni, maintaining some autonomy under Mitanni kings. Which leads us to the 14th century, when a Hittite invasion by Suppiluliuma, now that's a big word, weakened the Mitanni kingdom. Assyria seized the opportunity to regain independence under Ashur-uballit I, marking the transition between the Old and Middle Assyrian periods. The Middle Assyrian period, 1363 to 912 BC. Ashur-uballit I, the first native Assyrian ruler to claim the royal title Sar, or king, played a crucial role in asserting Assyrian independence. After achieving independence, he claimed the dignity of a great king, aligning himself with the stature of Egyptian pharaohs and Hittite kings. Ashur-uballit's reign was considered by latter Assyrians as the birth of Assyria, and it marked the first usage of the term Land of Ashur, or Mat Ashur, indicating a much larger kingdom than before. Assyria's rise was closely tied to the decline and fall of the Mitanni kingdom, its former suzerain. Ashur-uballit engaged in wars against small states in the southern vicinity of the Assyrian heartland, and pursued diplomacy with Babylonia and Egypt. His successors, Enlil-ninari and Arik-den-ili, faced challenges in expanding and consolidating Assyrian power, leading to a somewhat halting and fragile development of the new empire. Enlil-nirari's reign marked the beginning of historical enmity between Assyria and Babylonia. Under the warrior kings Adid-nirari, Shalmaneser I, and Tukulti-Ninurta I, Assyria began realizing its aspirations of becoming a significant regional power. Adad-ninari marched against the remnants of the Mitanni kingdom, forcing its ruler, Shatuara, to pay tribute. Adad-ninari also engaged in conflicts with Babylonia, defeating King Nazi-Marutash and redrawing the border in Assyria's favor. This period saw Assyria's expansion and consolidation of power, setting the stage for its emergence as a dominant force in the ancient Near East. Under Shalmaneser I, Assyrian campaigns and conquests intensified, particularly in the west and the north. Shalmaneser campaigned against the Mitanni king Shatuara II, who had previously rebelled against the Assyrian authority. The victory resulted in the annexation of Mitanni lands into the Assyrian Empire. Relations with the Hittites worsened, worse than they already were, leading to several wars against Hittite vassals in the Levant. The conflict continued in the reign of Shalmaneser's son, Tukulti-Ninurta I, culminating in the Battle of Nihiria, which marked the end of Hittite influence on northern Mesopotamia and the annexation of territories in the Levant and Anatolia. Bad luck, Hittites. Tukulti-Ninurta I, in addition to expanding the empire to its greatest extent, became the first Assyrian king to transfer the capital away from Assur, a drastic change from tradition. He inaugurated the new capital city, Kar-Tukulti-Ninurta, serving as the capital only during his reign. Tukulti-Ninurta's main goal was Babylonia, and this led to a very unprovoked invasion against the Babylonian king Kashtiliash IV. Well, he was very successful in this, and after capturing cities and defeating Kashtiliash, Tukulti-Ninurta conquered Babylonia in 1225. He then assumed the title of King of Sumer and Akkad, and became the first native Mesopotamian to be crowned King of Babylon. Achievement unlocked. Assyrian control over Babylonia was, however, indirect, since they ruled mainly through vassal kings. However, an uprising led by Adad-Shuma-Usur drove the Assyrians out of Babylon in 1216. Tukulti-Ninurta's reign ended with his assassination, leading to interdynastic conflict and a decline in Assyrian power. And that's exactly where we are right now. The troubles and the declines. The decline of the Middle Assyrian Empire occurred as the successors of Tukulti-Ninurta were unable to maintain Assyrian power, and the empire gradually contracted to the Assyrian heartland. This decline coincided with the latter period of the Late Bronze Age collapse, a time of significant geopolitical changes in the ancient Near East, North Africa, Caucasus, and Southeast Europe. The Bronze Age collapse, occurring within a single generation, witnessed the fall of major powers such as the Hittite Empire and the Kassite dynasty of Babylon, along with, of course, the severe weakening of Egypt, although there is some debate on how this collapse, to what extent, actually weakened Egypt. But that's for another video. Video on the Bronze Age collapse coming soon, by the way. Various factors are attributed to the collapse, including large-scale migrations, invasions by the mysterious sea peoples, new warfare technologies, famines, epidemics, climate change, which is probably what caused the famines, and unsustainable exploitation of the working population. So we're not so different after all. Tukulti-Ninurta's direct dynastic line ended around 1192 BC, when Ninurta-apal-Akur, the Grand Vizier and descendant of Adad-Ninari I, took the throne. Despite efforts by Ninurta-apal-Akur and his immediate successors, the decline of the empire all but continued. Ashur-dan I, the son of Ninurta-apal-Akur, campaigned against the Babylonian king Zababa-Shumaydin, providing a temporary improvement. However, his two sons, Ninurta-Tukulti-Ashur and Mutakil-Nusku, engaged in power struggles after his death. Mutakil-Nusku emerged victorious. However, he ruled for less than a year, so hope it was worth it. He warred against Babylonian kings such as Iti-Marduk-Balatu, a conflict that continued in the reign of his son, Ashur-resh-Ishi, In Assyrian documents, Assur-resh-ishi is portrayed as a savior of the Assyrian Empire, defeating the Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar I in several battles. Tiglath-Pileser, reigning from 1114 to 1076, benefited from the victories achieved by his predecessor, Assur-resh-ishi, over Babylonia. With that southern threat diminished, Tiglath-Pileser was able to focus on expanding Assyrian territories in other directions. His reign marked a period of increased confidence and assertiveness for the Assyrian Empire. Tiglath-Pileser I ruled with a sense of grandeur, using titles such as Unrivaled King of the Universe, King of the Four Quarters, King of all Princes, Lord of Lords, and employing epithets like Splendid Flame which covers the hostile land like a rainstorm. Obviously very famous for his modesty. He conducted significant campaigns to the west and north, reclaiming territories lost after Tukulti-Ninurta's reign, and expanding Assyrian rule into new regions. Tiglath-Pileser's inscriptions notably detailed punitive measures taken against rebelling cities and regions, providing insight into Assyrian military strategies. During his reign, Tiglath-Pileser increased the size of the Assyrian cavalry, and he also decided to introduce war chariots on a larger scale than his predecessor. That ought to give you some power. Despite his successes, though, some of his conquests were not very long-lasting, and certain territories, especially in the west, were likely lost again before or just after his death. Assyria at times became overstretched, forcing Tiglath-Pileser's successors to adapt a more defensive stance and play it safe. The days of empire building at this point were more or less over. Toward the end of Ashur-bel-Kala's reign and beyond, a growing challenge for Assyria was posed by the Aramaean tribes in the west. The Aramaeans employed tactics of avoiding open battles, and instead had the tactics of engaging in numerous minor skirmishes. This strategy completely nullified the Assyrian army's combat, technical, and numerical superiority, presenting a unique challenge for the empire. From the reign of Ariba-Adad II, 1056 to 1054 onward, the Assyrian kings seemed to face difficulties in maintaining the territorial gains achieved by their predecessors. This marked a period of renewed decline that persisted until the middle of the 10th century BC. While the historical records for this period are limited, it is evident that Assyria underwent a significant crisis. During this time, the Aramaeans remained a prominent threat to Assyria. They conducted uncoordinated raids deep into the Assyrian heartland, employing guerrilla tactics and withdrawing into difficult terrain, preventing the Assyrians from achieving any kind of lasting victories. Despite the loss of control over much of the Middle Assyrian Empire, the Assyrian heartland remained relatively secure, thanks to its geographical remoteness and the military capabilities of the Assyrian army. The broader regional fragmentation during this period made the territories surrounding the Assyrian heartland susceptible to Assyrian reconquest. The tide began to turn, however, under the reign of Ashur-dan II from 934 to 912 BC, who successfully campaigned in the peripheries of the Assyrian heartland, particularly in the northeast and northwest. Ashur-dan's efforts marked a reversal of the Assyrian decline and set the stage for subsequent kings to embark on more extensive campaigns to restore and expand Assyrian power. The end of Ashur-dan II's reign is considered the transition to the Neo-Assyrian period, and I consider the Neo-Assyrian period worthy of having a video of its own, don't you think? I think for now we are going to close the book on the Assyrians just for this evening, and if you are not already fast asleep or deeply in the semi-idleness of some other activity while you listen, I'll remind you to like, leave your comments below, and subscribe to the channel so that I may redeem that little hit of dopamine that encourages me to keep making these videos. A little extra to add to my general enjoyment of these topics. And so, we leave it at this for this evening, and I will wish you good night and sweet dreams. Hello, welcome to the channel. If you're returning, it's good to see you again. And if you're new here, then I will introduce myself. I am the ASMR historian, helping you fall asleep or just helping you relax and learn something new. Today we're going to continue our theme, which is the discussion of Bronze Age societies and all the eccentricities that go along with the old world. So if you would like to find an appropriate setting to relax and perhaps switch off for a moment, unwind from the day, then we can begin discussing today's topic of ancient Egyptian funerary practices. Ancient Egyptians practiced elaborate funerary rituals for post-mortem immortality. These involved mummification, spellcasting, and burying specific grave goods deemed essential for the afterlife. Over time, ancient Egyptian burial customs evolved and changed, discarding old practices and adopting new ones. Despite these changing specifics, body preparation, magic rituals, and grave goods remained integral to a proper Egyptian funeral. In the absence of written records from Egypt's pre-dynastic period, which is circa 6000 to 3150 before the Common Era, scholars posit that cultural emphasis on body preservation originated during that time. Interestingly, unlike neighboring cultures, early Egyptians opted for burial over cremation. This was possibly due to a belief that mistreating the deceased could actually lead to their resurrection. Of course, if you were burnt alive and had the chance to get back at the person who did it, you'd certainly be taking your chance to do so. Initially, early burials were rather simple and uncomplicated. They featured shallow, oval pits containing minimal burial goods. Intriguingly, some graves accommodated multiple individuals and animals. Over time, however, burial practices evolved, with bodies initially placed in wicker baskets, and progressing to wooden or terracotta coffins. The apex of this evolution was, of course, the use of the sarcophagus, which is what we're quite familiar when we think about a royal burial, or perhaps the burial of somebody with quite a lot of monetary resources when we think of the ancient Egyptians. These elaborate tombs, like the sarcophagi, were adorned with an array of burial goods, such as intricate jewelry, provisions like food or perhaps water, engaging games, and even sharpened splints. This progression in burial practices reflects a complex interplay of cultural, religious, and social factors that shaped the Egyptian funerary customs and traditions over many thousands of years and through many changes in cultural and religious dynamic. From the pre-dynastic era to the concluding Ptolemaic dynasty, the Ptolemaic dynasty was the Greek dynasty. Ancient Egyptians maintained an enduring cultural emphasis on eternal life and the conviction of personal existence beyond death. This profound belief in an afterlife is evident in the practice of interring grave goods alongside the deceased in tombs. The Egyptian concept of an afterlife gained widespread recognition through trade and cultural exchanges, leaving a lasting impact on various civilizations and religions. The Silk Road was notably one of the things that facilitated the dissemination of these beliefs, all the way from the furthest eastern frontiers to the west around the Levant. Central to Egyptian beliefs was a notion that entry into the afterlife hinged on an individual's ability to fulfill a promise in that realm. For instance, the king was deemed eligible for the afterlife based on their role as a ruler of Egypt, interpreting leadership as a qualification for admission in the afterlife. So let's think about if you were a carpenter. Well, of course they would need carpenters in the afterlife. If you were a bread maker or a brewer, well, of course they would need them as well. So I'm sure that if you had some useful skills, you were invited to the party. This perspective on the afterlife permeated Egyptian culture, and it was just another one of those things that contributed to its influence on a broader historical and geographical scale. The concept of serving a purpose in the afterlife was reinforced through human sacrifices, which were discovered in early royal tombs, intended to accompany the king into the afterlife. Unfortunately, if you were working for the king or was one of his slaves, then you may perhaps find yourself following him down into that tomb. Not the best retirement plan in ancient Egypt at all. No paid overtime either for that one. Of course, over time, this practice evolved as it was somewhat unpopular, and figurines, as well as paintings, gradually replaced the human victims. Some figurines were likely crafted to resemble specific individuals, symbolizing their journey to join the king in the afterlife. both the lower and noble classes sought the king's favor, believing that deceased kings transformed into deities capable of granting an afterlife to chosen individuals. This belief persisted from the pre-dynastic period all the way through to the Old Kingdom. While many spells from preceding texts were retained, the introduction of new spells in the coffin texts aimed to make the funerary text more relevant to the nobility. In the first intermediate period, the significance of the king diminished somewhat, and funerary texts, once exclusive only to royalty, became more accessible to those with the resources to procure them. Kings transitioned from god-kings to rulers of the population, losing the exclusive privilege of an afterlife solely based on their royal status alone. No free rides anymore. Now this shift was something that was very important indeed. This shift marked a change in the role of kings, who were now regarded as mortal rulers in the afterlife. So let's go all the way back to that prehistoric period that we mentioned, really archaic, and try to piece together the origins of Egyptian funerary customs. Among the earliest burial sites in ancient Egypt are associated with the Merimde culture, and that dates back all the way to 4800 to 4300 BC. Located in the Nile Delta, which is up in the north of country, near modern-day Alexandria, the much nicer place to live away from the desert, the Merimde people are recognized for crafting clay figurines. However, they did not include grave goods or offerings in their burials. The villages of Omari and Mahdi, situated near present-day Cairo, provide the first evidence of funerals in Egypt with said grave goods. In these locations, the deceased were interred in simple, round graves, accompanied by a pot. During this early period, the bodies were not specially treated or arranged, and without written records, of course, little is known about the contemporary beliefs in the afterlife. The time is quite a mystery to us, and we're left to piece the story together through what archaeological remains we still have. The inclusion, however, of a single pot in the grave suggests a possible provision of food for the deceased. Funerary customs in ancient Egypt evolved from the pre-dynastic period, building upon practices from the prehistoric era. Now initially, during the Badarian period, which is around 4400 to 3800 before our Common Era, people continued the tradition of excavating round graves containing a single pot, resembling customs from the Omari and Mahdi cultures. As the pre-dynastic period progressed, rectangular graves became more prevalent, and additional objects were deposited with the deceased. Evidence suggests ritual practices during the Naqada II period, from around 3650 to 3300 BCE, including specific body arrangements, often crouched with the face oriented towards the east or the west. And, of course, artistic depictions of funeral processions and ritual dancing on painted jars. social stratification began to emerge, with some graves containing more elaborate goods than others. There were also gender distinctions that surfaced, with weapons often included in men's graves, and cosmetic palettes in women's graves. That's right. We had cosmetics all the way back in those times. I suppose women always want to look their best, even after they're dead. By 3600 BCE, the practice of mummification had commenced, something a little more recognizably ancient Egyptian, involving the wrapping of the dead in linen bandages infused with embalming oils, such as conifer resin and aromatic plant extracts. And of course, these new distinctions lead us to the early dynastic period, where we start to see more tombs and even coffins emerge. During the first dynasty in ancient Egypt, a notable shift occurred in burial practices, reflecting the rising wealth and social status of some individuals. Wealthy Egyptians, instead of simple pit graves, constructed rectangular mud brick tombs with underground burial chambers. These were known as mastabas. These mastabas featured niched walls, adopting the palace facade motif that imitated the walls surrounding the king's palace. While both commoners and kings had mastaba tombs, the architecture suggested that, in death, some affluent individuals achieved an elevated status. In later periods, a strong association between the deceased and the god of the dead, Osiris, became evident. Grave goods evolved during the first dynasty to include a wide array of items, such as furniture, jewelry, games, weapons, cosmetic palettes, and decorated jars with food supplies. The wealthiest tombs boasted thousands of grave goods, and newly invented coffins were crafted specifically for burial. While evidence for the mummification during this period is inconclusive, daily life objects in the tombs indicated Egyptians' anticipation for the need of such items in the afterlife. Continuity from life to the afterlife was emphasized through the positioning of tombs. Those who served the king during their lifetimes chose burials near the king to showcase their sense of loyalty and continuity. The use of a stele in front of tombs, started in the first dynasty, reflected a desire to personalize the tomb with the deceased's name, marking a shift towards individualized funerary practices. During the Old Kingdom period in ancient Egypt, a significant evolution in funerary practices occurred. Kings began constructing pyramids as their tombs, surrounded by stone mastabas for high officials. This arrangement not only reflected the hierarchy, but also served as family ceremonies, given that many high officials were royal relatives. Among the elite, mummification had also become prevalent, involving the wrapping of bodies in linen bandages, sometimes covered with molded plaster. Stone sarcophagi or plain wooden coffins housed the mummies, and by the end of the Old Kingdom, mummy masks in cartonnage appeared. canopic jars were introduced to hold internal organs, and amulets made of gold, faience and carnelian, designed to protect different body parts, also showed up during this time. Inscriptions inside the coffins of the elite marked a notable shift during the Old Kingdom, providing a glimpse into the deceased's identity. Reliefs depicting everyday items adorn tomb walls, supplementing grave goods through visual representation. The introduction of the false door, a non-functioning stone sculpture, either inside the temple or outside the mastaba, became a focal point for offerings and prayers. Statues of the deceased gained prominence in tombs, serving ritual purposes. The burial chambers of private individuals started receiving decorations, a trend that expanded beyond the temples. Towards the end of the Old Kingdom, burial chamber decorations featured offerings, but lacked depictions of people. This reflected a new and nuanced approach to afterlife symbolism. The first intermediate period in Egypt, marked by a fragmented political landscape, is mirrored in diverse local art and burial styles. Various regional influences are evident in the ornamentation of coffins, showcasing distinct origins. Coffin inscriptions tend to differ quite a lot, with some featuring concise one-line texts, and common motives include depictions of the Wadjet eyes, symbolizing protection. Regional nuances extend to the hieroglyphs adorning coffins, adding layers to the identification of artistic origins. In burial practices, men occasionally had tools and weapons interred with them, underscoring associations with combat roles. Conversely, women's graves included jewelry, cosmetic items like mirrors and grindstones, suggesting preparation tools for the afterlife, akin to the aforementioned weaponry in men's tombs, hinting at expected roles of battle. This period's funerary customs reflect the dynamic socio-political landscape of the time. Heading into the Middle Kingdom in ancient Egypt, burial customs were influenced by political shifts. In the 11th dynasty, tombs were carved into the Theban mountains or local cemeteries in Upper and Middle Egypt. The preference for Thebes as a burial site was aligned with the king's affiliation with this city. However, during the 12th dynasty, high officials of the ruling family in Lisht chose mastaba tombs near the pyramids in the north. This shift was due to the ruler's new northern origin and different topography. For those below royal courtiers in the 11th dynasty, tombs were more modest. Coffins ranged from simple wooden boxes to linen-wrapped mummies, sometimes adorned with a cartonnage mummy mask. Lower-ranking tombs included wooden shoes, a small statue, and basic food offerings like bread, dried beef, and beer. While jewelry was infrequent, non-elite graves occasionally featured wooden models depicting boats, food production, craftsmen, and various professions. Now remember when we talked about the first intermediate period trends and those prehistoric trends of having something to do in the afterlife? Well, it seems there were many people who still believed in that. In the 12th dynasty, rectangular coffins featured short inscriptions and depictions of essential offerings for the deceased. Men's coffins depicted weapons, symbols of office, and food, while women's coffins featured mirrors, sandals, and jars of food and drink. Some coffins contained texts resembling later pyramid texts. Early faience models of mummies hinted at the future use of Shabti figurines, and we'll get to them later. Although they lacked the work directive found in later versions. Wealthy individuals had stone figurines resembling Shabtis, possibly serving as mummy substitutes. Well, when we talk about Shabtis, these were the little figurines you could bring with yourself to help you out with things in the afterlife. So let's say you bought your little figurine of the bread maker who you like, and you bought the figurine of the guy who swept the floors for you. You could bring them all with you, and they'd be right there in the afterlife, sweeping the floor and baking the bread and all sorts of other things that you, as a noble with the money to have a tomb, would be not so accustomed to doing yourself. By the later 12th dynasty, under King Senwosret III, 1836 to 1818 BCE, burial practices underwent more changes, at this time rather significant ones. Strangely enough, the body was placed on its back, departing from the traditional side position. This was very different and quite unorthodox for many people at the time. Coffin texts and wooden models disappeared completely, replaced by heart scarabs and mummy-shaped figurines in the burials. Coffin decorations were also simplified, and the 13th dynasty witnessed more diverse motifs in the north and south, reflecting decentralized governance. A notable increase in multiple burials in a single tomb occurred, indicating more equitable wealth distribution and the reuse of tombs across generations. Graves dating from the Second Intermediate period indicate the burial of non-Egyptians in the region. In the north, graves linked to the Hyksos, a Western Semitic people who governed the north and northeast delta, consist of small mud brick structures containing bodies, pottery vessels, and daggers in the men's graves, and nearby donkey burials as well. Of course, it's quite an important animal that's been helping us out for so many years. The donkey hardly gets the credit that it deserves. Pan-shaped graves found in various regions are believed to belong to Nubian soldiers, Nubia being the southern part of the Nile, and they featured ancient customs with shallow, round pits, contracted bodies, and minimal food offerings in pots. The occasional inclusion of identifiable Egyptian materials from the Second Intermediate period distinguishes these burials from earlier periods, including the pre-dynastic era. In the New Kingdom, elite tombs transitioned to rock-cut chambers, with kings interred in multi-roomed tombs in the Valley of the Kings, instead of pyramids. And I certainly hope that you've watched my Valley of the Kings video. It was great. Funerary rites were conducted by priests in stone temples on the west bank of the Nile, opposite Thebes, The 18th dynasty marked the last period where Egyptians regularly included daily life objects in their tombs. The 19th dynasty saw a shift to tombs containing items specifically crafted for the afterlife, forming a division in burial traditions. Elite tombs in the 18th dynasty featured furniture, clothing, and other earthly possessions, while the 19th dynasty leaned towards items made for the afterlife. Although the Ramesside period lacked surviving unplundered elite tombs, those decorated during this time focused on religious scenes, emphasizing the funeral ceremony, funerary meals, deity worship, and underworld figures. Objects discovered in the Ramesses tombs were primarily crafted for the afterlife, with jewelry possibly also used during earthly life. And if you're still here now, I would like to remind you that if you're enjoying the video, it would make my day and give me that little dopamine hit if you were to like and subscribe, and perhaps leave your comments down below. Thank you very much. Now, back to the video. In the late period, non-royal elite burials saw the introduction of large-scale, temple-like tombs. Although most of tombs were like shafts in the desert floor. Reflecting old kingdom styles, fine statuary and reliefs were common, with grave goods often crafted specifically for the tomb. Coffins continued to bear religious texts and scenes, and personalized shafts featured stelae with the deceased's name and personal prayers of their choice. Shabtis in faience, non-functional canopic jars, staves, scepters, wooden figures of deities, scarabs, jet columns, Eye of Horus amulets, and images of the Ba were also included. Tools for the tomb's ritual, such as the opening of the mouth ceremony along with magical bricks at the compass points, could be part of the burial as well. Substances recovered from Saqqara, embalming workshops, dated back to the 26th dynasty, included extracts of juniper berries, cypress, cedar trees, Dead Sea bitumen, locally produced animal fats and beeswax, and ingredients from distant places like Elam and Damar from Southeast Asia. Specific substances like pistachio resin and castor oil were used for head treatments. Ancient Greek historian Herodotus from the 5th century and Diodorus Siculus from the 1st century BC, respectively, offer extensive insights into how the ancient Egyptians undertook the preservation of deceased bodies. Prior to embalming, a practice aimed at delaying or preventing decay, mourners, particularly for high-status individuals, would apply mud to their faces and engage in a town procession while expressing their grief. If the wife of a high-status man had passed away, her body would not go under embalming procedures until 3 or 4 days later to protect it from potential mistreatment. In cases of drowning or attacks, immediate and meticulous embalming restricted to priests was considered a sacred practice for death deemed venerable. Following the embalming process, mourners potentially participated in a ritual reenactment of judgment during the hour vigil. Volunteers took on the roles of Osiris, his adversary Set, and various other deities like Isis, Nephthys, Horus, Anubis, and Thoth. This narrative involves Set's envy of his brother Osiris, leading to a plot to kill him. Isis, Osiris's wife, engaged in a struggle with Set to acquire Osiris's body, resulting in the loss of Osiris's spirit. However, Osiris luckily experienced resurrection and was reinstated as a god. Additionally, various funerary processions occurred in the nearby necropolis, symbolizing distinct sacred journeys. The funeral procession came to the tomb, typically involved cattle pulling the body in a sledge-like carrier, accompanied by friends and family. Although the procession throughout, a priest would burn incense and pour milk before the deceased. Upon reaching the tomb, symbolizing the transition to the afterlife, the priest conducted the opening of the mouth ceremony on the deceased. With the deceased's head facing south, the body was envisioned in a statue replica. The act of opening the mouth symbolized granting the person the ability to speak and defend themselves during the judgment process. The ceremony concluded with the offering of goods to the deceased. Preserving the deceased's body was crucial for the possibility of entering the afterlife. In ancient Egyptian beliefs, the soul, known as Ka, symbolizing vitality, departs the body upon death. Only through a specific embalming process does Ka return to the deceased body, allowing for rebirth. The embalmers followed a systematic approach to prepare the body for mummification, offering various options for the family and friends to choose from, varying in price. Subsequently, the body was taken to Ibwa, meaning the place of purification, a tent for washing, and then to Per-Nefer, or the House of Beauty, for the mummification process. To achieve eternal life and stand before Osiris in the afterlife, ancient Egyptians practiced mummification, a process that involved preserving the body using natron, a natural salt found in Wadi Natron. The dehydration process, lasting up to 70 days, was a crucial step. Special priests, acting as embalmers, treated and wrapped the body in preparation for burial. Mummification, of course, was available to those who could afford it, but it was believed that even without this process, individuals could still enjoy the afterlife, if only they recite the correct spells and prayers. There were 3 different mummification processes, varying in their cost and complexity. The most classic and expensive method, dating back to the 18th dynasty, involved removing internal organs and liquefying the brain. The organs, including the lungs, liver, stomach, and intestines, were placed in canopic jars featuring the heads of protective deities. These jars were either buried with the mummified body or returned to the body after cleaning. The body cavity was cleansed, stitched with aromatic plants, and filled with bags of natron for dehydration over 40 days. The heart remained in the body for judgment against the feather of Mart in the afterlife. And that's the hard part, the boss fight of Egyptian religion. The subsequent 30 days of the mummification process marked the transformation of the deceased into a semi-divine being. Anything left from the first part was removed, and the body was treated with wine and oils, both for ritual purposes and to prevent damage during wrapping. Golden resin was applied to protect against bacteria and insects, inspired by the belief that divine beings having a flesh of gold. The body was then wrapped in linen strips with amulets, adhered using gum. A priest recited prayers and burned incense during this process. The wrapping provided physical protection, and wealthier families might include an ornamented funeral mask and shroud. Special attention was given to the head, hands, feet, and genitals, often revealed by extra wrappings. Small wooden name tags tied around the neck identified the mummies. The 70-day process was linked to Osiris and the absence of the star Sothis from the sky. The second, moderately expensive mummification option avoided abdominal incisions and organ removal. Cedar oil was injected into the body to prevent liquid from leaving. After a period in natron, the oil and liquefying organs were drained, leaving only skin and bones. The remains were then returned to the family, and the family could decide what to do next with them. The cheapest method, option C, chosen by the poor, involved purging the internal organs and laying the body in natron for 70 days before returning it to the family. It is the Wish.com version of mummification. After mummification, a priest performed the opening of the mouth ceremony, symbolically reanimating the mummy using spells and a ceremonial adze. Spells could also be recited to animate specific body parts. The embalmer's king's body was then moved to the mortuary temple, where rituals and prayers prepared him for the afterlife. Placed inside the pyramid with provisions, the king's tomb was then sealed. And those kings, now becoming deities, could be worshipped in their nearby temples. You could see them whenever you wanted. In the ancient times, Egyptians were buried directly in the ground, often in a compact position benefiting from the hot and dry weather that facilitated preservation. Burial in that ancient time was seen as crucial for a comfortable afterlife. Egyptians believed that deceased retained emotions, supporting and caring for their living family. The Ba and Ka, invisible twins, played a role, with the Ba supporting the family and the Ka recognizing the returning twin. This reverence for the deceased led to respectful treatment all around. Less fortunate Egyptians sought proper burials, typically in the desert. Bodies were wrapped in cloth and buried with everyday objects for the most comfort they could get in the afterlife. Poorer individuals often couldn't afford mummification, leading to mass graves without any elaborate items at all. Sites were scattered throughout the desert, some now in populated areas. The ancient Egyptians placed mummies in wooden coffins during the Old Kingdom, featuring intricate designs. The deceased's title, a list of offerings, a false compartment for the car and painted eyes. Middle Kingdom coffins resembled miniature tombs, adorned with images of goddesses like Isis and Nephthys, the four sons of Horus, and of course the relevant prayers that one would need to be armed with. Anthropoid coffins, molded to the body's shape, had personalized paintings of the deceased's face and hair. Sarcophagi, large stone containers, housed these coffins, offering additional protection, and were seen as aiding the deceased in the afterlife. Ancient Egyptians incorporated funerary boats into some burials, considering them essential for deities' travel between the sky and the netherworld. These boats, often made of wood and tightly bound papyrus reeds, served various purposes. Some were used for pilgrimages to holy sites like Abydos, while others, like the one near Khufu's Old Kingdom Pyramid, were associated with royal burials. The River Nile was a common route for these funeral boats, carrying coffins and sometimes including a dog believed to guide the deceased to the afterlife. While smaller boats were common, monumental kings like Khufu had larger ones, with his measuring around 144 feet long, and it had 12 oars. That's a pretty good boat. The Ur Museum houses a representative Egyptian funerary boat, symbolizing the journey from the life to the afterlife, particularly across the symbolic Nile River. This specific boat from the tomb of the officials at Beni Hassan became a part of the museum collection in 1923. Well, I suppose there's one thing that Britain did not take back to the British Museum. Well done. And on that note, we finish our video for this evening. Well, I think I've done quite well in keeping regular with the uploads. And if you've been listening along and learning a few things, you've done very well too. So please leave your thoughts below in the comments. Leave a like on this video and perhaps consider sharing with your friends so we can all bask together in these glories of the ancient world. I will see you tomorrow for another video, and I will wish you now good night, sweet dreams. Hello everyone and welcome to ASMR Historian. I am the man in question, continuing our series on Bronze Age societies and the figures that made an impact on that period. So if you would like to join me once again, or if you're a new person to the channel, I would welcome you to join me for the first time and enlighten yourself on the period. Shall we begin with today's video? Hammurabi, the great Babylonian king, credited with the Code of Hammurabi, our first written set of concise laws. So let's begin. Hammurabi, circa 1810 to 1750 BC, was the sixth Amorite king of the old Babylonian Empire. He reigned from around 1792 to approximately 750 BC. His father, Sin-Mubulit, preceded him as king, but abdicated due to his failing health. During Hammurabi's reign, he achieved notable military successes by conquering various city-states, including Larsa, Eshnunna, and Mari. He also ousted Ishmi-Dagan I, the king of Assyria, and compelled his son Mut-Ashkur to pay tribute, thereby bringing a significant portion of Mesopotamia under Babylonian rule. Hammurabi is most often renowned for promulgating the Code of Hammurabi, a comprehensive legal code. According to tradition, he claimed to have received this code from Shamash, the Babylonian god of justice. In contrast to earlier Sumerian law codes like the Code of Ur-Nammu which primarily focused on compensating the victim, Hammurabi's law emphasized the physical punishment of the perpetrator. It outlines specific penalties for various crimes and is considered one of the earliest legal systems to establish the presumption of innocence. The laws aimed to restrict the actions that a wronged person could take in seeking retribution. Notably, there are similarities between the Code of Hammurabi and the Law of Moses found in the Torah, suggesting potential influences or shared legal traditions between the Babylonians and the ancient Israelites. During his lifetime, Hammurabi was not only a king, but was also venerated by many as a living god. After his death, his legacy evolved, and he became to be revered as a great conqueror who was credited with spreading civilization. The narrative surrounding Hammurabi emphasized his role in compelling diverse peoples to pay homage to Marduk, the national god of the Babylonians. Over time, the focus shifted from his military achievements to his reputation as an ideal lawgiver. Hammurabi's code, a significant legal and moral document, became the primary aspect of his legacy. In the eyes of later Mesopotamians, Hammurabi's reign served as a reference point for events in the distant past. Despite the eventual collapse of the empire he built, Hammurabi continued to be esteemed as a moral ruler. Across the Near East, many subsequent kings claimed Hammurabi as an ancestor, highlighting the enduring impact of his legacy. Archaeologists rediscovered Hammurabi in the late 19th century, contributing to a renewed appreciation of his historical significance, particularly in the realm of law. Today, he is considered an important figure in the history of law and governance. Hammurabi's ascent to the throne took place in the context of a complex geopolitical landscape. He belonged to the Amorite First Dynasty and inherited the kingship from his father, Sin-Muballit, around 1792 BC. At that time, Babylon was a city-state located in the central and southern Mesopotamian plains. The region was characterized by various Amorite-ruled city-states, engaged in frequent conflicts, vying for control of fertile agricultural land. While Mesopotamia housed multiple coexisting cultures, Babylonian culture, under Hammurabi's reign, gained prominence among the literate classes throughout the Middle East. Prior to Hammurabi, the kings who ruled Babylon had established it as a relatively minor city-state in 1894 BC, initially controlling limited territory beyond the city itself. For about a century after its founding, Babylon existed in the shadows of older, larger, and more powerful kingdoms like Elam, Assyria, Isin, Eshnunna, and Larsa. However, Hammurabi's father, Sin-Muballit, had initiated the process of consolidating rule over a small area in south-central Mesopotamia under Babylonian authority. By the time Hammurabi assumed the throne, Babylon had expanded its influence by conquering minor city-states such as Borsippa, Kish, and Sippar. This consolidation led to the foundation for Hammurabi's subsequent efforts to strengthen and expand the Babylonian Empire. During Hammurabi's time, Mesopotamia was characterized by a complex geopolitical landscape with several powerful kingdoms vying for control. The kingdom of Esh-Nuna held sway over the upper Tigris River, while Larsa dominated the river delta. East of Mesopotamia, the kingdom of Elam posed a constant threat, frequently invading and extracting tribute from the smaller states in Mesopotamia. In the northern part of Mesopotamia, the Assyrian king Shamshi-Adad played a significant role. Shamshi-Adad had inherited Assyrian colonies in Asia Minor and further expanded his territory into the Levant and central Mesopotamia. His empire, however, faced challenges and fragmentation following his untimely death. This complex political scenario set the stage for Hammurabi's reign, where Babylon aimed to assert itself among these competing powers and consolidate its rule over a larger territory in Mesopotamia. The interactions and conflicts among these kingdoms continued to the intricate dynamics of the region during this period. The initial years of Hammurabi's reign were marked by a relative peace, during which he focused on public works projects, including fortifying city walls for defensive purposes and expanding temples. However, external threats continued to loom, particularly from the powerful kingdom of Elam, who was strategically positioned along important trade routes across the Zagros Mountains, and from there invaded the Mesopotamian plain. In collaboration with allies among the plain states, Elam attacked and destroyed the kingdom of Esh-Nuna, gaining control over a great portion of the plain, prime agricultural land. Elam attempted to manipulate the situation by provoking a war between Hammurabi's Babylonian kingdom and the kingdom of Larsa. However, when Hammurabi and the king of Larsa discovered the scheme, they instead formed an alliance and together successfully defeated the Elamites. Despite Larsa's limited contribution to the military effort, the joint forces managed to crush all of the Elamite ambitions. Now, Larsa was a very small state, at least in comparison to Babylon at the time. So it was perceived that they did not contribute as much as Babylon did. So in response to this perceived failure to provide adequate support during the conflict with Elam, Hammurabi turned against Larsa. This strategic move allowed Hammurabi to gain control over the entire lower Mesopotamian plain by around 1763 BC. The consolidation of power and the defeat of external threats marked a significant phase in Hammurabi's efforts to expand and strengthen the Babylonian kingdom. After successfully dealing with the southern threat and securing his alliance with Larsa, Hammurabi turned his attention northward. However, the absence of soldiers from the northern territories during the southern campaign had led to unrest in the north. In response to this, Hammurabi quickly moved to quell the unrest and, in the process, continued Babylonian expansion. Hammurabi's forces destroyed Eshnunna, marking another conquest in the north. Subsequently, the Babylonian armies continued their campaign by conquering the remaining northern states, including, but not limited to, Mari, which had been a former and rather loyal ally of Babylon. It's suggested that the conquest of Mari might have been a surrender without actual conflict. Hammurabi then engaged in a prolonged war with Ishmi-Dagan of Assyria for control of Mesopotamia. Both kings sought alliances with minor states to gain an advantage in the conflict. Eventually, Hammurabi, of course, emerged victorious, ousting Ishmi-Dagan shortly before his own death. The new king of Assyria, Mut-Ashkur, was compelled to pay tribute to Hammurabi. This helped to further solidify the Babylonian dominance in the region. In a relatively short period, Hammurabi successfully unified all of Mesopotamia under his rule. During his reign, the Assyrian kingdom survived, but was compelled to pay tribute, and most major city-states in the region came under Babylonian control. Only Aleppo and Katna, located to the west in the Levant, maintained their independence. It is noteworthy that a stele of Hammurabi has been discovered as far north as Diyarbakir, where he claims the title of King of the Amorites. The reign of Hammurabi left a significant historical record in the form of vast numbers of contract tablets, dated to his rule and that of his successors. Additionally, 55 letters written by Hammurabi himself have been discovered. These letters provide insights into the challenges of governing an empire, addressing issues ranging from handling floods to implementing changes in the calendar, and managing Babylon's extensive herds of livestock. Upon Hammurabi's death, around 1750 BC, he passed the reins of the empire to his son, Shamshu-Iluna. Under Shamshu-Iluna's rule, however, the Babylonian Empire began to unravel quite quickly. The Code of Hammurabi, consisting of 282 laws, covered a wide range of issues and was a significant legal document in ancient Mesopotamia. Unlike earlier Sumerian law codes, it had a notable impact on world politics and international relations. The focus shifted from compensating the victim to to physically punishing the perpetrator. It was also one of the earliest legal codes to introduce the idea of presumption of innocence, allowing both the accused and the accuser to provide evidence. The structure of the code was highly specific, with each offense carrying a designated punishment, including death, disfigurement, or following the principle of lex talionis, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. The Code of Hammurabi was inscribed on a stele, a stone monument, and displayed in a public place for everyone to see, even though it is believed to only have a few literate people in those days who could understand it. I don't know if you've ever tried to learn cuneiform. The stele was later looted by the Elamites and taken to Susa, their capital. It was rediscovered in Susa in 1901, and it is currently housed in the Louvre Museum in Paris. The code was written in Akkadian, the daily language of Babylon, marking a shift from Sumerian. Hammurabi's language reforms aimed to make Akkadian the predominant language of the era. The stele's depiction features Hammurabi receiving the laws from Shamash, the Babylonian god of justice. According to the preface, Hammurabi was chosen by Shamash to deliver these laws to the people. His reputation as a lawgiver has led to his depiction in various law buildings around the world. Notably, he is one of the 23 lawgivers portrayed in the marble bas-reliefs in the U.S. House of Representatives chamber of the United States Capitol. A frieze by Adolf Weinman, showcasing the great lawgivers of history, also includes Hammurabi, and can be found on the south wall of the U.S. Supreme Court building. And so, now, I'm going to read straight from the source. The first part is the introduction to his code of laws, which serves to set the scene for his authority. So let us begin, and we'll take it very slow. I'm not going to read the entire Code of Laws because there's 256 of them. So let's just get an idea of things first, and perhaps we'll do another video at a later date. When Anu, the Sublime, the king of the Anunnaki, and Bel, the lord of heaven and earth, who fixed the destiny of the country, had committed the whole of mankind to Marduk, the son of A, the god of right, when they made him great among the Agigi, he pronounced the sublime name of Babylon, made it great upon the earth, had established it in an eternal kingdom, the foundations of which are laid firm like heaven and earth. At that time, Anu and Bel called me Hammurabi, the great prince who fears God, to give justice a status in this country, to destroy the wicked and the bad, that the strong should not overcome the weak, that I might rise over the block-headed ones like Shamash, to illuminate the land and to further the welfare of humanity. Hammurabi, the prince, the one called by Bel am I, to obtain riches and superabundance, bringing about everything possible for Nippur and Durilu, the exalted protection of Ekur, who had restored Eridu, purified the cult of Apsu, who fought against the 4 regions of the world, made great the name of Babel, brightened the heart of Marduk, his master, who, Hammurabi, does service in Esagila, the royal branch which Sin founded, who made Ur, the humble and subservient one, who brings riches to Gish-Shirgal, the wise king, heard by Shamash, the mighty one, who laid the foundations of Sippar, who clothed in green the tombs of Malkat, who enlarged Babar, which is like heaven, the warrior who protected Larsa, and renewed Babar for Shamash, his helper, the Lord who gave new life to Uruk, who supplied plenty of water to its inhabitants, who raised the head of Nana, completed the splendor of Anu and Nana, the protector of the country, who united the scattered inhabitants of Isin, who richly supplied Galmak, the protecting city king, brother of the god Zamama, who firmly founded the settlement of Kish, surrounded with its splendor. made Tuersag, doubled the great sanctuaries. Nana, manager of the temple's splendor. Harsag Kamala, the grave of the enemies, whose help gains the victory, who enlarged the city of Kutha, who made splendid everything in Shidlam, the black steer who strikes down the enemies, the favorite of the god Tutu, who calls joy to the population of Borsippa, the sublime one, who is tireless for Ezida, the god king, king of the clay, the wise one, the clever one, who extended the agriculture of Dilbat, who piled up grain for Urash, the strong one, the man to whom belongs the scepter and the crown with which he crowns him, the chosen one of the goddess Mamu, who fixed the place of the temple of Kish, who enriched the holy meals of Nintu, the careful one, who provided the eating and drinking for Lagash and Girsu, who supplies large offerings for the temple of 50, who takes hold of the enemies, the chosen one of the oracle, who carried out the prophecy of Halab, who caused joy to the heart of the Anunit, the pure prince, whose prayer is recognized by Adad, who set at rest the heart of Adad, the warrior in Kakar, and restored the implements of the culture in Ud-Galgal, the king who lent life to the city of Adab, the director of Mak, the princely king of the city, irresistible fighter who gave life to the population of Mashkan Shabri, who furnished superabundance to the temple of Shidlam, the wise one, the valiant one, who forced the retreat of the bandits, who covered the inhabitants of Malka with misfortune, who founded richly their residence, who established pure offerings for and Damgal Nuna, who made his kingdom great forever, the princely king of the city, who subjugated the provinces along the Ubkil Nuna Canal, according to the commandment of Dagon, his creator, who spared the inhabitants of Mera and Tutul, the exalted prince, who made more radiant the countenance of Nina, who set holy meals before the god Nin-Alzu, who cared for their inhabitants in need, safely cared for their fortunes in Babylon in peace, the shepherd of the subjects, the servant whose deeds are pleasing to Anunit, who pleased Anunit in the temple Dumash in the suburb Agade, who proclaims justice, leads the law, gave back to the city of Ashur her gracious patron, who caused to dwell in the name of Ishtar in Nineveh, in the temple Mishmish, the sublime one, who prostrates himself before the great gods, the descendant of Sumu-la-Ilu, the mighty son of Sin-Mubalit, the kingly seed of eternity, the mighty king, the son of Babylon, who causes the light to radiate over the country Sumer and Akkad, the king whom the four regions of the world obey, the favorite of the god Nini am I. When Marduk sent me to rule mankind, to impart judicial protection to the country, it was that I may establish right, justice, and happiness among the people. And now let's begin reading from Hammurabi's Code of Laws. 1. Any person convicted of preferring charges against another person which he cannot substantiate shall be put to death. 2. In the event anyone prefers charges against another person, and the one against whom the charge is brought leaps into a body of water and is thereby drowned, that person who preferred the charge shall thereupon take possession of the property of the one who had so drowned. But if the person against whom the charge is preferred is not drowned, the person who made the charge shall be put to death, and the one accused shall take possession of the property of his accuser. 3. Any person preferring a change of malfeasance against a juror sitting in a case at bar, which charge he is unable to substantiate, and the hearing being one at the conclusion of which the death penalty may be adjugated, the person so preferring such charge shall be put to death. 4. Any person attempting to suborn a juror by a bribe of grain or gold shall be deemed guilty of felony, and shall receive such punishment as might be adjudged proper to inflict upon a person guilty of the offence for which such a trial was being conducted. 5. Any judge conducting a trial and rendering a written decision therein shall receive 12-fold the punishment administered by reason of his decision, if the decision is subsequently proved to be erroneous. 6. Any person convicted of the offense of selling property stolen either from the city or the temple shall be put to death, and the person who receives the stolen goods from such offender shall likewise be put to death. 7. Any person purchasing silver, gold, or a slave, either male or female, or beef or donkey, or any other personal property from another person, or from the slave of another person, without witness to the transaction or agreement, shall be adjudged to be a thief, and shall be put to death. 8. Any person who, without rights sells beef, a sheep, or an ass, or a swine, or other personal property, if it be the property of the temple or of the city, shall make restitution thereof 30-fold. If it be the property of a freedman, 10-fold. In event such person has nothing with which to make restitution in accordance with the foregoing provision, he shall be deemed to be a thief, and shall therefore be put to death. Number 9. If anyone has lost an article of personal property, and discovers it in the possession of some other person, and that person excuses his possession by the statement that still another person sold it to him in the presence of a witness, and that he is paid therefore, and thereupon the owner of the article declares that he is able to bring witnesses to identify his property, it then becomes incumbent upon the possessor to produce the one whom allegedly sold him the article, and likewise a witness to the transaction of purchase. The owner shall likewise produce witnesses to substantiate his ownership, and all the witnesses shall proceed before a judge. And all witnesses being duly put upon their oaths, shall testify to the facts before the judge. In the event the owner proves his property, the seller of the article shall be deemed to be a thief, and shall suffer the death penalty. The purchaser shall make restitution of the property to the owner, and shall receive back from the seller the purchase price. Number 10. In the event of a failure on the part of the purchaser, vendor, and the witness before whom he alleges he consummated the transaction to appear in the case, and the owner does produce witnesses to establish his ownership in said property, the purchaser, in failing to produce his witness to the transaction, and the vendor as aforesaid, shall be judged to be a thief, and suffer the death penalty. The property will then be restored to the owner. Number 11. In the event of a failure, however, on the part of the claimant of the lost property, to produce at the hearing competent witness to establish his ownership, he shall be deemed guilty of having slandered the purchaser, and shall therefore suffer the death penalty. Number 12. In the event that the vendor of property which he has sold without right shall die prior to a hearing upon the claim of the owner of the property, then the vendee shall receive from the estate of the vendor 5-fold the purchase price of the article disposed of to him by the decedent. Number 13. In the event of inability to produce witnesses in such a case at the first hearing thereon, the judge shall continue the trial of the cause for a period not to exceed 6 months. In the event of failure of either party to produce witnesses for their respective claims within that period, the one failing to do so shall be deemed guilty, and shall receive such punishment as is herein before provided for in such cases. Number 14. Anyone judged to be guilty of kidnapping shall be put to death. Number 15. Anyone who shall abduct the slave of a court, or a female slave of the court, or the male or female slave of a freedman, shall be taken beyond the city gate and put to death. 16. anyone harboring a runaway slave, either female or male, of the court or of a freedman, and failing to produce him or her on the public demand of the major domo of the court, or the house of the freedman, upon conviction thereof shall be deemed guilty of felony, and be put to death. 17. Anyone capturing a male or female slave, and returning said male or female slave to his or her master, shall be compensated by the master to the extent of 2 shekels of silver. Number 18. In the event a runaway slave shall refuse or fail to name his master, the person capturing such a slave shall produce him before the court, where his identity shall be examined into, and upon its being ascertained, the slave shall be returned to his master. 19. Any person capturing a runaway slave and detaining him in his house and exercising ownership of him, upon conviction thereof, shall be deemed guilty of felony, and shall suffice the death penalty. 20. In event a runaway slave escapes from his captor, the captor shall make oath to the owner of the slave as to the circumstances, and thereupon shall be released from any charge by reason of escape. 21. Anyone seeking to burglarize a house by breaking into it shall be deemed guilty of felony, and shall suffer the death penalty. The execution shall take place at the point of the breach in the house, and he shall be there interred. 22. Any person convicted of robbery shall be put to death. 23. In event anyone shall be robbed, and the person committing the robbery shall escape, the party so deprived of his property shall make claim under oath, remunerating the property of which he had been robbed, whereupon the municipality or missing fragment, wherein said robbery was committed, shall compensate him for his loss. 24. In the event of the abduction of any person, the municipality or state in which the abduction took place shall pay the personal representatives of the abducted person 1 silver mine. 25. Any person who shall be present at a fire occurring in the house of another, and while present at such fire appropriates any article belonging to the proprietor of the house in which the fire occurs, shall be deemed guilty of a felony, and as punishment therefore shall be thrown into the burning fire. 26. If an officer of the king, or drafted man, who has been ordered to march with the king's troops, fails to do so, and procures a mercenary or substitute who performs the duty incumbent upon such officer or drafted man, and the officer or drafted man shall die while his mercenary or substitute is with the king's troops, thereupon the mercenary or substitute shall be entitled to take possession of the estate of the deceased's principal. 27. If an officer or drafted man is captured during a reverse of the king, and during his imprisonment of his property is delivered into the hands of some other person, he shall upon his release and return to his home be reinstated in the possession of his property. 28. In the event of the capture of an officer of the king or drafted man upon a defeat suffered by his king, the officer's son shall take possession of his property, and that son shall be deemed the proper person to exercise the control and possession over his father's field and garden. 29. In the event his son, the son of an officer or drafted man, by reason of his infancy, is incapable of taking possession of his father's property, the son's mother shall be given a third of the field and garden of the father, and shall be charged with the maintenance and support of such son until he reach his own maturity. Number 30. In the event an officer of the king or drafted man fails to make provision for the cultivation of his field, garden, and the care of his house, or gives them in payment to some other person who enters into possession thereof, and occupies the same for the period of 3 years, whereupon such officer or drafted man returns to claim such field, garden, or house, the officer or drafted man shall not be deemed the rightful owner, and the property shall remain in the possession of the person occupying it. 31. In event he, an officer of the king or a man, shall lease his property for the period of 1 year, and at the termination of said lease he returns to take possession of said property, he shall be entitled to the possession thereof. 32. Any person purchasing the freedom of an officer or man captured while on a march with his king shall be repaid the ransom money by the captured officer or man. In event the officer or man has property or means sufficient to repay the purchaser of his freedom. In event such ransomed person has no means by which to repay the person purchasing his freedom, the municipality in which such captured person has his domicile shall compensate the purchaser of his freedom. The charge, therefore, to be first made upon the temple. In event of insufficient funds in the temple to make payment, then the state shall defray the charge. The field, the garden, and the house of the ransomed officer or man shall not be charged repayment. 33. Any officer or soldier who deserts and substitutes a mercenary in his stead, and the mercenary goes in his stead, then the deserter shall be deemed guilty of felony and punished by death. 34. If officer or a soldier injures the property of the king, he shall be deemed guilty of felony and punished by death. If anyone delivers an officer of the king into bondage, and in so delivering the officer into bondage he bribes one in authority to assist him in the delivery, and likewise appropriates to his own use property belonging to the bestowed upon the officer by his king, that wrongdoer shall be deemed of a felony, and be put to death. 35. Anyone purchasing a beef or small animal given by the king to an officer for the officer's rations shall forfeit the purchase price. 36. The field, garden, and house of a taxpayer cannot be sold, and is exempt from levy. 37. Anyone purchasing a field, garden, or house of an officer, soldier, or taxpayer, the slate shall be washed, The contract therefore shall be null and void, and the purchase price shall be refunded to the owner, and he, the owner, shall retain his property. 38. A captain, soldier, or taxpayer cannot sell the property of his feudal lord, wife, or daughter, or pledge such property for the payment of his debts. And with that, we come to the end of our short introduction to Hammurabi and his Code of Laws. If you've enjoyed this content, then I invite you to subscribe to the channel and keep up to date with all of my updates later. And also, if you are so inclined to do so, leave your comments below and tell me what you thought of this video. What did you think about Hammurabi's apparent fairness in dealing with these crimes? There seemed to certainly be a lot of putting people to death. Well, as you finish up for this video, I wish you all the best. I hope you're treating the people around you well, and the people around you are treating you well. And I wish you good night and sweet dreams. Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. I'm the ASMR historian. Once again, I welcome you here for another video about those amazing little eccentricities of the old world. And today we're going to talk about a very interesting one that I've been looking forward to speaking about, and it's the Book of the Dead. So if you'll permit me to accompany you with whatever task you're performing, or perhaps you would drift off to sleep, then let's begin discussing our topic for today. First, I will begin a brief introduction, just so we're clear on what the Book of the Dead actually is. Then I will begin reading from the Papyrus of Ani from the E.A. Wallace Budge version. So let's begin. The Book of the Dead is an ancient Egyptian funerary text that was used from the beginning of the New Kingdom around 1550 BC to around 50 BC. The original Egyptian name for the text transliterates to the Book of Coming Forth by Day, or the Book of Emerging Forth into the Light. Another term used for these texts is Totenbuch, introduced by Carl Richard Lepsius. Toten meaning death. The Book of the Dead was a compilation of magic spells intended to assist a deceased person in their journey through the Duat, the Egyptian underworld, and into the afterlife. It represents a loose collection of texts written by various priests over about 1,000 years. The book was placed in the coffin or burial chamber of the deceased. This tradition of funerary texts also includes earlier works like the pyramid texts and the coffin texts. Unlike the Book of the Dead, these earlier texts were painted onto objects rather than written down on papyrus. Some of the spells in the Book of the Dead were drawn from those older works and date back to the 3rd millennium BC. Others were composed later in Egyptian history, particularly during the 3rd intermediate period, 11th to 7th centuries BC. Although compiled into a single book, many of the spells from the Book of the Dead were also separately inscribed on tomb walls and sarcophagi, continuing a practice that had been established in earlier periods. The Book of the Dead did not exist in a single or canonical form. Instead, it comprised a diverse collection of religious and magical texts. The surviving papyri containing these texts vary considerably in their content and illustrations. Individuals often personalized their copies of the Book of the Dead, choosing specific spells they deemed essential for their journey to the afterlife. The Book of the Dead was typically written in either hieroglyphic or hieratic script on a papyrus scroll. These scrolls were often accompanied by illustrations or vignettes, portraying scenes related to the deceased and their journey into the afterlife. One notable example of the Book of the Dead from antiquity is what we're going to be reading today, the Papyrus of Ani. Ani was an Egyptian scribe, and he commissioned this manuscript. Discovered by Sir E.A. Wallace Budge in 1888, the Papyrus of Ani is considered one of the finest extant examples of these funerary texts, and it is, of course, currently housed in the British Museum. So, if you can hear the pages flipping, I have a Book of the Dead right here with me, right now, and I'm going to read from the Papyrus of Ani. Please enjoy. The Book of the Dead, Plate 1. Adoration of Ra, when riseth he in horizon eastern of heaven. Behold Osiris, the scribe of the holy offering of the gods all, Ani. Saith he, homage to thee, who hast come as Khepera, Khepera as the creator of the gods. Thou risest, thou shinest, making bright thy mother, crowned as king of the gods. Doeth to thee Mother Nut, with her 2 hands the act of worship. Receiveth thee Manu with content, embraceth thee Mart at the double season. May he giveth splendor and power, together with triumph, and a coming forth as a soul, living to see Horus of the double horizon, to the car of Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant before Osiris. Saith he, Hail gods of all the soul temple, ye weighers of heaven and earth in the balance, givers of food and abundance of meat. Hail Tatunen, one maker of mankind, and of the substance of the gods of the south, north, west, and east. Ascribe praise to Ra, the Lord of heaven, the Prince, life, strength, health, creator of the gods. Adore ye him in his presence, beautiful in his rising, in the Atet boat. Shall worship thee, the beings of the heights shall worship thee, the beings of the depths. Right for thee, Toth and Mart day every. Thine enemy is given to the fire. The evil one hath fallen, his arms are bound. Removeth, hath Ra his legs? The sons of impotent revolt, never again shall they rise up. The house of the prince is in festival, The sound of those that rejoice is in the dwelling mighty. The gods are rejoicing when they see Ra in his rising. His beams flood with light the countries. Advanceth the majesty of this god venerable. He arriveth at the land of Manu. He illumineth the earth at his birth every day. He arriveth at his region of yesterday. Mayest thou be at peace with me. May I see thy beauties. May I advance upon the earth. May I smite the ass. May I crush the evil one. May I destroy Apep at his moment. May I see the Abtu fish at his season of coming into existence, and the ant fish, and the ant boat in its pool. May I see Horus as a guardian of the rudder, with Thoth and Mard at his two sides. May I grasp the bows of the Sekhet boat and the stern of the Artet boat. May he grant a view of the disk and a sight of the moon god without ceasing every day, and the coming forth of my soul to walk about every place it pleaseth may be proclaimed my name when it is found upon the board for offering things. May there be placed for me offerings of food in my presence, like the followers of Horus may be made for me a seat in the boat on the day of going forth of the god. May I be received in the presence of Osiris, in the land of triumph, and the car of Osiris Ani. Continuing on now with Plate 2, another prayer to Osiris from the Papyrus of Ani. And I read, an adoration of Osiris, Un-Nefer, God great within Abydos, King of eternity, Lord of everlasting, traversing millions of years in the duration of his life, son of the eldest of the womb of Nut, engendered by Seb the chief, lord of the Urret crown, lofty of the white crown, prince of gods and of men. He hath received the crook and flail, and the dignity of his fathers. Gratified is thy heart which is inset, for thy son Horus is established upon thy throne. Thou art crowned as Lord of Tartu, and as ruler in Abydos, becomes green through the earth in triumph before the hand of Neber-Te'er. He leadeth in his train that which existeth, not yet hath become in his name, Ta-har-Setanef. He toweth the earth in triumph, and in his name that of Seker. Mighty is he exceedingly, and of great terror in his name that of Osiris. He endureth forever, and everlasting in his name of Un-Nefer. Homage to thee, King of kings, Lord of lords, Prince of princes, possessor of the earth from the womb of Nut. He hath ruled all lands and Akert. Golden of limbs, blue of head, emerald upon both of his sides, An of millions of years. extended of body, beautiful of face in Tasert. Give thou splendor in heaven, might on earth, triumph in Neterkert, sailing down to Tetetu as a soul living, sailing up to Abydos as a phoenix, going in and coming out without being repulsed at the pylons, all of the Tuat. May there be given to me loaves of bread, the house of coolness, and offerings in Anu, a field enduring in Seket Arui, and wheat and barley in it to the car of Osiris, scribe Ani. And now reading from Plate 3. Speech by Osiris, scribe Ani, saith he, my heart, my mother, twice, my heart of my coming into being, may there not be resistance to me in judgment, may there not be repulse to me on the part of the divine chiefs. May there not make thy separation from me in the presence of the possessor of the scales. Thou art my Ka within my body, which formeth and strengtheneth my limbs. Mayest thou come forth to the place of happiness, to which advance I there. May not make to stink my name, the Shenit. May there not be spoken lies against me near the god. Good, good is it for thee to hear. Saith he that is in the tomb, graciously grant, O weigher of righteousness, the balance to stabilize it. So now the scribe's introductions are somewhat out of the way. Much praise for Osiris. I'm sure that Osiris had appreciated that. So we are going to skip forward now to plate 13 of the papyrus, which contains more prayers. So allow us to now begin reading plate 13. Hail, Thoth, making victorious Osiris over his enemies, making victorious Osiris over his enemies, as though maddest victorious Osiris over his enemies before the divine beings who are with Ra and with Osiris in Heliopolis on the night of the things of the night of that battle and of making the fettering of the Sebau, day of that destroying the enemies of Nebercher. The divine chiefs, great in Heliopolis, are Temu, Shu, Tefnut. Now the fettering of the Sebau, the destruction of the fiends of Set, is the second time he wrought evil. Hail, Thoth, making victorious Osiris against his enemies. Make to triumph Osiris, Ani. Ani, against his enemies, before the divine beings, great, who are in Tatu on night, that is, making to stand up the Tet in Tatu. Now, the divine chiefs, great, who are in Tatu, Osiris is, Isis is, Nephitis is, and Horus is, the avenger of his father, now making the stand up to the Tet in Tatu is the shoulder of Horus, president in Sekhem. They are behind Osiris, in the form of bandages of clothing. Hail, Thoth, making victorious Osiris over his enemies. Make victorious Osiris, Ani, triumphant over his enemies. before the divine chiefs great who are in Shechem on the night of the things of the night in Shechem. Now the divine chiefs great who are in Shechem, Horus, Kenti, Anma, and Toth, who are with the divine chiefs of Naratuft. Now, night that of all the things on the night of the festival the daybreak is of the sarcophagus of Osiris. Hail, Toth, making to triumph Osiris over his enemies. Make to triumph Osiris, the scribe Ani, over his enemies before the divine chiefs, great in Pet and Tept, on the night of the setting up the columns of Horus, and making him to be established heir of the things of his father Osiris. Now the divine chiefs great in Pet and Tept, Horus is, Isis is, Mesta is, and Hapi is. Now the setting up of the pillars of Horus, the saying of Set is to his followers, set up columns upon it. Hail, Toth, making to triumph Osiris over his enemies. Make to triumph Osiris, the scribe Ani. Makseru is he, triumphant over his enemies. Before the divine chiefs, great in Tau Rekit, on night that is lying down of Isis, watching to make lamentation for her brother Osiris. Now the divine chiefs, great in Tau Rekit, Isis is, Horus is, and Meshta is. Hail, Toth, making to triumph Osiris over his enemies. Make to triumph Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant in peace over his enemies, before the divine chiefs great in Abydos, on night that of Haker, at the separation of the dead, at the judgment of good spirits, at the coming into existence of cries of joy in Teni. Now the divine chiefs great in Abydos, Osiris is, Isis is, and Ap-Uat is. Hail, Toth, making to triumph Osiris over his enemies. Making to triumph Osiris, the scribe, the accountant of the divine offerings of gods all, Ani, over his enemies before the divine chiefs who judge the dead on night, that of making the judgment of those who are annihilated. Now the divine chiefs, great in the judgment of the dead, Toth is, before the divine beings among the dead on night, that of making judgment annihilated are they. Osiris is, and Anubis is, and Asten is. Now the judgment of those who are annihilated, the imprisonment of things is, for the souls of the children impotent rebellion. Hail, Toth, making triumphant Osiris over his enemies. Make to triumph Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant over his enemies, before the divine chiefs, great in the festival of breaking and turning up the earth in Tartu, on night that of the festival of breaking and turning up the earth in their blood, and of making triumph Osiris over his enemies. Now the divine chiefs, great in the festival of breaking and turning up the earth in Tartu, the coming of the fiends of Set, is when they make their change of form into animals. They are slain in the presence of gods. Those, and being smitten down, their blood floweth among them, are granted these things by the judgment of those who are in Tartu. Hail, Toth, making to triumph Osiris over his enemies. Make to triumph Osiris Ani over his enemies, before the divine chiefs in Naratef, on the night that of making secret the forms. Now the divine chiefs in Naratef, Ra is, Osiris is, Shu is, and Bebi is. Now night that of making the secret forms is the presence at the sarcophagus of the thigh and the heel, and the leg of Osiris, Ur and Nippur. Hail Thoth, making to triumph Osiris over his enemies. Make to triumph Osiris Ani, triumphant before Osiris, over his enemies, before the divine chiefs, great in Re-Stau. On night that of the lying of Anubis, with his 2 hands over the things behind Osiris, and of making triumph Horus over his enemies. Now the divine chiefs, great in Re-Stau, Horus is, Osiris is, and Isis is. Osiris, his heart rejoiceth. Horus, his heart delateth with joy. The 2 regions are at peace throughout it. Hail Thoth, making to triumph Osiris over his enemies. Make to triumph Osiris, the scribe, accountant of divine offerings of all gods, Ani, triumphant over his enemies before the divine chiefs, great 10, with Ra, with Osiris, with God, every goddess, every before Neb-Ertz-Chair. He hath destroyed his enemies. He hath destroyed evil, all belonging to him. If, be said, chapter this, the pure one cometh forth by day, after death, and he maketh the form which he would give his heart. Now, if he reciteth chapter this all over him, strong it maketh him upon the earth. He will come forth from fire, every, not shall encompass him anything or evil, any which appertaineth to him with unbroken regularity, millions of times. And now, for the preceding plate, that being plate 15, which concerns the opening of the mouth. This ritual was extremely important in order that one could defend themselves in the afterlife against the judgments of Ma'at. And so now let's read from plate 15. Chapter of opening the mouth of Osiris, the scribe, Ani. To be said, be opened my mouth by Ptah, untied the bandages twice, which are upon my mouth, by the god of my town. Come then, Thoth, filled with and provided with charms, untie the bandages twice of Set which fetter my mouth. Repulsing Tmu shoots them, he at those who would fetter me with them. Be opened my mouth, be unclosed my mouth by Shu, with weapons his that of iron, of heaven, he opened the mouth of the gods with it. I am Sekhet. I sit upon the side, west, great of heaven. I am Sa, the great in the midst of the souls of Heliopolis. As concerning charms, all the words and all spoken against me, these may resist the gods, them and the cycle of the gods all. Chapter of bringing charms to Osiris, Ani. I am Mu Khepera, who produced himself upon the leg of his mother. Are made wolves those who are in Nu, and hyenas those who are among the divine chiefs. Behold, I collect charm, this from every place where it is, from the person with whom it is, quicker than greyhounds, fleeter than light. Hail, bringer of the boat of Ra, strong are thy sail and thy rudder ropes, in the wind as thou sailest over the lake of fire in the underworld. Behold, thou collectest charm, this from every place in which it is there, from the person with whom it is, quicker than greyhounds, swifter than light, making forms of existence from thy thigh. The end of this chapter, according to the Nebseni papyrus, is as followed. Otherwise said, swifter than Shu, who maketh the creation of the gods, from or in silence, who maketh them powerless, who giveth heat to the heads of the gods. Behold, is given to me charm, this from place every in which it is, from person with whom it is, quicker than a greyhound and fleeter than light. Of the mother, creating the gods from the silence, giving the mother heat to the gods. Behold, is given to me charm. This is from where it is, quicker than greyhounds, fleeter than light. Otherwise said, fleeter than a shadow. Chapter of making the deceased to remember his name in the netherworld. May be given to me my name in the great double house. May I remember my name in the house of fire, in night, that of computing years, and of telling number of months. I am with that divine being, and I sit at the side, east of heaven. God any advanceth he behind me, I declare his name immediately. Chapter of giving the heart to Osiris. Chapter of giving the heart to Osiris, Ani, to him in the netherworld. Ani saith, May my heart be to me in the house of hearts, my heart be to me in the house of hearts. May be to my heart, may it rest in me, or I shall not eat the cakes of Osiris. On the east of the lake of flowers. A boat in thy going down the Nile, and in thy sailing up, nor shall I advance to the boat with thee. May be to me my mouth that I may speak with it, my 2 legs to walk, my 2 hands and arms to overthrow my enemy. Be open to me the doors of heaven. May unbolt for me Seb, the chief of the gods, his 2 jaws for me. May he open my 2 eyes which are blinded. May he make to stretch out my feet which are fastened together. May make strong Anubis my legs to rise up for myself. Maketh me to rise Sekhet, the goddess, that I may be in heaven, being done what I command in the house of Ka of Ta. I know my heart. I have already gained power over my heart. I have gained power over my 2 hands and arms. I have gained power over my feet. I have gained the power to do what pleaseth my Ka. Not shall be imprisoned my soul with my body at the gates of Amenta, at my entrance in peace, and coming forth in peace. Chapter of not allowing to be driven away the heart of Osiris. The scribe of the divine offerings to all gods of all, Ani, triumphant, from him in the netherworld. He saith, My heart, my mother, twice, my heart, my coming into existence, not to be there resistance to me in the judgment, not be there repulse to me by the divine chiefs, not make thy separation from me in the presence of the keeper of the scales. Thou art me double within my body, forming and making strong my limbs. Mayest thou come forth to the place of happiness to which we advance there, not may make to stink my name the Shenit, who make men to be in stability. Chapter of not allowing to be taken away the soul of a man from him in the netherworld. Saith Osiris the scribe Ani, I am he, I am the comer forth from the water floods. It giveth my inundation, it gaineth my power, thereas the river Nile. Chapter of Drinking Water in the Netherworld. I am he, I am the comer forth from Seb. Hath been given to him the inundation, he hath obtained power in it as the harpy. I open the two doors of heaven, are open to me the two doors of the water floods by Toth and by Harpy, who, the two sons, are of heaven, mighty of splendors. Grant ye that I may gain power over the water, even as conquered Set his enemies on day that of terrifying the world. I have passed the great one's shoulder against shoulder as they have passed by God that great splendid provided, unknown is his name. I have passed by the mighty one of the shoulder, I have opened the flood of Osiris, I have passed through the flood, Toth Harpy Tamu, the Lord of the horizon, in his name that of Toth, cleaver of the earth. I have gained power in the water as conquered Set his enemies. I have sailed over heaven. I am Ra. I am the lion god. I am the young bull. I've eaten the thigh. I've seized the flesh. I have gone round the canal of the Sekhet Aru. Hath been given to me eternity without limits. Behold, I am the heir of eternity, hath been given to him everlastingness. Chapter of Drinking Water and of not being burnt in the fire. Saith he, Hail, bull of Amenta, I am brought to thee. I am ore that of Ra transporteth he the aged ones with it. Let me not be burned. Let me not be consumed. I am Beb, son, eldest of Osiris. He washeth God every within his eye in Heliopolis. I am the heir exalted, the mighty one, still hard. I make to grow my name. I have delivered it to make me live in myself on this day. Chapter of Going to the Divine Chiefs of Osiris. From Plate 24 of the Papyrus of Ani. Saith Osiris the scribe Ani, triumphant, Hath buildeth for me my soul a dwelling place in Tatu. I have become vigorous in pay. I have ploughed the fields in my forms of existence. Is my palm tree as the god Amsu over them. My abominations, twice not do I eat. My abominations, those which I abominate, are filth, not do I eat it. There are food offerings and meat who are not destroyed by it. Not do I raise myself with my two arms, not do I walk there upon my sandals, because my bread is of grains, white, my beer is of the grains, red, of Harpy. Indeed, the Sektet boat and the Artet boat bring me to them, and I eat them under the trees, of which I know the branches beautiful. How I make myself glorious with the white crown there. I lift up the Ure. Hail, the guardian of the door, who giveth peace to the world. Bring to me those who make offerings. grant thou that I may lift the earth, that may open to me the beings of splendor their arms, that may speak the cycle of the gods, the words of the Hammemet, with Osiris, Ani. May lead him the hearts of the gods, may they make him powerful in heaven among the gods who have visible forms. Now God every and goddess every he passeth are therefore making Osiris the scribe Ani. Triumphant at the beginning of the year, living upon hearts, eating them at the coming forth from the east. Judged is he by the ancestors of Ra, judged is he by the ancestors of light. He is a shining being, clothed in heaven among the mighty ones. The provisions of Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, are among the cakes and beer made for your mouths. I go in through the disk, I come out through the god Ahui. I speak with the followers of the gods, I speak with the disk, I speak with the Hammemet. He granteth me to be victorious in the blackness of the night, within Mehurt near his forehead. Behold, I am with Osiris, and I proclaim what he announceth among the mighty ones. He speaketh to me the words of men. I listen, and I repeat to him the words of the gods. I come, Osiris, Ani, triumphant in peace, as one endowed with all things. Thou raisest up for those who love them. I am a shining being, endowed more than shining beings all. Well, that is the first part of the Book of the Dead, of which I will be making another video about. I hope you enjoyed it. Rather difficult language, but interesting nonetheless. I suppose that we can't expect it to be completely comprehensible, being that it is several thousand years old, but we can do our best to try and make sense of it all. For now, I'm going to leave you with the sounds of the fireplace, calmly roaring in the background, and I'd like you to close your eyes as you drift off to sleep and perhaps think about a different view on spirituality from the old world that may seem so perplexing to us, but for the people of those times was just another normal part of life. I am the ASMR historian. Thank you for joining me tonight, and I shall wish you good night and sweet dreams. Hello again, and a warm welcome to those new to the channel, and to those returning. I I hope that those who have returned have so far found something of value within the video, whether it's just to relax you and lull you off to sleep, or whether it's just to provide you with a new perspective or learning something new. Well, today we're continuing that theme of 1, learning about our ancient histories, and 2, about our Bronze Age civilizations. A part of history that is unfortunately as interesting as it is forgotten and ignored. But we won't tolerate such a thing on this channel, because I am the ASMR historian, and I'm here to tell you all about the Hittites. So like and subscribe, and let's begin. The Hittites were an ancient Anatolian Indo-European people, possibly originating from beyond the Black Sea, who settled in modern-day Turkey in the early 2nd millennium BC. They established various polities in north-central Anatolia, such as the Kingdom of Kusara before 1750 BC, and the Kanesh or Nesha Kingdom around 1750 BC. Eventually, they formed the powerful Hittite Empire centered on Hattusa around 1650 BC. The empire reaching its zenith in the mid-14th century BC under, and forgive my Hittite pronunciation, Suppiluliuma I, extended across most of Anatolia and parts of the northern Levant and upper Mesopotamia. The Levant refers to areas around Syria, Palestine, and Mesopotamia is the region between the 2 rivers Tigris and Euphrates in modern-day Iraq and some small sections of modern-day Iran. Between the 15th and 13th centuries BC, the Hittites played a prominent role as a dominant power in the Near East. They engaged in conflicts with the new Kingdom of Egypt, the Middle Assyrian Empire, and the Empire of Mitanni. However, by the 12th century BC, much of the Hittite Empire fell under control of the Middle Assyrian Empire, while the remaining territories were sacked by Phrygian newcomers. During the Late Bronze Age collapse in the late 12th century BC, the Hittites fragmented into several small independent states. Some survived until the 8th century BC, eventually succumbing to the Neo-Assyrian Empire. Without a unifying continuity, the descendants of the Hittites scattered and merged into the modern populations of the Levant and Mesopotamia. The Hittite language, known as Nesili, belonged to the Anatolian branch of the Indo-European language family. Alongside the closely related Luwian language, it is the oldest historically attested Indo-European language. Information about the Hittite civilization primarily comes from cuneiform texts discovered in their former territories, as well as diplomatic and commercial correspondence found in various archives of Assyria, Babylonia, Egypt, and the broader Middle East. The decipherment of these texts marked a crucial development in Indo-European studies. Some cultural links to prehistoric Scandinavia have also been suggested, believe it or not. The Hittites were once thought to have monopolized ironworking during the Bronze Age. However, this theory has been somewhat contested by many sources in the 21st century. Well, in fact, the spread of iron working technology appears to have been a slow but continuous process across the region during the late Bronze Age collapse and subsequent Iron Age. While some iron objects from Bronze Age Anatolia exist, their number is comparable to those found in Egypt and other contemporary locations. Only a small portion of these objects are weapons, and there is evidence that suggesting that most or all iron from the Bronze Age is derived from meteorites, believe it or not, all the way from space. How interesting. Now, onto the Hittite military. Well, you can't have a civilization without a good group of soldiers to protect it, can't you? And actually, the Hittite military was quite successful, much because of its use of chariots. Modern interest in the Hittites grew after the founding of the Republic of Turkey in 1923. Turkish archaeologists such as Halet Campbell and Tahsin Özgök played a crucial role in exploring Hittite history. The field of Hittitology also influenced the naming of many Turkish institutions, including the state-owned Etibank, or Hittite Bank, as the Turkish in modern times understand it. Can you believe that? A modern bank called the Hittite Bank. Would you imagine a bank in Iraq called the Bank of Sumer, or the Bank of Babylon, something like this? That's amazing. I love that. Additionally, the Museum of Anatolian Civilizations in Ankara, located west of the Hittite capital of Hattusa, was established during this period. It houses an extensive exhibition of Hittite art and artifacts, making it the most comprehensive collection of Hittite cultural items in the world, and definitely worth a visit. The Hittites referred to their kingdom as Hattusa, known as Hatti in Akkadian. Akkadian is referring to the kingdom of Akkad, ruled over by Sargon, which we discussed in a different video. This would be that kingdom between the Tigris and Euphrates of the old Sumer. And so the Hittites referred to their kingdom as Hattusa, a name derived from the Hattians, an earlier people who had inhabited and ruled central Anatolia until around the 2nd millennium BC. Now, the Hattians didn't speak the Hittite language. They, however, spoke an unrelated language, and it was called Hattic. Whether or not they called it them themselves is perhaps up for debate, but we are going to understand it the same as the way the people from England speak English, or the Germans speak German. So let's keep it simple for the moment. The modern name Hittites was coined due to the initial association of the people of Hattusa with the biblical Hittites by 19th century archaeologists. The Hittites likely referred to themselves something closer to Neshites or Neshians, after the city of Nesha. However, around 1650 BC, King Labarna renamed himself Hattusili I. Now, that means the man of Hattusa, and he established his capital there at Hattusa, leading to the adoption of the name for the kingdom, so that's where it all came from. Very proud of his home city, if only we could all be so patriotic. So let's talk about the archaeological discovery of the Hittites. How did we find out about this fascinating group of people in these ancient times that we've dug their story out of the dust of the ground? Well, before the archaeological discoveries that unveiled the Hittite civilization, The primary source, and really the only source for information about the Hittites, had actually been the Hebrew Bible, as the Hebrew Bible is more or less set all in Bronze Age times, and the times before the New Testament where Jesus had came, so it is all BC. And you'll find mentions of the Babylonians in the Hebrew Bible as well. Now, whether or not you are that way inclined to believe in religious matters, I won't say which way I feel about it. It's still a good idea to read through the old texts in the Hebrew Bible, if not just for your own entertainment and for a little bit of understanding of how Western literature works and how these societies were perceived by secondary sources those many, many years ago. So, in the early 19th century, Francis William Newman expressed a critical view, common at the time, suggesting that no Hittite king could have compared in power to the king of Judah. However, as archaeological findings in the second half of the 19th century revealed the extent of the Hittite kingdom, scholars like Archibald Sayce argued that the Anatolian civilization was infinitely more powerful than that of Judah, and should be compared to the divided kingdom of Egypt. Divided kingdom of Egypt, we're also talking about the upper and lower parts. Remember, the upper part of Egypt was the south part of the Nile as it flows that way, while the lower part, we are talking about the Nile Delta up near modern-day Alexandria, where it's a lot more lush and, frankly, quite nicer to live. Well, I digress. Back to the Hittites. Sorry for that excursion back to ancient Egypt, but we'll get back to Anatolia now. So, Sayce and others noted that according to the Hebrew texts, Judah and the Hittites were not enemies. Instead, they were actually allies. The Book of Kings mentions that the Hittites supplied the Israelites with cedar, chariots, and horses, while in the Book of Genesis they were depicted as friends and allies to Abraham. Uriah the Hittite even served as a captain in King David's army, listed among his mighty men in 1 Chronicles verse 11. So, who were the actual people who made the initial discoveries? Well, the French scholar Charles Texier discovered the first Hittite ruins all the way back in 1834. However, at the time he did not initially know what he was looking at, so he couldn't just pull it out of the ground and say, it's the Hittites, I found them. No, he didn't identify them as such. The initial archaeological evidence for the Hittites emerged from tablets found at the Karun of Kanesh, which is present-day Kultepe in Turkey. These tablets contained records of trade between Assyrian merchants and a region referred to as the Land of Hatti. Some names in the tablets were not Hattic or Assyrian, but exhibited a clear Indo-European characteristic in writing. In 1884, William Wright discovered a monument at Boghaz Kale with hieroglyphic scripts from a group known as the People of Hattusas. Not Hattusa, but Hattusas. These scripts were found to match those from Aleppo and Hama in northern Syria. Subsequently, in 1887, excavations at Amarna in Egypt revealed diplomatic correspondence between the pharaoh Amenhotep and Akhenaten. two of the letters mentioned a kingdom of Kheta in the same general region as the Mesopotamian references to the land of Hatti. While these letters were written in standard Akkadian cuneiform, they were, however, in an unknown language. So it's like if we were to write something in English, however, all the words would look like gibberish to us regardless of using the same Latin script. That was what it was like when they found this. Although scholars could interpret its sounds, the language itself remained completely incomprehensible. Following these discoveries, Archibald Sayce proposed that Hatti, or Khati, in Anatolia was identical to the kingdom of Kheta mentioned in the Egyptian texts and the biblical Hittites. While some scholars like Max Muller suggested connecting Khati with biblical Kittim, Sayce's identification gained widespread acceptance during the early 20th century. The name Hittite became associated with the civilization uncovered at Bogaskoy. The Hittite kingdom was centered around the lands encompassing Hattusa and Nessa, also known as by its modern-day name Kultepe, collectively known as the Land of Hatti, or in their language, Uruha-Ati. Following Hattusa's establishment as the capital, the region defined by the bend of the Kilzalmalek River, Hittite Maranastia, Greek Hellas, was regarded as the core of the empire. Hittite laws even made distinctions between this side of the river and that side of the river, with higher bounties for escaped slaves who had fled beyond the river compared to those who were caught on the near side. To the west and south of the core territory lay the region initially referred to us as Luia in the earliest Hittite texts. This term later gave way to names Arzawa and Kisawatna, with the rise of these other kingdoms. However, the Hittites continued to use the term Luwian to denote the original language originating from these areas. Before the rise of Kisawatna, the central region in Cilicia was first known to the Hittites as Adania. After revolting from the Hittites during the reign of Amuna, it adopted the name Kisawatna and expanded northward, including the lower Anti-Taurus mountains. To the north of the Hittites were the mountain-dwelling Kaskians, and to the southeast lay the Hurrian Empire of Mitanni. At its zenith, during the reign of Mursili II, the Hittite Empire extended from Arzawa in the west to Mitanni in the east, covering much of the Kaskian territories to the north, reaching as far as Hayasa-Azi in the far northeast, and extending south into Canaan near the southern border of Lebanon. And now, let's talk about the origins of the Hittites. The ancestors of the Hittites entered Anatolia between 4400 and 4100 BC, coinciding with the split of the Anatolian language family from Proto-Indo-European. Recent genetic and archaeological studies suggest that Proto-Anatolian speakers arrived in the region sometime between 5000 and 3000 BC. The Proto-Hittite language itself emerged around 2100 BC, and the Hittite language itself is believed to have been in use in central Anatolia between the 20th and 12th centuries BC. The Hittites are initially associated with the kingdom of Kusara before 1750. During the Bronze Age, the Hittites in Anatolia coexisted with the Hattians and Hurrians, either through conquest or gradual assimilation. Archaeologically, there are connections to the Ezero culture of the Balkans and Maykop culture of the Caucasus had been considered within a migration framework. According to analysis by David W. Anthony in 2007, steppe herders who were archaic Indo-European speakers migrated into the lower Danube Valley around 4200 to 4000 BC, potentially causing or taking advantage of the collapse of old Europe. Anthony suggests that their languages, likely included in archaic Proto-Indo-European dialects, partly preserved later in Anatolian, and their descendants may have been moved into Anatolia at an unknown time, possibly around 3000 BC. The origins and migration patterns of the Hittites have been a subject of scholarly debate. The indigenous inhabitants of central Anatolia were primarily the Hurrians and Hattians, who spoke non-Indo-European languages. The Hittites initially adopted the cuneiform script from the Assyrian colonies in the region during the Old Assyrian Empire from around 2025 to 1750 BC. Following the collapse of the Old Assyrian Empire, however, it took time for the Hittites to establish themselves, with various Hittite groups centered around different cities. Strong rulers eventually unified these groups, centered in Hattusa, and conquered large parts of central Anatolia to establish the Hittite kingdom. And so let's look at the early history now of the Hittites. The Hittite state emerged from numerous small polities in central Anatolia along the Kizilirmak River. I did my best, don't laugh. During the Middle Bronze Age being around 1900 to 1650 BC. The early history of the Hittite kingdom is known through several tablets, including these 4 cushion-shaped tablets that are classified by very boring names, such as KBO 3.22 and 3.22.1 and so on. Now, these tablets were probably created in Kusara, Nessa, or another Anatolian state, and they were written in the Old Hittite language. They revealed a rivalry within 2 branches of the royal family during the Middle Kingdom. Palace intrigues. The northern branch was initially based on Zalpur and later in Hattusa, while the southern branch was centered in Kusara and the former Assyrian colony of Kanesh. The northern and southern branches are distinguishable by their names. The northerners retained language, isolate Hattian names, while the southerners adopted Indo-European Hittite and Luwian names. Zalpua initiated an attack on Kanesh under King Una in 1833 BC. During this period, known as the Karum period, when the merchant colony of Old Assyrian Empire was flourishing in the area, several kings reigned, including Hermili, Pahanu for a short time in 1790 BC, Inar for around 25 years and Varsama for around the same 25 years, ending his reign in 1750 BC. The Anita text, a set of tablets, describes how Pitana, the king of Kusara, conquered the neighboring city of Nessa, or Kanesh, around 1750 BC. The tablets focus on Pitana's son, who continued his father's conquests by capturing several northern cities, including Hattusa and Zalpua. Before I forget to mention his name, Pitana's son's name was Anita, for all you people waiting for the trivia question to come up on the chase. If they ever ask Bronze Age questions on the chase, they really should. Anita cursed Hattusa in the tablets, reflecting the rivalry between the southern and northern branches of the royal family. Another set of tablets, the Tale of Zalpua, supports Zalpua and exonerates Hattusili I from the charge of sacking Kanesh. After Anita, Zuzu, who reigned from 1720 to 1710, succeeded as a king. Around 1710 to 1705 BC, Kanesh was destroyed, leading to the collapse of the long-established Assyrian merchant trading system. The Kusaran royal family survived to challenge the Zalpuan and Hattusan family, though their direct lineage to Anita is uncertain. And so, in the midst of these interesting events, these two families going at each other, the lords of Zalpa continued to exist. Hazuya I, a descendant of a Zalpan lord, took control of Hati, while his son-in-law Labarna I, originally from Hulma in the mountains south of Kusara, usurped the throne. Labarna I adopted Huzia's grandson, Hattusili, and his own son and heir, as his own son and heir. Which brings us into, from the early times, into the Old Kingdom, which is somewhat newer than the older kingdom before it. Well, the founding of the Hittite kingdom, the Old Kingdom, is attributed to either Labarna I or Hattusili I. The latter might have also had Labarna as a personal name, as we have mentions of both of these rulers. And so this person, whether it be Labarna or Hattusili, conquered the area south and north of Hattusa. Hattusili campaigned as far as the Semitic Amorite kingdom of Yamkhad in Syria, where he attacked but did not capture its capital of Aleppo. You've heard that name, haven't you? That city in Syria? That's how old it is. Old enough to be withstanding attacks from Hittites. Now that's impressive. Hattusili did eventually capture Hattusa, and was credited for the foundation of the Hittite Empire. So remember, when somebody asks you who founded the Hittite Empire, you can tell them with pretty good confidence, Hattusili I. Hattusili was king, and his sons, brothers, in-laws, family members, and troops were all united. Wherever he went on campaign, he controlled the enemy land with force. He destroyed the lands one after the other, took away their power, and made them the borders of the sea. When he came back from campaign, however, each of his sons went somewhere to a country, and in his hand the great cities prospered. However, when the later prince's servants became corrupt, they began to devour the properties, conspired constantly against their masters and began to shed their blood. What I just read for you was an excerpt from the Edict of Telepinu, dating to the 16th century BC, is thought to highlight the unification, growth, and prosperity of the Hittites under Telepinu's rule. However, it also indicates the issue of corruption among the princes, assumed to be his sons. The available sources, however, do not provide clarity on how Telepinu addressed the corruption. On his deathbed, Hattusili chose his grandson, Mursili, or Mur-Shilish I, as his successor. The decision marked a significant moment in the Hittite succession and leadership transition. Mursili, after succeeding Hattusili I, continued the conquests and launched a significant campaign down the Euphrates River around 1595 BC. During his campaign, he bypassed Assyria and sacked Mari and Babylon, ejecting the Amorite rulers of the old Babylonian Empire. Instead of directly incorporating Babylonia into Hittite domains, Mursili handed control of Babylonia to his Kassite allies, who went on to rule it for the next 4 centuries. Concerned about potential revolts in Hatti, however, Mursili did not stay in Babylon for an extended period, and quickly rushed home on the rumors of some naughty Nancys planning a rebellion. Because we can't have that, can't we? The strain on Hatti's resources due to the lengthy campaign left the capital in a state of near anarchy. During his journey back to Hattusa, or shortly after his return, Mursili was actually killed by his brother-in-law, Hantili I, leading to a chaotic situation in the Hittite kingdom. Hantili took the throne, but faced internal unrest and murder attempts. After all, he did not get there on his own merits, and killing the guy who's above you is not really considered good form. His family, including his wife, Harapsili, and her son, were also murdered. How much they had to do with this political situation remains a matter of debate, but that's a shame that they had to be dragged into the situation. Siddhanta I, who was responsible for some of these killings, was also later murdered by his own son Amuna. All of this internal strife weakened the Hittite royal family, and the Hurrians seized the opportunity to expand their influence. It's very, very hard to run an empire when you're just trying not to get killed in your own house every day. So that's when you take your eyes off the business, and things begin to get very difficult. And in come the Hurrians. Those Hurrians residing in the mountainous region along the upper Tigris and Euphrates rivers took control of Aleppo and surrounding areas, as well as the coastal region of Adania, renaming it to Kizzuwatna, later Cilicia. Throughout the remainder of the 16th century BC, Hittite kings were preoccupied with dynastic quarrels and warfare against the Hurrians, resulting in a decline in the Hittites' power. This period of internal strife and external pressure from the Hurrians marked a challenging phase for the Hittite kingdom. The campaigns into Amurru and southern Mesopotamia during this time may have played a role in reintroducing cuneiform writing into Anatolia. with the Hittite script differing significantly from earlier Assyrian colonial period script. After the tumultuous events following Merciles I's reign, the Hittite kingdom entered a weak phase characterized by obscure records, insignificant rulers, and reduced domains. This pattern of expansion under strong kings, followed by a contraction under weaker ones, became a recurring theme throughout the Hittite kingdom's 500-year history, making it challenging to reconstruct events during the period's decline. The political instability during the old Hittite kingdom prior to 1400 BC can be attributed, in part, to the nature of Hittite kingship at the time. Unlike the pharaohs of Egypt, the king of the Hittites was not perceived as a living god by his subjects, but rather as a first among equals. That's a little bit more fair, isn't it? It was only during the later period, from 1400 to 1200 BC, that Hittite kingship became more centralized and powerful. They must have taken a note out of the Egyptians' book in how to better control the people. In the earlier years, the succession was not legally fixed, leading to rivalries between the northern and southern branches, reminiscent of the War of the Roses in English history. We'll talk about that later. The next significant monarch after Merciles I was Telipinu, who ruled around 1500 BC. Telipinu achieved a few victories to the southwest, seemingly by forming alliances with Hurrian states, including Kizzuatna, against others, particularly Mitanni. In addition to military efforts, Telipinu sought to secure the lines of succession during his reign. The last monarch of the Old Kingdom, Telipinu, reigned until around 500 BC. His reign marked the transition from the Old Kingdom to the subsequent weak phase known as the Middle Kingdom. The period of the 15th century BC is relatively obscure, with few surviving records, and the Hittites faced constant attacks during this time, particularly from the Kaskians, a non-Indo-European people settled along the shores of the Black Sea. It's hard to keep records when somebody is aiming an arrow at your head, but I really wish they had tried harder so I could make the video longer, but that's okay. We can't blame them for that. Well, the Hittite capital underwent several relocations because of this, moving first to Sapinua and then to Samuha. While there is an archive in Sapinua, its contents have not been adequately translated to date. Now, I myself lack the skills to translate them, but if anyone ends up listening to this who does have the skills to translate them, please hurry up. I'm getting very impatient of waiting. Well, this period sets the stage for the Hittite Empire period that officially begins with the reign of Tudhaliya around 1430 BC. An important innovation credited to these early Hittite rulers is the practice of conducting treaties and alliances with neighboring states. The Hittites were among the earliest pioneers in the art of international politics and diplomacy during this time. Additionally, the Hittite religion saw influences from the Hurrians, with the adoption of several gods and rituals from this neighboring culture. The Hittite with the reign of Tuhalia, the Hittite kingdom entered the Hittite Empire period, marked by a strengthening of kingship. Settlements progressed, primarily in South Anatolia, and treaties were signed with neighboring peoples. The kingship became hereditary, acquiring a superhuman aura, and the king was revered as the Sun. That's S-U-N, not S-O-N. The Hittite kings of this era acted also as high priests, overseeing holy cities and conducting festivals. So it's somewhat how Sumerian religion worked. A lot of people would take a leaf out of the Sumerians' books and later on do things how they did them. King Tuhalia I, during his reign around 1400 BC, allied with Kisuatna, conquered Hurrian states like Aleppo and Mitanni, and expanded westward at the expense of Arzawa, a Luwian state. Following Tuhalia I, a weak phase ensued, allowing enemies to advance to Hattusa and raze it. It didn't last long. However, the kingdom regained its glory under, and forgive me for the sounded-out pronunciation, Suppiluliuma I around 1350 BC. I'm really struggling with these Hittite names, aren't I? So, Suppiluliuma conquered Aleppo again. He then reduced Mitanni to a vassalage, and he completely defeated Carchemish. Despite the Hittite Empire's growth, the ascendant Middle Assyrian Empire began to encroach on Hittite territory. During Suppiluliuma's rule, the Hittite Empire faced a devastating tularemia epidemic, leading to the deaths of Suppiluliuma and his successor, Arnwanda II. From what I hear, this disease is somewhat like tuberculosis. Mursili II, who reigned from 1330 BC, another son of his, succeeded him and attacked Arzawa during the weakened state caused by the epidemic. In response to Arzawan attacks, the Hittites employed a form of biological warfare by sending infected rams, perhaps one of the earliest known forms of biological warfare, that lovely thing that everybody enjoys. Mursili II also targeted Miletus under Ahiawa's control. Now, that there, Miletus, is also referred to as Milawanda, and it is believed to refer to Mycenaean Greece. So this shows that they probably would have been crossing the sea as well, so well done on the boat building. Not everybody can do that. And it brings us to somewhat of a death knell for the Hittites. Can you guess what battle it is? I'll give you a moment. It starts with a K. It's the Battle of Kadesh. Good job if you got it. The prosperity of the Hittites hinged on controlling trade routes and metal sources. Northern Syria, a critical area connecting with the Cilician gates with Mesopotamia, played a vital role in that defense. Now, the rise of Egyptian expansion under Pharaoh Ramesses II began to test the Hittite dominance. The Battle of Kadesh's outcome remains uncertain, with Egyptian reinforcements preventing a total Hittite victory. The conflict forced the Hittites into the fortress of Kadesh, but Egyptian losses prevented them from sustaining a siege. This pivotal battle occurred in the 5th year of Ramesses, around 1274 BC, based on the commonly used chronology. Now, after this date, 1274 BC, the Hittite and Egyptian powers declined due to Assyrian ascendancy. Shalmaneser I exploited the now weakened Hittites, conquering Huria and Mitanni and extending control up to the Euphrates. Assyria, a formidable threat to Hittite trade routes, overshadowed Egypt's influence. Urhi-Teshub briefly ruled but was ousted by his uncle Hattusili III amid Assyrian annexations. To counter Assyrian aggression, Hattusili III formed an alliance with Ramesses II, resulting in the Treaty of Kadesh in 1258 BC, a landmark pact fixing boundaries in southern Canaan. The treaty included the marriage of a Hittite princess to Ramesses II, solidifying new diplomatic ties. Tudhaliya IV, the final strong Hittite king, struggled to repel Assyrian incursions into the Hittite heartland, experiencing losses in territory, notably in the Battle of Nirya against Tukulti-Ninurta I. Despite a temporary annexation of Cyprus, even that fell to Assyria eventually. What a mess for the Hittites. It was not going very well for them at all. The last monarch, Suppiluliuma II, did manage to achieve some victories, including a naval triumph against Al-Ashia near Cyprus. However, the Assyrians led by Ashur-resh-ishi I had already annexed substantial Hittite territory in Asia Minor and Syria. The expansion also saw defeat and expulsion of the Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar I, who had his eyes on Hittite lands as well. Well, they were good lands. Everybody wanted a piece of the Hittite territory, and now everybody was getting a piece of the Hittite territory. And then come in the new mysterious main characters. The Sea Peoples initiated their southward migration along the Mediterranean coast, commencing in the Aegean and reaching Canaan. Founding the state of Philistia, they seized Cilicia and Cyprus from the Hittites, disrupting vital trade routes. Vulnerable from all sides, the Hittite homelands, including Hattusa, succumbed to attacks in around 1180 BC. We're talking waves of invaders, including the Kaskians, Phrygians, and Bryges, and they all contributed to the demise of the Hittite kingdom. It was just all too much to handle. Internal issues compounded external threats, marking the end of the kingdom within the broader context of the Bronze Age collapse. The Hittites weren't alone at this time. Pretty much everywhere was collapsing. Egypt survived, though. Barely, but they did survive. A study of tree rings indicated a shift to drier conditions from the 13th to the 12th century BC, featuring consecutive droughts in 1196, 97, and 98. 3 years of poor harvests are enough to do anybody in. If you don't starve to death, your people would certainly start to consider moving to greener pastures. Though around that time, there was not much green to be had. Well, the Bronze Age collapses, essentially where it ends for the Hittites. But we can still talk a little bit about what the Hittites were like in terms of their government systems and some of their social practices. So let's have a quick look at that before we end up today. The Hittites are credited with developing one of the earliest known constitutional monarchies. In their system, the king held the highest authority, serving as the supreme ruler, military commander, chief judge, and high priest. The heir apparent followed in importance. While the king had diverse responsibilities, various officials wielded independent authority over the different branches of the government. Among these, the Gal Masedi, or the chief of the royal bodyguards, played a crucial role. Later succeeded by the Gal Gestin, the chief of the wine stewards, often a member of the royal family. The Gal Dubsar, chief of the scribes, led the kingdom's bureaucracy, with specific authority not extending to the legal Dubsar, the king's personal scribe. In diplomatic relations, Egyptian monarchs engaged with the Hittites through two key seats of power: Kadesh, situated on the Orontes River, and Carchemish, located on the Euphrates River in southern Anatolia. The religion of the early Hittites was marked by a syncretic approach, as seen in the central Anatolian settlement of Anqua. Here the worship of the pre-Hittite goddess Kataha and other Hattic deities highlighted ethnic distinctions in religion under Hittite control. Originally named Hanikum, Kataha underwent a reconfiguration by the Hittites. According to Ronald Gorney, this renaming served to diminish the pre-Hittite identity of the female deity and align her more closely with Hittite traditions. This practice of transforming and reconfiguring local deities was a strategic move by the Hittites to legitimize their authority, avoid conflicting ideologies in newly incorporated regions, and promote acceptance of Hittite customs among local communities. By adapting the beliefs of these communities to their own, the Hittites aimed to align traditional religious practices with their political and economic goals. The Hittite language is documented in fragments dating back to the 19th century BC, as seen in the Kultepe texts, specifically mentioning the goddess Ishara. With a name like Ishara, one does wonder if there's a relation to the goddess Ishtar in Sumer, but that's just a bit of late video conjecture from me at the moment. Its usage persisted until approximately 1100 BC. Hittite stands out as the most well-documented language within the Anatolian branch of the Indo-European language family. It holds the distinction of being the earliest Indo-European language with surviving written attestations, evident in isolated Hittite loanwords and numerous personal names found in Old Assyrian contexts as early as the 20th century BC. The Hittite Empire, despite its vast size, has left relatively few remains of its art. Notable examples include monumental carvings, rock reliefs, metal work like the Alakahoyuk, bronze standards, intricately carved ivory, and ceramics like these Husi and Dede vases that are quite famous. You can see in, I believe they're in the museum in Ankara. Among the largest constructed sculptures are the Sphinx gates of Alakahoyuk and Hattusa, along with the monument at the spring of Eflatan Pinar. Additionally, there are several large recumbent lions, with the Lion of Babylon statue at Babylon potentially being the largest Hittite example. although its Hittite origin is uncertain. It may have just been the Babylons doing it themselves, Babylonians rather. Many of these artifacts exhibit significant wear. Rock reliefs such as the Hanyeri relief and the Hemete relief also contribute to the Hittite artistic legacy. The Nijde Stele, dating from the end of the 8th century BC, stands as a Luwian monument from the post-Hittite period, discovered in the modern Turkish city of Niğde. The Hittite laws, like other records of the empire, were inscribed on cuneiform tablets made from baked clay. The known Hittite law code was primarily derived from 2 clay tablets, each containing 186 articles, compiling laws practiced across the early Hittite kingdom. Monuments with Hittite cuneiform inscriptions in central Anatolia also describe the government and legal codes of the empire. These legal records span the Old Hittite Kingdom, the Old Hittite Kingdom being from 1650 to 1500 BC, and to the New Hittite Kingdom from 1500 to 1180 being around the time of the Bronze Age collapse, typically attested by our modern chronology. Over this period, different translations reveal a series of legal reforms that modernize language and introduce more humane punishments for various crimes. Whether they're humane by modern standards or Hittite standards remains a topic of debate. These changes may be attributed to shifts in leadership or evolving linguistic interpretations. Similar to biblical laws in Exodus and Deuteronomy, the Hittite law codes specify fines and punishments for specific crimes and also provide guidance on matters like inheritance and death. But it's nothing like the Code of Hammurabi from Babylon, of which I do plan on doing a full reading of, which may perhaps be a 3-hour-long video. But I'll do it, because why not? But hey, listen, that's enough about the Hittites for now. I think their story has been explained the best that I can explain it. From those early days to the Battle of Kadesh and the Bronze Age collapse, the Sea Peoples sealing the fate and the droughts coming in and ending them, that final nail in the coffin. If you want to do any more research on the Hittites, then I hand the reins over to you. I think that it's definitely a topic that deserves being researched more thoroughly. I'm now going to leave you with the sounds of the fireplace, and I hope that it lulls you off into a deep, relaxing sleep, because we've learned so much tonight. Go and dream about the old world. Good night. Sweet dreams. Hello there and welcome back to ASMR Historian. It's history that will put you to sleep. Today we're going to continue our current theme of this month in our new year 2024 of Bronze Age societies and the history around Bronze Age collapse. So, today, as per the title of the video, we're going to be looking at Sumer, a very important and very large society of the Bronze Age. So, find somewhere to relax, close your eyes, and we can begin now to learn all about the history of Sumer. Sumer, emerging during the Chalcolithic and early Bronze Ages between the 6th and 4th millennium BC is the earliest known civilization in southern Mesopotamia, which is now modern-day south-central Iraq. Alongside Elam, it is considered one of the cradles of civilization, along with Egypt, the Indus Valley, Erlegan culture, Karalsupe, and Mesoamerica. Settled along the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, Sumerian farmers cultivated abundant crops, leading to the formation of stable urban settlements. The world's earliest known texts, dating between 3350 and 2500 BC, originated from Sumerian cities like Uruk and Jemdet Nasser, following a period of proto-writing around 4000 to 2500 BC. The term Sumer, or in the local language Sumeru, originates from the Akkadian name for the Sumerians, the ancient non-Semitic speaking inhabitants of the southern Mesopotamia. In their inscriptions, the Sumerians called their land Kengir, meaning the country of the noble lords, and their language Emegir. So, when we refer to the local language, we're speaking about Akkadian, as that was the dominant language at the time, especially before the Sargonic period, where Sargon of Akkad conquered most of the areas around Mesopotamia. So, just a reminder, the Sumerians called their land Kengir, meaning country of the noble lords, and they called their language Sumerian Emegir. The origin of the Sumerians, actually to this day, remains somewhat unknown. We don't know where they came from, but they referred to themselves as the black-headed ones, or black-headed people. For instance, Sumerian King Shulgi identified himself as the king of the four quarters, the pastor of the black-headed people. The Akkadians, who later conquered the Sumerian city-states and spoke Semitic Akkadian language, also referred to the Sumerians as black-headed people, or in their language, Salmat Kakadi. The phonological development of the term Sumeru, given by Akkadians, actually remains uncertain, and there are Western variants such as Hebrew Inar, Egyptian Sungar, and Hittite Anhar or Anhara, and all three of those terms indicated southern Mesopotamia, the area in which the Sumerians were predominantly in control. Most historians propose that Sumer was initially settled between 5500 and 3300 BC by a West Asian people who spoke the Sumerian language. They base this assertion on evidence such as the names of cities, rivers, basic occupations, and more. Sumerian is considered a non-Semitic and non-Indo-European language isolate. Various theories about the origin of the Sumerians have been proposed. Some suggest that they were North African people who migrated from the Green Sahara into the Middle East and played a role in spreading farming into the region. However, contrary evidence points to the Fertile Crescent as the origin of the first farming. Another genetic analysis in 2013 suggested a potential association of the Sumerians with the Indus Valley civilization. That is the civilization in India, our modern-day India, hinting at Indus-Mesopotamia relations. Some scholars link the Sumerians to the Hurrians and Urartians, proposing the Caucasus as their homeland. Preceding the Sumerians, a group known as the Proto-Euphratians or Ubayyadians is theorized to have evolved from the Samara culture in northern Mesopotamia. The Ubayyadians are believed to be the first civilizing force in Sumer, engaging in activities such as draining marshes for agriculture, developing trade, and establishing various industries. The origin of the Sumerian language is a topic of debate among scholars. Some argue for a Proto-Euphratian or substrate language, while others propose that Sumerian may have been spoken by hunting and fishing communities in the marshlands and eastern Arabia. One researcher, Juris Zarens, suggests that the Sumerians lived along the coast of eastern Arabia, the present-day Persian Gulf region, before they were driven out by the floods at the end of the Ice Age. Sumerian civilization emerged in the Uruk period, that was around the 4th millennium BC, with the city of Eridu considered one of the oldest, representing a fusion of Ubaydian farmers, Semitic pastoralists, and fisher folk from the marshlands, potentially also the ancestors of the Sumerians. Historical records become more reliable starting with the early dynastic period. The Sumerians eventually yielded control to Semitic states from the northwest, and the Akkadian Empire, a Semitic-speaking power, conquered Sumer around 2270 BC. Although Sumer was briefly ruled by native Sumerians during the third dynasty of Ur, which was around 2100 to 2000 BC, the Akkadian language persisted as a sacred language. City-states in Mesopotamia. In the late 4th millennium BC, Sumer was characterized by the presence of independent city-states, each centered around a temple dedicated to a specific patron god or goddess. These city-states were ruled by priestly governors, called ensi, or kings, called lugal. Remember those terms, they'll be important later. We have governors, ensi, and kings, lugal. Both of these priestly governors and kings were closely associated with religious rites. The cities were divided by canals and marked by boundary stones. And now I'll list some of the more significant sites. The first 5 cities, believed to have been exercised pre-dynastic kingship before the flood, those being Eridu, Bad Tibira, which is probably modern-day Tel al-Madain, Larak, Sipar, and Shuruppak. Among these were many other principal cities such as Uruk, Kish, Ur, Nippur, Lagash, and so on. There were several minor cities as well, such as Kuara, Zabala, Kisura, Marad, Dilbat, Borsiba, Kutha, Der, and Eshanana. The last one, Nagar, perhaps is modern-day Tel Barak. These cities were located in the Euphrates-Tigris alluvial plain south of Baghdad, in the present-day governorates of Iraq, such as Babil, Diyala, Wasit, Dikar, Basra, Al-Mutana, and Al-Qadisiyah. I beg your pardon, my Arabic is not as good as it should be. Should it be good? Lower your expectations, perhaps. The Sumerian city-states gained prominence during the prehistoric Ubaid and Uruk periods. Although Sumerian written history dates back to the 27th century BC and earlier, the historical record becomes clearer during the early dynastic Third period, around the 23rd century BC. This period marks a time when the language of written records becomes more decipherable, enabling archaeologists to read contemporary inscriptions and records. The Akkadian Empire, emerging in the 23rd century BC, was the first successful state to unite larger regions of Mesopotamia. Following the Gutian period, the Ur-III kingdom also achieved unity in northern and southern Mesopotamia, but succumbed to Amorite incursions at the beginning of the 2nd millennium BC. The Amorite dynasty of Isin persisted until around 1700 BC, when Mesopotamia was ultimately united under Babylonian rule. The Ubaid period is characterized by a distinctive style of high-quality painted pottery that spread across Mesopotamia and the Persian Gulf. While the oldest evidence for occupation is found at Tel el-Oeilili, it is likely that older sites exist, but remain as to this day undiscovered. Given the favorable environmental conditions for human habitation in southern Mesopotamia prior to the Ubaid period, this culture appears to have originated from the Samaran culture in northern Mesopotamia. However, it remains unclear whether these people were the actual Sumerians associated with later Uruk culture. The narrative of the transmission of civilization's gifts to Inanna, the goddess of Uruk, by Enki, the god of wisdom and the chief deity of Eridu, may reflect the transition from Eridu to Uruk. The transition from the Ubaid period to the Uruk period is archaeologically marked by a gradual shift from domestically produced painted pottery on a slow wheel to a diverse range of unpainted pottery mass-produced by specialists on fast wheels. The Uruk period is essentially a continuation and expansion of the Ubaid period, with pottery being the primary visible change. During the Uruk period, around 4100 to 2900 BC, extensive trade networks facilitated the emergence of large, stratified, temple-centered cities, with populations exceeding 10,000 people. Centralized administrations in these cities employed specialized workers. It is likely that during this period, Sumerian cities began utilizing slave labor, with evidence of captured slaves working in various capacities. Well, that's not very nice, isn't it? They shouldn't be doing that. Artifacts and colonies of the Uruk civilization have been discovered across a wide geographical area, spanning from the Taurus Mountains in Turkey to the Mediterranean Sea in the west and western Iran in the east. The Uruk civilization, disseminated by Sumerian traders and colonists, such as those found at Tel Barak, influenced the surrounding cultures, leading to the gradual development of comparable and competing economies and cultures among the neighboring peoples. Sumerian cities, however, were unable to sustain remote, long-distance colonies through military force. During the Uruk period, Sumerian cities likely operated theocratically, with a priest-king. Remember that word? That's right, Ensi, at the helm, supported by a council of elders that included both men and women. This political structure may have influenced the later Sumerian pantheon. Organized warfare and professional soldiers were not prevalent during this area, and towns were generally left unwalled. Uruk, in particular, had become the world's most urbanized city during this time, boasting a population of over 50,000 inhabitants, which was a remarkable figure for the period. The ancient Sumerian king list details the early dynasties of several prominent cities from the Uruk period. The initial section of the list mentions kings who purportedly ruled before a significant flood, with some names possibly being fictional or featuring legendary mythological features like Alulim and Dumizid. The conclusion of the Uruk period aligned with the Piora oscillation, a dry period occurring from 3200 to 2900 BC. It marked the conclusion of an extended wetter and warmer climate phase known as the Holocene climatic optimum, spanning approximately 9,000 to 5,000 years ago. Early dynastic period. The dynastic period commenced around 2900 BC and marked a transition from temple-centric administration led by the Council of Elders, guided by the Ensi, to a more secular government headed by a Lugal. Legendary patriarchal figures such as Dumuzid, Lugalbanda, and Gilgamesh emerged during this period, ruling shortly before the historical record began around 2900 BC, coinciding with the development of syllabic writing from early pictograms. While rulers expanded into neighboring areas, the center of Sumerian culture remained in southern Mesopotamia, influencing the neighboring Semitic groups. Etana, the 13th king of the first dynasty of Kish, is the earliest dynastic king on the Sumerian king list, whose name is known from other legendary sources. The earliest king validated through archaeological evidence is Enme Baragesi of Kish, also mentioned in the Epic of Gilgamesh. This raises the possibility that Gilgamesh might have been a historical king of Uruk. The Epic of Gilgamesh indicates an era associated with increased warfare, leading to the fortification and expansion of cities, with walled defenses and larger sizes as undefended villages in southern Mesopotamia simply began to vanish. Both Enmerkar and Gilgamesh are credited with building the walls of Uruk. The first dynasty of Lagash. The dynasty of Lagash, flourishing from around 2500 to 2270 BC, although absent from the king list, is well documented through significant monuments and numerous archaeological discoveries. Einatum of Lagash, during his brief rule, established one of the earliest known empires in history. He annexed almost all of Sumer, incorporating cities like Kish, Ur, Uruk, and Larsa, and imposed tribute on Umma, the rival city-state of Lagash. Einatum's territorial influence extended to parts of Elam along to the Persian Gulf. Notably, he employed terror as a strategic tool, as depicted in his Stele of the Vultures, which illustrates vultures pecking at the severed heads and other body parts of his enemies. Unfortunately for Einatum, his empire collapsed shortly after his death. Subsequently, Lugal-Zage-Si, the priest-king of Umma, seized power from the Lagash dynasty. He conquered Uruk, establishing it as his capital, and proclaimed an empire that stretched from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean. Lugal-Zage-Si was the final ethnically Sumerian king, before the rise of Sargon of Akkad, which brings us to the Akkadian Empire, where things in Mesopotamia begin to get a little busy. The Akkadian Empire, existing from approximately 2234 to 2154 BC, was established by Sargon of Akkad. The Eastern Semitic Akkadian language is first evident in the proper names of the kings of Kish around 2800 BC, which are preserved in the later king lists. Texts written entirely in Old Akkadian date back to around 2500 BC, with its usage reaching its zenith during the rule of Sargon the Great. However, even during this period, most administrative tablets continued to be written in Sumerian, the language of the scribes. Scholars distinguished three stages of Old Akkadian: the pre-Sargonic era, the Akkadian Empire era, and the subsequent Ur-3 period. Akkadian and Sumerian coexisted as vernacular languages for about a millennium, but around 1800 BC, Sumerian was evolving into a more literary language, known primarily to scholars and scribes. Thorkild Jacobson has argued for little historical disruption between the pre- and post-Sargon periods, emphasizing that too much emphasis has been placed on the perception of a Semitic versus Sumerian conflict. Nevertheless, it is established that Akkadian was briefly imposed on parts of Elam that were previously conquered by Sargon. After the fall of the Akkadian Empire to the Gutians, Gudea of Lagash, a native Sumerian ruler, gained local prominence. He continued the traditions of the Sargonic king's claims to divinity. Gudea, along with his successors from the Lagash dynasty, played a significant role in promoting artistic development, and left behind a substantial number of archaeological artifacts. The third dynasty of Ur, led by Ur-Nammu and Shulgi, which was around 2112 to 2004 BC in the Middle Chronology, has been incorrectly referred to as a Sumerian Renaissance. During this period, the region underwent a transformation, becoming more Semitic rather than more Sumerian. Akkadian-speaking Semites experienced a resurgence in Assyria, and waves of Semitic Matu, or Amorites, founded various local powers in the south, including Isin, Larsa, Eshurna, and later, the much more well-known Babylonia. The Babylonian Empire, emerging from these developments, briefly dominated the southern Mesopotamian region, mirroring the earlier dominance of the Old Assyrian Empire in the north during the late 21st century BC. Despite these changes, however, the Sumerian language persisted as a sacerdotal language taught in schools in Babylonia and Assyria, kind of like the use of Latin in the medieval period, as long as the cuneiform writing continued to be employed. During this period, there was a significant population shift from southern Mesopotamia to the north. Ecologically, the agricultural productivity of Sumerian lands suffered due to increasing salinity, a long-recognized problem. The same thing happened to many cities in the Indus Valley civilization, which we will get to in a different video. I'm sure you're looking forward to that. Poorly drained, irrigated soils, combined with high evaporation rates in the arid climate, led to the accumulation of dissolved salts, severely reducing agricultural yields. Despite attempts to shift from wheat to more salt-tolerant barley, the decline in population in the region, estimated to be nearly 3/5 from 2100 to 1700 BC, and this kind of drop certainly upsets the balance of power. This weakened areas where Sumerian was spoken and strengthened regions where Akkadian dominated. As a result, Sumerian persisted solely as a literary and liturgical language, similar to Latin in our modern times. Modern being pre-industrial revolution, at least. After an Elamite invasion and the sack of Ur during the rule of Ibbi-Sin, Sumer fell under Amorite rule, marking the beginning of the Middle Bronze Age. The independent Amorite states of the 20th to 18th centuries are summarized as the dynasty of Isin in the Sumerian king list, ultimately leading to the rise of Babylonia under Hammurabi around 1800 BC. Later rulers who dominated Assyria and Babylonia occasionally assumed the old Sargonic title of King of Sumer and Akkad, as seen in the Tukulti-Ninurta I of Assyria, after 1225 BC. Uruk, one of Sumer's largest cities, is estimated to have a population of 50 to 80,000 at its height. Taking into account the population of other Sumerian cities and the large agricultural population, a rough estimate for Sumer's overall population ranges from 800,000 to 1.5 million. Now, to put that in a bit of perspective for you, the world population in total at that time had been estimated at around 27 million. So that was a lot of people in a comparatively small area. The Sumerians spoke a language isolate, and while some linguists have suggested the presence of a substrate language beneath Sumerian, the archaeological record indicates uninterrupted cultural continuity from the early Ubaid period settlements in southern Mesopotamia. The Sumerian people who settled in the region engaged in agriculture, benefiting from the fertile lands created by silt deposits of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. There are different theories about the origins of the Sumerians. Some archaeologists propose that the original speakers of ancient Sumerian may have been farmers who migrated from the north of Mesopotamia after developing irrigation agriculture there. The pottery of the Ubaid period in southern Mesopotamia has been linked to the Samara period culture in the north, known for practicing a primitive form of irrigation agriculture along the middle Tigris River and its tributaries. According to this theory, farming communities moved into southern Mesopotamia, equipped with a temple-centered social organization for mobilizing labor and technology for water control, allowing them to thrive in the challenging environment. Another perspective suggests a continuity of Sumerians from the indigenous hunter-fisher folk traditions associated with bifacial assemblages found in the Arabian littoral. Juris Zarins proposes that the Sumerians may have been the people living in the Persian Gulf region, right before that flood, as we aforementioned mentioned, but this is yet to be proven. And now we can talk a little bit about the Sumerian culture. May I remind you that if you're still watching at this point, while I hope you're enjoying, I also equally hope that you would support the channel by liking this video and subscribing, and perhaps leaving your comments below. If you don't feel inclined to like and subscribe, then make sure you have a good experience watching the video regardless. So, let us continue now to the Sumerian culture and all of its fascinating eccentricities. In the early Sumerian period, various aspects of daily life and material culture are reflected in primitive pictograms, providing insights into the civilization. Pottery, abundant and diverse, with different forms of vases, bowls, and dishes. Special jars were crafted for honey, butter, oil, and possibly date wine. Some vases had pointed feet, while others were flat-bottomed and set on frames. Oil jars and likely others were sealed with clay, similar to the style of the early Egyptians. Furniture. Beds, stools, and chairs were in use, and all of these featured carved legs resembling those of oxes and sometimes other animals. Fireplaces and fire altars were also a part of domestic life, with many Sumerian houses featuring them in prominent places. People wore feathered headdresses as well, a defining characteristic of Sumerian fashion. Much of the old Sumerian artworks that we find represent some people wearing such a headdress. Various tools were also known, including knives, drills, wedges, and saw-like instruments, while of course spears, bows, arrows, and daggers were utilized in warfare. Interestingly enough, we don't have any record of the Sumerians using swords. Curious. In terms of writing, clay tablets were used for taking down notes, indicating an early form of record-keeping and communication. Of course, much of our records that we have from earlier times are rather simple and come in the form of tax receipts and trade records. Later times, though, however, provide us with certain religious writings and even some cultural insight. Timekeeping. Time was reckoned in lunar months, reflecting an early system of time measurement based on the moon. This is, of course, how many societies in those days would measure time, as it was more relevant for agricultural needs. Notably, many countries around the world still have lunar calendars that they use in conjunction with the Gregorian calendar, such as the Chinese, who still use their old calendar, which means everybody gets 2 birthdays. How lucky. Music. There is evidence of musical instruments, with lyres and flutes being played. The lyres of Ur are among the well-known examples of musical artifacts from this period. Do look them up. So these details provide a bit of a glimpse into daily life, technology, and cultural practices of the early Sumerians, showcasing their skills in various crafts and technologies. So we may imagine Sumerians as a family, sitting around their fireplace, on their chairs with carved ox legs, playing their flutes and lyres, and enjoying their time with each other, much like any other society, modern or ancient, does, while we still have the pleasure to do so. In Sumerian society, the institution of marriage was formalized through specific customs and practices. One of these was arranged marriages, and most marriages were typically arranged by the parents of the bride and the groom. The practice involved the families negotiating and agreeing upon the union, and you'd be surprised how much that still happens in the modern day. Engagements and marriages were often sealed on written contracts recorded on those clay tablets that we had aforementioned. These documents outlined the terms and conditions of the marriage agreement, providing a legal basis for the union. Marriages became legally binding as soon as the groom delivered a bridal gift to the bride's father. The gift was a symbolic gesture and a form of acknowledgement by the groom. The Sumerians placed an importance on procreation and family life. A proverb is cited, highlighting the detail. Happy marriage, where a husband boasts about his wife bearing him 8 sons and expressing his ongoing desire for fun under the sheets. Now, Sumerians, just like everybody else, enjoyed that, but just like many societies, there was a discouragement of premarital sex. Sumerian society generally discouraged it. The concept of virginity did not have equivalent in Sumerian or Akkadian, but terms such as deflowered were used descriptively, and same as the opposite, undeflowered. The intactness of the hymen was less relevant in assessing a woman's virginity compared to later cultures. Virginity was expressed through descriptive terms, such as la nakbat, meaning the aforementioned undeflowered, or the rather humorous ginunza, which indicated never having known a penis. Well, that's a creative term for it. These terms reflected the cultural emphasis on a woman's sexual purity. The assessment of virginity. assessments of virginity relied on the woman's own account rather than strict physical criteria. Terms like the itu in Akkadian medical texts may have referred to the hymen, but the intactness of the hymen was not the sole determinant of a woman's virginity. These customs and attitude towards marriage and sexual practices were integral to Sumerian societal norms and reflected their cultural values and beliefs. The Sumerians exhibited open and permissive attitudes towards sexuality, as reflected in various aspects of their cultural practices. Ritual purity. Sumerian sexual mores were not primarily concerned with the moral implications of sexual acts, but rather whether such acts made an individual ritually unclean. Of course, the gods can see everything, can't they? Ritual purity and cleanliness played a significant role in their societal norms. The Sumerians also widely believed that masturbation had a positive impact on sexual potency for both men and women, and so masturbation was a common practice engaged both individually and with partners. I'm not exactly sure how they got the primary source on that, but we are just going to have to take their word for it. Entu priestesses, who were dedicated to serving in temples, were forbidden from producing offspring, and they had a clever way of getting around the rule by taking the backwards route, for which I will not explain more. This practice likely served to fulfill their religious roles while avoiding pregnancy and satisfying other carnal needs. And in terms of prostitution, of course, that existed in Sumerian society as well. But the status of sacred prostitution is not entirely clear. Now, perhaps some eyebrows have raised. Sacred prostitution. What on earth is that? Well, the term sacred prostitution has been used to describe a form of ritualized sex work associated with religious practices. But the evidence for its existence in Sumer is not conclusive. These aspects of Sumerian sexual attitudes and practices were shaped by a combination of cultural, religious, and practical considerations. The emphasis on ritual purity and the acceptance of a variety of sexual practices highlight the unique characteristics of Sumerian views on sexuality within the context of their historical and cultural milieu. And now for some words on agriculture and hunting. The transition to agriculture by the Sumerians likely occurred around 5000 to 4500 BC, marked by the adoption of core agricultural practices. These included organized irrigation, large-scale cultivation using plough agriculture, monocropping, and the establishment of an agricultural labor force under bureaucratic control. The need to manage temple accounts within this organized structure played a pivotal role in the development of writing, which emerged around 3500 BC. In the early Sumerian Uruk period, primitive pictograms suggest the domestication of sheep, goats, cattle, and pigs. The Sumerians utilized oxen as their primary beasts of burden and relied on donkeys or equids for transportation. They crafted woolen clothing and rugs from the animal's wool or hair. Houses also often had enclosed gardens with various trees, plants, including wheat and other cereals grown in fields. The shaduf, an irrigation tool, was already in use by this period, and plants were cultivated in pots or vases. The Sumerians, you may be surprised, were actually pioneers in beer consumption, cultivating cereals such as wheat, barley, and mixed grains for brewing. Beer held cultural significance and was celebrated as well in the Epic of Gilgamesh, where Enkidu joyfully partakes in the local custom. And a quote from the epic, "Drink the beer as is the custom of the land." And he drank the beer, 7 jugs of it, and became expansive and sang with joy. Well, that sounds fun, doesn't it? Sumerian agriculture, dependent on irrigation, mirrored Egyptian practices. Urbanization linked to irrigation involved 89% of the population residing in cities, according to anthropologist Robert McCormick Adams. They cultivated a variety of crops, including barley, chickpeas, lentils, wheat, onions, lettuce, mustard, leeks, and many more. Fishing and hunting fowl and gazelle, of course, complemented their diet quite well. Irrigation methods featured shadufs, canals, dikes, weirs, and reservoirs. Frequent Tigris and Euphrates river floods necessitated canal maintenance and silt removal, with the wealthy often exempt from labor. So we're not so different after all. The Sumerian Farmer's Almanac outlines post-flood season rituals, including flooding and draining fields, oxen stomping, weed elimination, and meticulous ploughing, harrowing, and raking before planting. Evaporation-induced salinity concerns led to a shift from wheat to barley in the Ur-3 period. As we mentioned before, barley is a more salt-resistant crop. Harvesting in spring involved 3-person teams for reaping, binding, and sheaf handling. Threshing wagons driven by oxen separated cereal heads from stalks, with threshing sleds further extracting grain. Winnowing the grain and chaff mixture completed the progress. And now let's talk about some Sumerian technology. You may be surprised what they came up with, although back in those days there wasn't much due but to sit around and think about ways to improve your situation after a long day of farming or toiling on some monument. The Sumerians were innovators in various technologies, contributing significantly to human progress. Notable examples include the wheel, to which the Sumerians are credited with developing, a fundamental invention that revolutionized not just transportation, but many aspects of life. They also created one of the world's earliest known writing systems, cuneiform, and recorded much information on their clay tablets. Sumerians advanced mathematical knowledge, particularly arithmetic and geometry. In response to their agricultural needs, they also devised sophisticated irrigation systems to manage water resources. They were pretty good at building boats as well. After all, they had those 2 rivers beside them to think about. They had to get up and down them somehow, and they utilized them for trade between different cities, much like the Nile was utilized. So, they constructed different types of boats, including clinker-built sailboats, and skin boats made from animal skins and reeds. And of course they had wooden oared ships too. The lunisolar calendar. Sumerians developed a calendar based on the cycles of the moon and the sun. That calendar also went on to influence subsequent calendrical systems. Bronze technology. Sumerians were adept at working with bronze, using it for various tools and weapons. They were also masters of the art of leather working, creating functional items like water skins and bags. And it wasn't just the leather, they were great with metal tools, including saws, chisels, hammers, braces, bits, nails, and even pins. Of course, if you're working with metal, you're going to eventually make weapons, such as lance points, arrowheads, and daggers. And actually, the Sumerians managed to develop glue as well, an adhesive substance that they used in various applications and contexts. They created functional items like harnesses, armor, boots, and sandals through their advanced textile techniques. Sumerians innovated the military technology of the time, designing quivers and arrows for war chariots. Perhaps the Hittites had copied some of their ideas. They also crafted protective covers and scabbards for blades and swords, so you wouldn't be cutting your leg while running into battle. Sumerians were also early brewers, as aforementioned, showcasing their knowledge of fermentation. But it really shined where the Sumerians designed practical items, like rings and harpoons, hoes and knives for daily use. The diverse technological achievements of the Sumerians reflect their ingenuity and enduring impact on subsequent civilizations. And they must have had quite an impact, because we still talk about them today. That old, interesting civilization that continues to fascinate with its mysteries and eccentricities. Well, I hope that you managed to learn a few things today. I know that during my research of this particular topic, I learned some new things as well, and expanded my knowledge on the Sumerians quite greatly. I'd like to remind you again, if you enjoy the channel, please like and subscribe. I'm a new guy here on YouTube, and I'm trying to do the best I can to bring you the most relevant content to your specific desires. So I wish you once more good night and sweet dreams.